power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk, so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Drinking over lit, walking down this road. I'm on late, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow. Get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking over late, walking down this road. I'm on late, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat bass, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa. They wanna copy it. Yeah. My profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, we're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight. On the verge of greatness, it's time to leave. They'll feel your name when it's up in lights. You'll know your worth when you win the fight. Tell the world you won't go quietly. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the time.
Welcome everyone to beautiful Berlin, Germany and the lovely Riot Games Arena as we get ready to kick off day 2 of week 2 of LEC Summer. The fans are back. They've got sexy Duffman signs, and what more could you possibly want as we get ready for the first games of the day? Before we talk about today, we have to talk about yesterday, because Rob, you weren't here. I'm so glad you're joining us, but you missed probably the most abysmal start ever. It's not about this guy, although again, the sign is very good. We're going to talk about MKOI. Sideline. Keep your eyes off sexy Duffman. Focus on not so sexy MKOI. They were 0-3. Oh no, it was rough. Give Rob the update. We got. I'm ready.
I'm ready for story time.
Okay, so Jojo, you know how he's always jolly and happy. At the end of that game, he said that the bullet just grazed their ear because it was shaping up to be the worst start for MKOI in history. So they got their win.
Okay.
Relief, but still, they're on a fraud watch for now.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough road. Again, they're 1-3. You see they're currently at 4th because they technically have a win. They also have more losses than anyone else in the league right now, the downside of playing so many series. We, however, will not see them today. We are going to be kicking things off with GX versus SK. Going to get to see Navi for the first time as well in our second series today, matching up against an undefeated KC. But yesterday, there was a lot of cooking. To the dismay of AD carries everywhere, who continue to be very sad about anything and everything that stops them from right-clicking. But we saw some spicy mages, especially from Paddock on the Vladimir.
Okay, hold up. ADCs just need to stop crying and learn to play more classes and more champions, because Paddock really cooked to that Vladimir. One of my favorite champions of all time, and I just really suck at it, but it's still very fun. Look at him. Performance kind of like the same as mine, but the champion was just so OP in all of these fights time and time again. He was finding access to the backline. It was one of those very explosive team comps, and he really got to shine in that game. I love the Vladimir that game.
Yeah, because that felt like the flip side. It was like MKOI struggling, but like Paddock in particular looks sick on this Vladimir.
Yeah.
Like, look at every one of these fights. He's zoning off like 3 people every time they go into this. And it just makes it so hard for MKOI to try and contest anything.
And I really want to see more of these types of champions, because now with this role meta where everyone's going everywhere and you're leaving the mages alone, having access to this sort of assassin that also scales very well in the game, you don't get this sort of threats, these sort of dive threats from the ADC position anymore.
You really don't. And like, credit to Paddock, there were some iffy plays there, but it just goes to show the strength of the pick, where you can get away with eating 5, 6, 7 Ziggs minefield procs and still solo carrying the 1v3. The man is just too good at math. But it's not just us here in the LEC. Rob, I know you've been looking abroad, and there's some stuff that you kind of wish we were playing.
Because, you know, I see a Vladimir and I think LPL, because that's the way it goes, right?
Sure.
So I was looking over, and I think like there's a bit more cooking that we can do, because at least we're seeing kind of Hansama going towards these like AD casters and stuff, like the Lucian in the LCK, they're going back towards the Corki, but it's the Xerath in the LPL that has been popping up for me. Jackie Love and Viper have been bringing this out. The range in particular into Syndra is absolutely disgusting. It means that you're able to completely outrange that enemy AP carry. You're able to find real threats as you can pick people off as they're walking through the jungle. And because you've got that long range right of the arcane, it makes you obnoxious to deal with. Like you can see here, like, how do you outplay this? There is no way to actually play the game.
Rob, stop giving them ideas. I don't want to see this sort of BS from the mages. They just see, look at that, pew, 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 just flying everywhere. No, I don't want to see that. Just give me back the Giga Chat on ADC.
Bro, I just love that Xerath is always a problem. There was that time where every support item was broken and people never wanted to see Xerath. Now mages are strong bot lane. No one ever wants to play against this champion. What a nightmare. Credit to Viper, though, and I like that we're cooking, and I would love to see more of this, because I think 80 carries still look good, still look playable, but I like when we go deep into the counter picks. It's something we so rarely get to do. It's just people either going to play their 3 picks, or maybe they have 1 spicy pick. But the biggest question on all of our minds is, where has Camille gone? Some of you are joyed, some of you are maybe sad about that. Medic would be happy, but he just can't seem to escape her. Let's see what happened with him.
Yeah, man, I just don't understand how people like Camille. She's all over the map. She gets free gold from the support side quest, apparently. You can just do whatever the hell you want. And she's just like she's following you everywhere. And it's so frustrating. Like, it turned out... Oh, she's everywhere!
I just don't feel safe anymore. Like, Camille, she's really getting on my nerves. She's everywhere. I'm sweating. Look at this. I'm sweating with how scared I am.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like anywhere safe. Look, I've gone into the back rooms of the studio. I'm pretty sure I'm safe here. There's no way they should ever notice me. I'm just going to have a look at what's out in the distance. Oh, she can't be here. Valorant, VCT Studio, Valorant doesn't have Camille. She can't be here. I know she's everywhere, but she can't be here. How are you here? How?
A summoner has disconnected.
Nowhere is safe. Hook shot.
Okay, even if you don't play Camille or League of Legends, I would be scared of that Camille impersonation over there, DD.
Thank you.
How long did you work on that impression?
Not at all. Those are the Camille classic voice lines for those wondering. It was nice to chase around a grown man. Those are real reactions from Medic. That's the best part. He's literally legitimately terrified of this champion. If you follow him around with a Camille poster, he'll leave. You can get him to leave casting
It's
forever.
impressive.
Just
We were
for long
playing
enough.
Classic with him. He was still complaining about it.
Yeah, he's like, wow, for once in my life, no Camille support. It's his entire personality now. Man needs something new for sure. But aside from Medic, there's actual League of Legends to be had today. And of course, one of the teams taking to the rip, GX, bringing in a couple of new faces. Oscarinen on the top side, Flacked in that AD carry or potentially AP carry position. And this feels like a potential upgrade for GX, but after a top 4 finish, why the big changes?
Honestly, extremely shocking. After back-to-back top 4, best performance in the org's history, making this sort of change, I mean, they said it themselves. This is a gamble. They feel like they can make worlds with these players, but honestly, I'm not sure if I'm buying it because Oscar, extremely inconsistent. We remember him for that performance where he got Fnatic 2 worlds by pretty much stomping Kana, which was very shocking for me. And on the other side, Flacked, he won LEC, but at the same time, his recent performance wasn't really the best.
Yeah, look, we have best placement, second place for Oscar, best placement for Flacked first, most recent third, most recent 7th. So at least the odds on the gamble feel clear. These players both have been at the peak, at the top of the LEC in the past, better than 4th, most certainly, but most recently, it hasn't all been great.
Yeah, but I mean, the reason why I'm kind of looking at Flacked 7th on his Heretics was he's a guy who doesn't want to take a ton of resources, he wants to lend them elsewhere, right? And one of the big things that we had for Oscar and coming out of Fnatic was, I don't want to play weak side. I'm not that kind of player. I'm fed up with it. This is not working for me. So he decided, okay, now we've got Flacked on the team. We have an Oscar in that potentially could start to get resources as Flacked doesn't need to be that intensely played for. And that top side, maybe that's where Giant X are looking because that was the strong portion of that map. That jungle and mid were incredibly important to their success last split.
That they were. On the opposite side for SK, the haters have been rewarded. That wasn't the one you wanted to cheer for, but Leader is gone, and a lot of people, I think there's some optimism, right? Leader, of course, unfortunate time here in the LEC. Slow Q now coming in. Does this spark optimism for you, gentlemen? The SK fans behind me, the SK fairies, I think you guys said? Yes, they're very optimistic. Do you share this optimism for SK?
I do, because the gamble of Leader obviously has not paid off. It felt like every single time SK were trying to funnel some resources into the mid lane, it felt like a singularity. Everything was going there and it was somewhat going to waste. And we've seen some stars on the side of SK. We saw Yopa rise up to the superstar rookie position. And now with Slowq coming in, he had a great 2025, a little bit of a sleeper 2026, but now he's a bit of a stable force for SK.
Yeah, especially with the way he's able to play around like Yukino in the ERL system. I think that's really what he's going to bring to the table here. Trying to work with Isma, make sure that he's able to look for invades, support him in endeavors, and especially in this meta, like when you're looking at like Nocturnes that want to get in your face and try and steal away camps, I think this could actually be a really good synergy that we could see work for them. Not Isma, sorry, Skeets.
Of course. Now, looking at both sides, it's fine. You a little oopsie here and there, and we'll have to see if the players are up to snuff. We talked a lot about cooking. I hope we get to see some cooking in the bot lane for both these lineups as well. Need to see how all of the new players fit into their new rosters in the debut for both these teams in summer. Let's send it over to the casters.
And here we are, ready for some League of Legends action on the day. Hopefully no Camille's. I am traumatized.
I think you'll be disappointed. I think we're going to get some Camille's
She got
today.
banned in every game yesterday.
Yeah,
every game. The teams agree with me.
Today's a brand new day, Medic. Many new opportunities to pick Camille. Okay?
Is it a new day or is it just more League of Legends?
Yeah.
That tends to be, with the 4-day show weeks now, most of my week is just League of Legends, because we have prep day as well.
Yeah.
In the past, I could take a little break here and there, but then Vedi comes in and is like, hey, do you want to play League of Legends, the card game? And I'm like, well, I have to play with Vedi, right? So
that's the only reason. You don't like the card game even.
Oh, no, it's all about Vedius, obviously.
For sure.
Basically partners now. Anyway, League of Legends is happening. Giant X versus SK. Two teams with changes in the off-season, and it's been quite a long
off-season for them as well. A couple of months since we've seen them on stage.
Yeah, I really like Odo's point where it's like two teams that have committed very big gambits or gambles throughout the split. Obviously, SK's gamble on leader didn't really work out now. Now they're really trying to tri-edge their year, trying to get in and now slow queue for the summer split. Meanwhile, GX Esports, highest placement they've ever gotten, and then they make a change.
Yeah, two changes.
Two changes even.
It's surprising, you've got to say. Lot wasn't their star.
No.
So I can understand saying, well, perhaps we can bring in someone new. But Oscar Rinnan also, he didn't excel the last time we saw him on an LEC stage. So there's a lot of riding on these changes for Giant X, as you say, the gamble. We'll see if it pays off as both these teams vying to have better splits than they did last. Although, as you also mentioned, Giant X actually had a pretty good spring compared to their usual estimations.
Yeah, for me, my eyes are on Oscar, to be honest, because he's been saying now on Fnatic he had to play weak side, they didn't want to play weak side. Now he's on GX, gonna play strong side. Look, it's very nice to say those things. It's good to say that you're a strong side top laner, but backing it up is another thing, because if you're playing strong side top lane, things are expected of you. You need to be able to transition lane leads into game wins. So I want to see if he can back that up, if he can walk the walk and not just talk the talk. But soon, Medic, it looks like we are headed into the draft phase, which you love, because what is Camille gonna be?
She's gonna be banned.
She's gonna be banned.
She's gonna be banned. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I do like the evolution of the meta at the moment. I think Mage is perhaps slightly too highly prioritized for a little while. They fit well into certain compositions, but I don't think you have to have a Mage bot to win the game. And we're seeing that a little bit over in the LCK as well, a move back towards traditional AD carries, but I think they have their place. I think Camille's place is on the ban bench. I don't dislike roaming support.
No,
I want to stress that.
But I also love that you're saying
Camille is too strong.
You said that we're seeing back to traditional AD carries in the LCK. We're also an Aatrox AD character in the LCK. So I don't know what's going on out there. I have a lot of opinions. I think tank bots is really OP. You know, go Camille Sejuani, go a little Sion with a roaming support. I think it's really juicy. No one's really playing it yet, but keep your eyes tuned, as it looks like we are in the draft phase already. Nocturne and Poppy being banned by SK Gaming, and an early Lee Sin ban. Putting respect on Skeen's Lee Sin, he has been a big player of that in solo queue throughout the years. So
I think as well, he just sits up there with Jarvan in terms of S-tier junglers for me, right? Like, they can fit into pretty much any composition, they give you good early skirmishing, and they have utility, at least in team fights later on. So I think Lee and Jarvan kind of sit near the top of the jungler priority list. Lock, the next ban from SK, who chose red side after Giant X were given right of first selection, and they chose second pick. So we're going to have SK on the red side having first pick, but you know, it's always confusing.
Some champions to track right now is the Camille, the Shen, the Leona, and the Casio. I think the Casio is very strong. Now, GX did choose red side, or second pick this game, I mean. So they won't get the Casio flex on second pick, but it will be SK taking it away. Very strong laner, can go top, mid, and AD should you want. I've seen some games from Wunder on it in solo queue, so you never know.
Also works well into those junglers or champions that want to dash around a lot because of the miasma, so it can be used not as a pure counter to the Jarvan or the Camille, but something that means if they're in, they're in. There's no escape for them because the miasma comes down. Syndra Vi are the locks for Giant X. Already a heavy amount of burst coming out from that composition. And on the other side, SK will look towards that jungler we've been talking about. It's the J4.
Yes, this is a blocking Shen picked away from Mickx. I think Mickx is a great Shen player. Obviously, Wunder can't play it, but I expect it to go bot lane. And now, they're kind of asking GX, how much do you want the Camille? Sure, Camille is OP, but do you want to take a bad matchup just to get the Camille? Because if you pick the Camille yourself on free here, you get countered by the Leona or the Shen, and you're not going to really have a good time.
I mean, you've already been countered, really.
Yeah.
I think if you pick Camille into Jarvan, Casio, Shen, you're asking to lose, or asking to at least have a very weak
It's a bold
game.
choice. Let's just call it that.
Would be very bold. Rel instead the option here for Jun, something he's very comfortable on.
And I'm excited to see Jun back and engage. He played Enchanters almost all of spring. Didn't really feel like GX loved having Jun as their Enchanter player. Now, Isma and Jun both have engaged tools, which we love to see. We love to see playmakers with tools to make plays. It's that simple. And I think Jun is going to be able to walk around the map quite fine. I do assume we're going to match the Syndra into the Casio. So SK will now have to show soon where the Casio is going. And then GX obviously can take their decision.
I mean, SK do... Oh, yeah, because SK have first pick, yes.
Yeah.
It's the sides of it.
Yeah, it's still confusing.
Giant X have counter pick on the blue side with the Vayne banned away and the Akali removed. Giants now have their last ban of this phase. We saw an Akali top yesterday, can also have Akali in the bot lane at the moment.
Yeah. Orianna's still up and available, so you could consider picking it on 4 here for GX as they are the 4th pick. Will not really break the flex, because Syndra and Orianna
they can
both go in both roles. And with the Akali and the LeBlanc ban, that's kind of where I'm thinking they're going. It's obviously one of the stronger champions in the game, and it's a bit surprising to see it drop this far down in the draft. SK might not even care though, because they have the Jarvan. They have a lot of lockdown should they lock in the Orianna, and I don't think they care too much, or they would have banned it already.
Yeah, one of the main weaknesses of Orianna is her low mobility, right? She doesn't have a dash. Yes, you can pull people out of their own dashes with something like a shockwave, but you are very susceptible to a level 3 gank into repeats after your flash has been blown, and with how much supports can be out on the map, Mickey can just constantly go mid, go mid, go mid, go mid on the Shen to really isolate you. But instead of that, Giants are going to look for an AP top laner.
By Rumble, a classic. This is really telling me that they really value the Syndra into the Cassio matchup. They want to make sure they can put that Syndra to Cassio no matter what. So they're telling Oscar, you're blind picking Rumble here. You're going to be super good follow-up engage. But we really want to give last pick to whoever is going to counter-pick the opposing side. And Wunder now gonna have to choose his answer into this Rumble well. Gnar is a fine answer into the Rumble, is losing the lane early. You really want that Phage and that Mercury fight, so you have a lot of movement speed. You can kind of kite around those harpoons, that's when you can start winning that matchup.
Because I was thinking Galio as a possible answer here. You already have some dive in the Jarvan, Galio there with the hero's entrance. Also, Wunder does like his Gragas, which can out-sustain the Rumble, because you go in, you belly bop him, you walk away, Drunken Rage, get your heals, you know, you're fine.
Yeah, I think Gragas and Galio is more defensive picks into Rumble. It's like, okay, I'm going to hold on this lane, I'm going to go even, I'm just going to chill, I'm going to be useful in team fights. Gnar, I think, is a little bit more aggressive from Wunder. Maybe it wants to shut him down in lane, because you can really start winning that matchup if you play well mechanically. You dodge 2 harpoons, you get those hyper stacks going and get a big Gnar engage. As the Corki is the pick here for Joppa. And looks like, I will assume the Cassio is going mid and the Corki will go bot. You know, you never know in this meta.
I mean, I think it makes the most sense to go that way. It is Joppa's second most played across the course of his career, although he hasn't won too much on it, only a 40% win rate. Lucian, the answer from Giants.
Yeah, so let's wrap this comps up, okay? GX, engage, engage, engage. You have Rel, Vi, Rumble. You want to find squishy targets and engage onto them and just lock them down under the equalizer. Meanwhile, SK, they have pretty strong lanes. They have the Corki into Lucian, which should be winning early. You have the Cassio into the Syndra, which has push early. But if they don't really get a lane lead from SK, I think they will be falling behind a little bit in team fights. So I really want to see what Mickey can do on the Shen early. I really want to track how he plays in this meta, because Mickey is a player I hold in very high regard, and he has the strong lanes, and I want to see him roam around the map and really snowball SK in the early game.
SK looking to play through early pressure and early priority in these lanes. For Giants, much more about waiting for the team fights. They do still have good skirmishing. Lucian obviously dashing around fights. The Rel can do a lot of work, the Vi too. But if they get to later portions of this game, I feel that they have such strong engage that it's going to be hard for SK to survive through it unless they have a substantial gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I think SK lacks a little bit of targeted CC. Sure, they have the lockdown with the Jarvan ult, the Cataclysm, and the Petrifying Gaze and the Gnar, but it's all kind of conditional. It's not very easy to just press the enemy champions and CC them.
This is why we need Classic back. Yeah. So I can play Sion Taric and I just press Taric, my opponent.
TF Pantheon, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Point and click. Much less common in the game now than it was in the good old days of Season 3 as we get onto Summoner's Rift for the first series of both of these teams' summer splits. We'll see how the changes have affected them both. Mickey looking to see if there was a start towards these Razorbeaks, but there's not going to be one. There was also the option of him looking towards top lane. If you can get the Gnar ahead, just a single Shadow Dash or something onto the Rumble, or even just an Ignite to force him a little bit low in the lane, it gives Gnar so much more pressure. And if you put a ward in the second bush in the lane as well, the Rumble then can't easily step out of minion aggro when he's trying to farm.
Yeah, Gnar just really an inch in this matchup. Yeah. He's losing slightly early, but the moment Gnar gets ahead, it's super difficult for Rumble to match him on the side then, just because how easy time he has to run him down, but Mickey goes in for Taunter Flacket already.
Yeah, Ignite onto Flacket as he's chased away. Flacket has already used the cleanse, and that Ignite does kick him down a little bit, but it's a summoner for summoner, and quite a lot of Flacket's health bar as Joppa looking to step forward. Level 2 will be easy enough for the SK bot lane to garner first because of that Fleck engine. Just have to respect A good crash down away from Jun there, as Mickey was looking for another taunt.
Yeah, we need to see Mickey be aggressive in this early game. It's super important for him to be the star to snowball this game. Shen into Rel obviously has a lot less CC in the team fights, but you have that Shadow Dash, you have that Stand United.
There we are, flash, taunt into the heel, but Blackhead has to flash away. Yopper knocked back by Jun, just out of range of a flash auto attack onto Blackhead. Good play from Mickey, good aggression. It's what we want to see.
This is exactly what we want to see. Mickey already pushing this lane matchup to the brim. Blackhead already chugged down those potions. Has the base for refillable and control ward. Not really the base you want as the AD carry.
And now because you have this pushing bot side that has pressure in the lane, Skeens can look for an invade because he knows Mickey is always going to be the first one to move here.
Job as well moving up. I think Isma doesn't respect this.
Jun stops the Hex Flash. Isma caught out by Skeens, forced away from his red. Crash down from Jun as he tries to protect his jungler. Skeens still chasing the Martial Cadence, not quite enough to get the damage down. Isma flashes away, and now Skeens continues to trade. Blackhead left to his own devices underneath the tower. Should be okay here.
It's fine. They're just going to take all the camps. But look, this is the early aggression we talked about, Medic. And the early aggression that SK needed to bring this game. When you draft like this, you can't just sit idle and wait for the game to play out. You need to take it in your own hands. Mickey basing now. Let's see where he opens from the base, because there's so many options now. He doesn't really need to go bot here. He could go top if he wants, he can go mid if he wants. He can also use go bot and keep snowballing, because Blackhead has no sums.
It's kind of a... You have too much choice as a support
choice
in this
paralysis.
moment. It's choice paralysis. Obviously, Mickey not paralyzed. He's running down towards the bottom side. But the idea is, if I go top, I can perhaps get Wonder enough of a lead in the lane that he can take over from top side.
Yeah.
If I go mid, can I force Jackie's flash to allow an easier gank for Skeens later on? But if I go bot, I can actually continue to snowball the lead that we've begun to garner in this bottom side.
Yeah, and look at this. Now, Isma has to go top because he has no camps bot side because of an invade. Now, the wave is pushing out bot for Blackhead and Jun, and they have to respect this Jarvan gank. They have no summoners. They don't know really where he is. Looks like Skeens is just going to recall as Isma is going to try to find something here, but it might be a matched jungler situation, as you see Skeens opening up here.
Just a control ward going down from Isma and the warding trinket. A steal of the Krugs would be greedy. It looks like he's just going to Vault Breaker away. Gets the vision on Skeens. He's an item down, or a component down in the Ruby Crystal. So in the end, Isma wastes a tiny bit of time, but will be back towards his Gromp, and then his Wolves respawn.
I think the thought process was he wanted to go in and steal Jarvan's top side because he was bot side, but Skeens actually skipped his Wolves to just be there in case he did that play. So very good read by Skeens. Will not clear out the ward, sadly. So GX at least has full information on what's happening right now from the SK team.
Which will help their bot lane a lot. It means that Blackhead can step up a little bit more safely. Jun can do the same. Blackhead without that flash is a sitting duck. If we see SK actually putting more pressure down towards this bottom side. Now he's going to have his cleanse back up. It means he can get away from one form of CC. But if there's a Jarvan and a Shen, that's two forms of CC, so you can only escape one of them.
That's really no bueno. Mickey has the Hex Dash, so we know how creative he can be with the usage of that rune. But Joppa hasn't based for a long time, so
hasn't based at all.
So. Yeah, never has based. So I think he's happy to go back and get a nice buy. And we would imagine that the Corki will have a big item lead coming back from base here. Obviously, you have to buy the tier, which delays your stats a little bit.
In terms of combat items, they're relatively similar. It's a longsword and a Ruby Crystal to a double longsword out of Blackhead, but both of them getting the refillables as well. While we have a moment, I do want to talk about how SK's weekend has been going, because Wonder had a very nice time. He bought 3 boxes of Riftbound, and he opened a signature cannon. So the question that comes up in my mind is, has Wonder used up all of SK's luck?
That's a lot of luck.
Yeah, that is a
That's
huge
actually crazy.
amount of
He
luck.
got the cannon.
He got the signature one as well. I couldn't find the PNG in time to have the signature on it, but it's one of the rarest cards in the game, guys. I don't think you understand how unlikely it is to open a signature.
Yeah, well, they're also getting a good Gnar onto Oscarina there, knocks him away from the wave, gets the push out.
He's got magic hands.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. As the first rate goes over to SK, this bot lane pressure, making it pretty easy for them to secure that. We do see Jun out on the map, pathing up towards this top side. The red buff invade seems to be the name of the game right now, as another control ward comes down. Giant littering this top side with vision of their own.
Yeah, looks like they might want to make a pick onto Skeens, but I don't think Skeens needs to go up here just yet. Looks like he's going to sync up with Mickey first.
Goes for the Scuttle Crab, I think.
And yeah, I think as long as Skeens and Mickey play together, they are stronger in the 2v2, in the support jungle still. And I think they're quite happy dropping the top side, assuming they can get this dive onto Blackhead. Because Blackhead is just farming bot here while this is happening. It's just a straight up win for GX.
Yeah. It's also interesting because I understand the idea of taking away contestable objectives in the form of the Scuttle Crab as Slowq looks for the miasma. Flash in, taunt from Mickey. There's the Petrifying Gaze as well. Jackie's able to dodge away from the Sun. Flag and Drag Schemes puts the short one down as Jackie's almost burning. Slowq flashes and gets the Twin Fangs. Isma will answer with one of his own as here comes the Cataclysm from Schemes. That Scuttle Crab getting him the level 6. There's no escape for the Vi as Mickey claims his first of the game.
Yeah, no flash on Isma. He's just a sitting duck when he walks into the Cataclysm. What a nice fight there. Mickey once again being the initiator of this plays. And I'm going to bring it back again because Mickey needs to make things happen in the early game. The way this draft works is so much weight on his shoulders, and right now he's carrying that burden fantastically. As Oscar wants to deny this blue buff.
He does manage to do it. Schemes has used the flag, still has the flash. Wonder on his way across.
Be careful there, though. He can't go too deep.
Schemes is going to flash. Oscar quite deep, but he has support from Jun and Jackie's. And the double J's will save him any blushes of overextending.
Yeah, I mean, good play by Oscar. Early steel caps will be nice. Because on Rumble, the most important stat is movement speed. You just need to be able to space with your Flame Spitter. Make sure you can get the most amount of ticks as possible. So he's able to run Schemes down there as he's walking around bare feet in the river with the piggies out.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. Can't run away from that. Okay, let's watch this again. Mickey, taunt flash. I thought this was a little bit sketchy because Jackie's does have flash, but Jackie's really holds the flash for a long time. Does end up getting hit by the Casio Q, and I think it's a little bit greedy by him. If he flashes that Casio Q, I think he's just out just fine. But also good punish here. It's not really about the kill. I think Mickey just really wanted to get the flash from Jackie's. That was his main goal, so then can then repeat gank with the Jarvan. But hey, if you get a kill, that's a bonus. You take those.
I mean, you get a 2-for-1, and now Jackie's doesn't have flash, and Isma doesn't have flash. So you have a lot of opportunities as Wonder lands the wallop and the Gnar. Turns into the mini. Here. You can try and chase a little bit, but
hit by 2 harpoons.
Yeah, it doesn't have a huge amount of damage yet either with just the No Magic Mantle and the Ruby Crystal. Grubs have been begun by Giant X as they try and find something on the map. They'll get all 3 of them. Isma happy enough to claim that neutral, but SK definitely in the ascendancy in this early game. Yoppa, who although we haven't looked at bot that much recently because Mickey's been out on the map, he's got an 800 gold lead because of how scared Flackett's had to be in this lane, how forced out he has been.
He's chilling completely, and it is from the early aggression that they showed, pushing him back, denying that wave. When you have a level lead on AD carry, you see level 7 Corki to level 6 Lucian. It's just so difficult because all AD carries have are their auto attacks. So it turns out base stats are pretty OP when you're an AD carry.
It is funny as well that you say all AD carries have their auto attacks because that's generally true. I'll say Corki and Lucian tend to be AD carries a little bit more caster focused, but their auto attacks obviously a large proportion of their damage overall. Mickey now 6. Has that stand united. Next Drake up in 80 seconds. Expect to see a fight over that for SK. And I do like this as well. It's something we talked about a little bit yesterday, Jack Spectre and I and you on the analyst desk. Stacking Drakes as a team when you are not sure that you can out-mechanic your opponents or out-map move your opponents. Early Dragons getting to 2 or to 3 gives you such a narrow win con. It's such an easy win con to play to, because it's not now, you have other options, right? But you have, it's so easy to say, okay, we've stacked a couple of Drakes, now they have to fight us. And it makes it so much simpler for you as a team to coordinate as they look for a play towards mid. Shadow Dash down onto Jun, who uses the heal. Good scatter the weak, lands a double stun. Jun forced to crash away.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. Dragons are just a simplifier of the game. Yeah. In a game with so many variables that League of Legends is, removing most of those variables and making it as simple as possible is one of the best ways to win games. And usually you have that option, do we dive bot, do we take dragon? And taking the dragon is like the 90% safe play, while diving bot is a 10% risky play. It really would be a good team to make use of that gold if you get a dive off. But
it's also why we used to have press R comps.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, if you don't know how to play the game to the caliber that you want to play the game, just build a composition that all presses are on one character.
That's what GX just did, Medic.
Exactly, and it works. And that's not me trying to poo-poo these teams or poo-poo these drafts, right? I think it is a very good strategy to make sure that you always have an option to win the game.
Yeah.
And for SK, a lot of that option has come through Mickey through this early game. A 1,500 gold lead as the Dragon has spawned, and Schemes is out on his way towards it with the Sundered Sky complete.
I will say I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't get any repeat gank onto Jackie's. I think losing his flash like that should have been a punish more from Schemes and Mickey, you know, with the Stand United Cataclysm combo. So has that flash up and available.
Thought goes in, flag and drag as well. Knocked back from the Dragon, gets him out of scatter the weak and cease and desist. Joppa here first from the bot lane as Isma is in the back of the pit on low on HP. Jun the same as he has to flash out. And again, SK get the first Drake, force Giant X to think about playing around the next one, and because of that,
get Ismalo, force out Jun's flash.
I mean, Giant X wanted to kind of take that fight because they were 3 versus 2. That was just Skeens and Mickey in the river initially. But with the Mickey W and Skeens being so strong as he is, they just stat checked them.
There's also a moment where a Scat of the Week comes across the wall and the Dragon knockback actually knocks Skeens and Mickey out of range of the Scat of the Week. So they don't get fully stunned by it. It's a serendipitous moment for SK. As
Sixth man of SK Gaming.
Exactly.
Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got Dragon on your side, how are you going to win? It's like old school Mordekaiser. You know, just carrying it
Let's
down
not talk
the
about
lane.
old Mordekaiser. That was an amalgam of destruction. That was a crazy champion design.
For the moment, though, SK doing everything they needed to do in this early game.
Oscar, you have to be careful here.
Oh, he'll see Mickey as he comes out. There's the Shadow Dash back. Oscar in, flashes away from the Gnar. Well, manages to escape. Still has the equalizer as well to clear out the wave if he's nervous about being yanked any further.
Yeah, I think Wunder could have probably thrown out the Gnar during the taunt CC there. Was waiting a little bit for the maximum CC chain, but gives Oscar a sliver of a moment to flash out from that gank. Because now Wunder is in danger. Doesn't get a double hop.
Goes Mini, Unleash Power as well, looking for the jump away. Scat of the Week with so many orbs on the floor as Jackie's needs another dodge.
Dodge. Oh!
Good dodge from Wunder. Oh, almost dies to the force of will.
Old man still has hands.
I mean, he right-clicked back and forth, man. I will give him some credit for it, but I don't know the hands had to be that good. As Skeens comes in with a Cataclysm, and Jackie's is buried in its 4 walls.
Well, it needs to punish him when he has no flash, when he can just kill him when he has flash.
True.
Easy play there from Skeens. Nice bait by Wunder. It really the Mercs being such a big value item this game. Against the Rumble, against the Syndra, against the Rel, you see how comfortable he is navigating these skirmishes. And it's a solid gold lead brewing for SK. 3k gold and 2 dragons up. It's looking very good for SK Gaming.
Yeah. And again, it's a lot on a character we haven't really talked about. Like, Yopper, through this early game, got a small lead and now is 1.2k ahead because he's been given plates on the bot side and he's managed to get about a 5-wave CS difference between him and Flacken.
I mean, this is the problem with roaming supports, right? Because you can't really help your AD carry get back into the game if you have to match enemy support. He's just sitting there, losing 1v1 by himself, kind of like a top laner. You know, top lane becomes really volatile. If you fall behind top lane, it's super difficult to play the game. Right now, AD carry is kind of the same thing, because you're just alone down there, you don't have any help, and you're just stuck fending for yourself while the supports play a different game.
Very much a 1v1 lane now as Slowq is in a 2v1. Puts the Myers, but Damage Season Assist comes out. Petrifying Gaze only lands the 1 stun, but Stand United coming out from Mickey immediately turns it around. Skeens on his way up as well. No Cataclysm, but enough damage to force Giant X to back away. And SK with good reactions there. Mickey again, fast on the trigger with the Stand United.
I mean, we talked about Mickey so much already, but you have to, in a game like this, with so much on his mind, as Skeens.
I mean, especially when you think about the fact that Mickey went to SK with this idea of a roster in mind.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, we need to get leader in, we need to build this roster, it needs to work. And it didn't. And now Mickey coming into Summer, made a change. They brought Slowq into the mid lane, and he's taking more of that weight on himself, it seems, to carry through this early game.
Yeah, and what I really like is that I think SK last split was very one-dimensional. Every single move went mid. Gonna make sure Mickey's fine. You know how Mickey likes to die. Every single move in SK Gaming went mid. Every single jungle timer went mid. Now you can see how much they've changed towards Summer.
Yeah.
They really focused on Skeens, going into the enemy jungle, setting up lanes, putting pressure on the enemy jungle with those lane leads, because Mickey is a fantastic laner in Europe, and he gets these lane prios, but I feel like last split, he used them all to go mid, and they didn't really get much out of it.
Yeah, you can see on the side, Leader had more jungle proximity and more support proximity through the early game than the LEC average. And it just didn't pay off too much for them. Here, Slowq has had some attention around him. He's got about a 300 gold lead, nothing too substantial, but Mickey's been much more unleashed on the map. As Giant X make a good play towards the bottom side, they are trading a top lane tower, at least some plates to Slowq for this, but they make sure that SK, if they do stay around, will die. Mickey has to flash away. It's only going to be a couple of plates, it seems, for Slowq, and should be a full tower over to Giant X.
And it's a classic play. When you get free grubs, make the map smaller.
Yeah.
If you have free grubs, you hit towers way faster than enemy team. So if you can just rotate one of your laners into another lane and just start hitting that tower, going at it, you are killing it so fast. It's textbook play, and I think GX is trading some gold back. You know, that gold lead was 3k 1 minute or 2 minutes ago, now it's 2k. GX slowly crawling the way back into the game. And it is a worrying trend for SK, because you need to keep the foot on the gas. GX team fights this game, their engage, their damage is dangerous. You can't just allow them to scale up, because they will win those team fights later on.
especially now that Oscar has finished his Leandries, Jackie's has the Blackfire Torch, Blackhead has the Essence Reaver. In terms of singular item spikes, it's actually pretty even between these two teams. Joppa caught out as the Flash, away from the Unleashed Power and the Force of Will. Rift Herald was secured for SK, but they give up all priority towards this Dragon. It would have been their third of the game. With Joppa flashing away, SK do not want to contest this, and Giant X will happily take that prize.
I mean, this was a trade from SK that they chose. They could have recalled, be first on the Dragon, but they really wanted this Rift Herald. So now they really got to make sure they get some leverage out of this Rift Herald. You see already Wunder opening behind Slowkey on the side lane. They want to make an aggressive play topside as Skeens.
Cataclysm down onto Oscar in him, but you can see immediately Isma's coming across, and Skeens is the one that has to flash away. Oscar had no flash. Wonder now trying to keep Oscar in away from his turret, which will fall to a couple of auto attacks out of Wonder. The tower in mid lane going down as well. So SK do get two of those big objectives out of this. Joppa having to back away. No flash on him, remember, as Giant X now have the inside track towards this mid lane tower.
Yeah, his overload on the top side does give them a 2-tower lead in that play. But now it is GX turn to make a play. You see already all GX members walking into the top side of SK Gaming, looking for this red buff right here. Slowq does not have the teleport, so I think SK has to be really careful here. This is not their jungle. This is not their time to fight. This is not their time to make a play, so they have to concede.
I think you just have to give that one up, right? There's too many people on this side of the map. Mickey here trying to protect Wonder, who's about to go Mega Gnar. Now sees there's 4 members of Giant X in the vicinity.
I think they can hold this though. Wonder is so close to Mega. I think it's really difficult to this for GX. They're trying very desperately though.
Equalizer down. Bolt Breaker, Flash Magnus Storm. They're diving onto Wonder. Cease and desist there for the follow-up, and they get one out of it. Mickey unable to find anyone with a taunt as well as Giant X finding 2 great kills on the top side with a 5-man dive.
I mean, sure, you get 2 kills, but look at the rest of the map. Casio pushing in bot, Joppa and Skeens pushing down mid. They committed everything for this. They didn't even have a wave to play on. They sent 5-man, adamant that Wunder and Mickey had to go down. But in the end, I still think SK might come out of that play on top of gold.
And they get a charge from the Rift Node on mid-inhib as well. Top lane tower about to fall to Oscar in, and he's the only one with the gold lead now for Giant X. About 600 gold ahead, but Joppa continues to keep that 1.5k advantage over Blackhead in that AD carry role.
Yeah, now Joppa picked up the mana immune. You know how strong Corki is on that 2-item spike, especially when he gets that more mana. The burst that this champion can do is unfathomable. As Wunder is now the only one with a disadvantage, but let's look at this, because Wunder clears out the wave, and I think here, I thought the play was over here. I thought Wunder would just walk out together with Mickey, but GX commits to the bit, which I respect. Mickey tries to dash out of the Rel ult, but gets cancelled with the Shadow Dash. Doesn't get his W down in time, so he doesn't really block a lot of damage here. I think maybe if Wunder and Mickey split up more and didn't clump up there under the tower together, maybe they could have outplayed it, but still.
I also understand wanting to stand on the tower at that point, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it for
Mickey,
sure.
Can you walk away from the safety of this tower that auto attacks people? As Jackie's now needs to walk away. Standing 90 coming in, looking for the taunt. Scatter the weak. We'll get the slow on both of them.
Really well played by Jackie's, honestly. He played that fantastically. Flashed out of the Jarvan ult and then kept his Scatter the weak until Mickey arrived to instantly deny that Shadow Dash follow-up. So will just be a flash from him, but still, thanks to that flash against a comp like this is still very scary. Cataclysm around 80-second cooldown at this point in the game will be up and available for many more times to attack Jackie's on the side lane.
Will they punish that flash? SK didn't do it earlier, but still have a lot of opportunities to as Skeen steps in here. Oscar in around the corner. They don't know that Isma's waiting. Slowq has to flash away. TP's coming out from SK as Mickey joins the fight. Oscar in and goes over here. They got a Magnet Storm. It's big. A good gnar from Wonder. Petrifying Gates coming out as well as Joppa begins to open up, and he's going to get cut down by the Unleashed Power, forced out of it. Wonder still trying to chase Oscar in, who somehow is still alive. A 1-for-1 exchange so far with Isma and Mickey falling. Blackhead able to get to the blast gun. Wonder trying to flash over the scatter, but still slowed up by it. In the end, just a 1-for-1 in the SK jungle.
Ooh, that looked really scary for GX, but the fact that Wunder came out in Mega form with that TP was super crucial. I think if he's not Mega when the TP is in there, the fight would look very different. But let's rewatch this again. Slowq gets caught by Isma, but the Equalizer doesn't really connect to anyone. Sure, Slowq is a little bit damaged, but look at this Gnar when he comes in, really sells the play for SK. They pick up an easy kill on Isma and then kites out. I think Wunder tried to get a little bit too much here, flashes in, but still a good defense by SK from an aggressive attempt from GX.
Yeah, that flash at the end. That
was a little bit sketch one.
SK setting up around what would be their third Dragon and Soul point. Cloud Soul this game, which would help them a ton. The ability for Jarvan and Shen to engage with Cloud Soul is a lot bigger than it is without the Cloud Soul.
I will say we've kind of reached the point now where GX is starting to outscale SK in the team fights.
Sure.
With the Rumble, with the Rel, with the Vi. It's so easy to land all this damage if the Equalizer connects well. And SK really has to navigate this river very well.
It's a Baron Rush.
Let's see. They're thinking about it. They're just putting down a pink for now.
Okay. It looked like they were just going to try and immediately exchange it. Instead, they're going to get some vision down, get the pink down, not fight SK over this Drake. Play for the mid lane tower and for plates at least off top lane.
GX not confident enough yet to go for the 5-on-5 fights. Getting that early Dragon really gave them 5 more minutes to scale up and really get their comp online. All those big ultimates, Cease and Assist, Equalizer, Magnet Storm, all those spells are so dangerous for GX, for SK. And it's going to be in 5 minutes now when that game-deciding fight's going to happen.
It's a big one-punch comp, isn't it, right? This is Saitama to a T. Giant X just looking to assassinate Slowku or Yoppa really in the fight. If they get one of those down, it becomes so much easier for them because they do have consistent DPS alongside that initial punch, right? Lucian dashing around the fight. Syndra's cooldowns will come back off for a second cycle. Oscar in as well with the Flame Spitter and with auto attacks when you're overheated can do a huge amount of work. The gold lead decreased to about 1,000 in advantage for SK. Culling onto Yoppa forces him away from the tower, and this will be a tier 1 for Giant X. Equalizes the turret score, with them having taken a tier 2 on top side and SK having taken a tier 2 in mid.
Let's see this next 4 minutes, because I think what decides a good team is not really how they play around Dragon, it's how they play between Dragons. What do you do with all your downtime? How do you actually do good things while nothing is up on the map?
You change the channel on Netflix, goes to the next episode, play an incremental game. I like Hooky Clicker.
Okay.
Those count? Or
Yeah.
what would you be doing in your downtime?
And I think what's really important is to play the flip-flop of warding. So you see already GX put down a lot of wards in the bot side of SK. And now when they put those wards down, they insta go back to base and open to the other side. So while Mickey is clearing out these wards, they're already putting new ones up here, controlling the vision of both sides of the map. And if you mess up that rotation, if you don't base in time, if you don't open the other side fast enough, that's when SK can get back into the game. SK now kind of has to do the same thing. They want to go deep here, put down wards here, here, and here. And
Okay,
then
I'm just going to say, man, like, good drawing. We have a mini-map zoom function.
Whoa!
So let's use that. If
that's huge, Medic. That's massive,
you just
actually.
like do little swirls on top of each other, man. It was like the Milky Way. As both teams just playing around mid lane prio for now. Still 3 minutes on the Drake, but Baron's still a possibility for either team as well.
Yeah, SK doesn't like that the topside river is so dark right now. They want to use hard force prio from it, go in there and clear that vision, but you see GX doesn't want to let go of that vision they have controlled. It's a little bit of an NA ram right now.
Hey, this is AMAM Classic.
Is
I'll
it?
have you know. Wonder was there on the original days.
I don't see any Heart of Golds, though.
Ah, true, man. I found out you can't stack Heart of Golds in AMAM Mayhem Classic. You buy one, only that one ticks up even if you buy 2 or 3 more.
Yeah.
I was just hoping to like be a farm plank, you know, bank plank.
But that's where you get your Cage's Lucky Pick, that's where you get your Average Blade, that's where you get your Philosopher's Stone. So many items, Medic, to make money. But I will say...
because you didn't get any money naturally in the past.
I will say that GX did a good job of defending their vision. Look, they really were adamant about not giving this vision up, and they were successful in that. Still lying here, pink, 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 ward, ward. They see everything that's going on right now in the jungle and the river of SK.
And part of the problem for SK is they only have 2 sweepers. Usually you'd see a 3rd sweeper, perhaps on Wonder or on Slowku. They've gone for the double fast lights on their mid lane AD carry, which is relatively common as well. But not having that 3rd sweeper does actually make it quite hard to fully deny vision if the enemy team is setting it up this well.
Yeah, if you ever wonder what a top laner wants to do in competitive, you can actually just look at their trinkets. Boom. Wunder has the yellow trinket. He wants to play on the side lane. He wants to have a ward for himself, so he can be a little more safe. But Oscar Winner on the other hand, he has a sweeper. That means he wants to group with a team, sweep down all the wards, and force the enemy team to face check him so he can get a good team fight going.
Makes a lot of sense. And right now, Wonder is playing on side lane, hovering behind Slowku. See if perhaps Oscar Winner overstepped, which he hasn't done. Oscar Winner with about 1,000 gold lead on this Rumble. And Leandri's Zhonya's complete, building up towards the Bloodletters next with that Haunting Guys in inventory. So he's going to do a lot of damage if that Equalizer sticks. Yoppa also doing quite a bit with the Hex Optics 3rd on this Corki. Blackhead just short of his Infinity Edge. If he can get that before the next Dragon fight, it would be massive for Giant X.
It's recalling right now. 45 seconds until this Dragon.
There we are.
And it looks like SK is going to struggle to walk into it. Looks like they want to maybe pressure the Baron instead. When that Dragon spawns, they don't really want to walk into the comp of Rumble, Rel, vibe, which is understandable. But instead, if they can just start the Baron themselves and then pull GX into them, now we're talking. Now we can actually get some good fights. You have Mickey on the flank, you have Wunder on the flank with the Mega Gnar. And GX realizes this. You see Flakked and Jack is hovering here a little bit, trying to get a little bit of vision back. But SK, you need to clear this pink ward, and then everything goes dark for GX.
And this is where we talked about simplifying League of Legends earlier as well. Getting the dragons doesn't only set you up for a soul point or a soul, it also sets you up for, we have 3 Drakes, you have to play around the next one, and we can play around the Baron. We can make you dance to the beat of our drum.
See, Wunder basically now has Sterix Gage in base. Probably going to keep it back in here with that big shield.
Yeah.
Might prove useful.
Drake started by SK. Yeah, they're just going to back away. The TP coming out from Wunder perhaps a little bit slower than they would have wanted, and so now Wunder has used that teleport, which weakens SK for the next time they want to try and force the objective. They're going to play back through mid. Isma pathing down towards the Drake. No vision for either team, really, on the bottom side of the map.
I think SK's bluff got called. I don't think GX thought they could actually do the Baron, and now it's once again SK that has to walk into this control that GX has.
Oh, Isma gives the game away that he's there. Didn't have to pop that Scryer's Bloom. SK now will pass down here, knowing that there's a member of Giant X in the area.
But the Rabbit's very dark. They don't see anything right
and
now.
And Mickey's not with them, so they can't put vision down because they don't have the wards coming out for Mickey. Now Mickey on the flank onto Jun. Equalizer down, skiing flashes away. Slow Q with a good petrifying gaze as Yoppa begins to open up. The Miasma down as well. Double stopwatch. Mickey and Jun fighting off towards the top side. Yoppa really putting the damage down. Stan United coming out onto Slow Q as Mickey saves him. Skeens tries to dash in. Wunder looking for the damage as well, but they can't quite get it. The Dragon already down to 1.4k smited. Giant X securing for the 4-man Gnar from the old man in the top lane. SK's luck has not run out as Isma and Flakked try and revitalize the play, but Yoppa has something else to say. A huge fight for SK.
And Wunder finds the Gnar to solidify the game. Sure, they didn't get the Dragon, but what a team fight win. Let's break this down once again. SK is trying to mark Jun, and then it kind of leaves Slowky because they're sending everything to deny this Rel entrance in this fight. And Slowky managed to be the target, has to flash out. And now Wunder forces 3 flashes with his first hop. So now what does he do? You guys don't have flashes. I'm just gonna wait until my hop is back off cooldown. Jun finds a really good Magnet Storm, but Wunder, what a Gnar, finds 4 people onto that narrow wall in the bot side river, and just patience jumps out with a slip of HP. The first jump to bait the flashes, and then they re-engage when they're all down. And the wave to boot. Oh my god.
Oh, that's classic Wunder right there. But importantly for Giant X, they did stop the soul.
They did stop the soul. But the Baron's still up and available.
Baron is up and available, as you say. No flashes on anyone but Jackie's for Giant X. SK2 are lacking that summoner spell apart from Mickey. Mickey, for most of that fight, was occupied with Jun. The equalizer, the Cataclysm down with an equalizer follow-up, but Oscar in and has no way out of the cage. And he is burnt where he stands. SK take out the enemy top, and now are looking towards the Baron once again.
And that's what happens when you play a really slow game of League of Legends. You always have your flash. The Jarvan isn't really a threat. But when an explosive fight like that happens and all the flashes are down, if you relax for just a moment and walk up, you are caught to the Jarvan Cataclysm. You need to respect that. And I think Skeens has had a quite quiet game so far, but the moment all those flashes are down, that's when it strikes and catches Oscar out guard, and it might be the Baron for SK.
Baron already down to half HP.
Look at
looking for that
flank
onto Isma, just going to try and stop him from getting into the pit here. Baron going to be secured by SK. Mickey is ceased and desists and dead because of it, but Mickey does his job and distracts Giant X for long enough for the Baron to be taken. SK should all be able to get out. They'll walk out as 3 at least. Yoppa does finish his recall with an Infinity Edge now complete on that Corki. Giant X using the fact that the resets have to come out from SK to chip away at this mid lane tower, and they should be able to raise the whole thing before SK can answer.
I don't think Mickey had to die there. I think he's just doing it for the love of the game. He's trying to deny the Vi, I get it.
He had to die, man. You have to keep the Vi away, and then if she uses ultimate, that's the whole ultimate on cooldown.
I mean, that is the good thing, right? Despite Mickey being dead, SK can still play fast on the map, knowing they have Stan United from base. Sure, they can't really put down any wards because their support is not there with them, but here they could make a really fast play with the Jarvan Cataclysm or the Gnar. Knowing that Mickey can sync up with them really fast.
There's still no culling, there's still no cease and desist, right? Like SK, as much as Mickey probably didn't need to die there, he did get 2 big ultimates out. And if SK had pulled the trigger rapidly, they would have been able to use that fact to their advantage. Those are coming back off soon, as SK have a big minion wave here on the top side to continue to push in. Meanwhile, in mid, Wonder actually the target for Giant X. Isma on the flank. Wonder, as soon as he goes mini, there's going to be a jump onto him. Vault Breaker in. Wonder with the Gnar. Only gets one stun. Leaks across the wall. Equalizer down. Blast Cone there. The Vault Breaker again. Wonder will get the Blast Cone, but we blasted back to the fountain. SK don't even take the inhibitor tower. Good play from Giant X.
Yeah, it's a sloppy setup from SK Gaming here. Mickey dying first, now might get chased down by the equalizer, or I mean the harpoons,
I mean. Slowed down with the harpoons. Shadow dashes away. Isma dives into the backline. Magnus coming out as well with the flash sequences onto the backline, and it's all going pear-shaped for SK. It's all on slow Q. He needs to take a couple, but a good stop one from Oscarinin stops the venom from seeping through his veins. And Giant X, of a Baron play for SK, just immediately bite back.
It's frustrating, Medic. You had the game, you got the Baron. You just need to do a normal setup. Play safe on mid and wait for your 4-man to force them to show under tower. Wunder gets caught out, and now GX just has the man advantage. They can just run them down here. And SK, they are relentless. They want to fight back here, but Joppa dies to the season assist that wasn't used to kill Wunder, crucially. And yeah, this is a worrying side. GX has such a strong team fight, and SK had to really snowball this game cleanly. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds, but Slowq will be late together with Joppa. Slowq obviously has a TP, but Joppa's gonna have to run there himself.
Yeah, I don't think they are fighting this, man. It's possible.
Time is not on your side this game. You really need to make sure you snowball this game, but after that throw, will be difficult.
I think it comes down to not getting the Drake on the fight, where you would have had Soul. Taking the Baron, then obviously Wonder getting caught, Mickey getting caught as you were taking the Baron. Everything just slowed up for SK. And we've talked about the scaling from Giant X. It works well for them as Wonder's going to TP in here. Still only in mini Gnar. Jun half HP, Mickey the same. Equalizer, Cataclysm down, Schemes gets the flashes out. Wonder trying to step forward, building up that Gnar bar. Isma coming back in onto Slowq, who uses his on his hourglass. Wonder trying to get to Mega Gnar, but can't get there in time as he falls. Meanwhile, in the midst of SK, there's an Isma on the Vi. Joppa needs the auto. Joppa flashes in the cannons. The missiles not enough to get the chase onto the rest of Giant X, but with SK and, well, SK's jungler is alive, Giant X's jungler is dead. This should be Soul.
I mean, that is the soul. Yeah. That is the soul for SK, and I think they felt the pressure. They felt like they need to fight now. Sure, they threw one time, but they were still strong. And I think they were really adamant about fighting this dragon, and I love how hard they committed to it. Everyone TP down bot. They didn't go for mid. Everyone sent their way through bot side to get an equal position on the dragon. And I want to just talk about his team fight again, because Wunder was an absolute maniac that fight.
Yeah, he was.
Okay,
I don't think in the best way this time.
So let's watch this. Mickey starts by going in here and blocks a lot of damage with his W, so doesn't really get as chunked as he normally would. Equalizer goes very wide. Very, very wide. Oscarina doesn't get a lot of damage here, but look at Wunder right now. Just look how... He's a mini Gnar, by the way.
Oh, okay, we're back. Out with Cataclysm, no flash on him. Slowq here for the follow-up as well, and those Twin Fangs are hurting. Petrifying Gaze stopped by the stopwatch, but Mickey's here for a taunt. And Oscarinin will still die. 420 gold blazing that rumble down. SK now can look to continue to push in. Giant X trying to react, but Blackhead is currently backing and going to pick up his last Whisper upgrade.
Second death from Oscar this game, dying to the Jarvan. They're isolated. You have to be more careful when you're playing Rumble against the Jarvan, because the moment you don't have flash, you are just a sitting duck. And I love how proactive Schemes has been. Not someone we've talked too much about, but in general, this SK, I think he has really shown a lot of good fundamentals about the game. He plays fast, he plays for his jungle lead, and he plays with his support, which is exactly what Mickey needs.
And for SK, like, scaling is one of those interesting things where it's... You can sometimes say this team definitively outscales the other team. I do think Giant X's composition in the way it works does outscale.
Yes, in a 5v5 team fight, yes.
Very much agreed, but the picks coming out from SK are great. Also, if Joppa is untouched in a fight, he does absolutely shred.
Yeah, he's also a full item.
Yeah.
He's a full item over Fracker right now. His damage is just bigger. Bigger number, better person. Right now, Joppa is absolutely damage mogging.
Slowq as well. That's the kind of thing. If they're untouched, if that one punch doesn't hit down Joppa or Slowq, they will really begin to burn through Giant X, because they don't really have a tank. You have Rel with Protoplasm Locket, which is kind of tanky. Isma has gone the traditional Vi route, which is the Guardian Angel plus damage. And then the rest of them are very squishy. If a couple of auto attacks come out with a Sheen prop from Yoppa, you are just going to melt.
Yeah. But I think another really big thing is that we talked about this teamfight comp of GX, but it also relies on them layering their damage on their CC. I think the equalizers haven't really been comboed with the Magnustorm or the Season Assist yet, and they really need to be more synchronized in this fight, because they can still win this fight.
Isma trying to get in. Bolt Breakers blocked by Mickey. Great taunt, as you say. SK will try and get out with all 5 alive this time. They manage to do it. They're going to push through the top side. Answers from Giant Exit recalls immediately. Wonder's going to reset, has TP in, well, it's actually quite a while away, probably about 20 seconds before that one's back up.
Let's see if Wonder learned from his last mistake. Is he just going to walk up mid now, or is he actually going to wait for SK to push out that side end, force them to show, and then he can step up?
I think it might be a full reset from SK.
Yeah, I think right now they're mostly going to open up here as bot, as 4 people.
Wait, before you draw. Here you go, and I'll give you a dashed arrow with a line at the end.
So SK is gonna want to get onto this wave. You see this wave that's coming out from base here? That's their target. So they go through mid. I just removed it again, medic. They go through mid.
Oh no.
That's where they all transition down here and they play on this wave, and they want to really sort of hit this tower on this wave together. And Wonder's job is just to play safe mid. Skeens goes in.
Gets the Vault Breaker out from Isma, uses Cataclysm for it.
Didn't get that much though.
Yeah, it was just acute, didn't also get too much damage down.
Isma,
Isma's Guardian Angel coming up pretty soon. Skins again. Whoa, that's a lot of damage on the jungler, and no chance for him to heal off. He has got a red buff, in a second. Not up yet, Wonder pushing through mid.
I will delay the siege of SK for 1 wave, with Skeens getting that chunked, but as you see, jungle goal is very balanced. He's healing up very fast.
Down a flag. Wonder gets the red buff. Just got mini Nas.
And now Wonder, you see they're all showing here. Now you can walk up mid and play as aggressive as you want.
Oh, never mind. Vault Breaker cease and desist. The mini Nas still there for Wonder. He manages to escape. Meanwhile, the wave not crashing on the bot side means that SK didn't quite sink it the way they would have wanted.
Yeah. As you say, Medic, they didn't sink the waves. The moment that the bot wave was dead, that's when Wunder crashed his wave mid, and they could just walk up. Gets the Cease and Desist though. That is a big cooldown used from GX, and one of their 2 main engage tools. Now all eyes on Jun. He has to find a massive engage if GX is to hold this siege.
It's spotted on vision as he walks around the corner there. Both these inhibitor towers down to about 500 HP apiece. Wonder just shepherding the cannon minion there to do the work, and that will be the inhib tower in mid gone down.
Way better from SK this time.
At the same time this time as the Magnus comes in. It's 4-man. Mickey tries to dash in with the taunt. Skeens there for the follow-up, and they manage to get 1, but Jackie's is the only one down so far as the Pedophile Gaze comes out. Flacket untouched. It's all on Wonder. Gets the Gnar, doesn't get the stun. Skeens with a flag and drag flash. Manages to catch out Flacket as Slowq survives through it all somehow. Giant X still have 3 alive. They can chase a little bit further. Season Desist coming up in 5 seconds time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Jun having to find an engage, and they actually found it was a massive Magnet Storm by Jun. And finally, they layered the equalizer on the CC. Will just be a 2 for 2 though in the favor of GX. Inhib will go down mid. Inhib still up and available bot, and his game is going to drag out for a bit longer, Medic.
We have an Elder Drake coming up pretty soon. We'll have another look at it. It's
but
a superb engage.
That engage. Miracle engage by Jun, delays the game for a little bit longer.
Watch this from Skeens as well. Flacket is really opening up. Skeens, flag and drag, flash redirect onto Flacket to make sure he catches it.
Yeah, and look how fast Slowq is with the Cloud Soul. The fact that he can just weave around, so slithering around with the speed on a Casio and navigate this fight. It looked like he was being completely went on, but he was actually able to kite it out with that Cloud Soul movement speed. Really clutch, because that fight looked like it would be very dire unless they had some really good performances from SK as well.
Elder Drake up, SK, first one's on it. Flacket just respawning, coming out of base right now, has those home guards, death guards to try and get in. Mickey, oh, Pedro gaze across the wall. Jun was unaware that there was a snake hiding in the grass, and Slowq gets the killing spree. Kalingo gets out, Skeens the equalizer down, as well as Mickey's forced away by Jackie's unleashed power use.
It's so awkward. There's no. Okay, never mind. Isma's up. Jun went down. I don't know. Did I think Rel was jungle like it's 2024 again?
It's the good old days, man.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks for SK, because now they can't actually start as Elder Dragon with Skeens being down.
The thing is, they can keep playing around it and just being like, okay, we'll get it from 21,000 down to 10. and then we'll see what we do,
Yeah,
right? Because there's super minions pushing in waves that makes it harder for Giant X to react quickly to the play.
Yeah, they can start his Elder, but they have to force a fight with it.
Yeah.
They can't let this dragon just take damage.
Just hold it.
Just hold it. But
Mickey, no
GX,
flash.
there's no pressure on GX right now. They know they can just wait for the dragon to go low. There's nothing that's going to happen here.
Mickey, Bolt Breaker, chases him down. Wonder looks for the dash across the wall. Miasma down on Jackie's, who uses the stopwatch, and Wonder is ready for the Nah! Jackie's with a good flash. Oscar in and stunned against the wall, though, as Joppa begins to open up. Dash is forward. Jun here in time to get the CC, but not to save his AD. Carry Unleashed Power. Joppa still opening up. Jun's going to fall as well as SK. Clean up the fight. They force Isma away. Joppa with a double. A dash out, a Bolt Breaker from Isma, but I'm not sure he's going to find a way to pick the lock of this game as SK are marching down mid.
I mean, drop by. The way this man is developing is just incredible. Stepping up here in the late game for SK, clutches that fight. Oscar, you can try to wave clear. You can try to clear this wave however you want to, but you will go down, and I mean, that is definitely going to be the game for SK Gaming.
So often in spring, Joppa was a shining light of this team, and here, in game one of his best of three, it is on his back, alongside Mickey, that SK find victory.
A lot of kudos to Mickey on that channel. We talked about it in the early game. Had to find those snowball games, but now we're gonna toss it straight to the analyst desk to break down that game.
It's a clean win, folks. Nothing to see here. They were in control.
Beautiful. Incredible.
From start to finish. A lot of things to be excited about for SK Gaming in that game. And as fun as it will be to talk about the absolute insanity of the mid to late game, Dagda, you've cooked up. You were looking at the early game. We got to talk a bit about jungle.
I want to look at something that was clean from the get-go, right? Because if we open up the telestrator here, basically what you'll see is there was a really good play that SK had in the early stages. Because initially what we're going to see is this great trade from Joppa and Mickey in this early game that opens up for a huge amount of play to then come through. Because they get this chunk on towards the enemy AD carry, making sure that this Lucian is going to have a bad time for Flat Kit. As maybe it's not coming up on the screen here, but does this like me? Maybe it doesn't like me.
Technology might.
Okay, either way, production,
picture.
if you can just play the clip yourselves, I can just chat over it. Oh, wait, that looks like my end. Okay, chunked. Amazing. The guy is nearly dead. You can see him here, having a bad time. The other thing that you really need to try and pay attention to on the minimap is going to be basically you have a choice here as the Jarvan. Either you can immediately move into your bot side and clear out the bot side, but knowing that Jarvan clears a little bit faster than the Vi, immediately Skeens is going to respond. He's actually going to move in here and start to contest the bottom side of the enemy jungle to make sure that Giant X and Isma can't have a good time. So we're just going to play this out and try and speed it up a little bit as we start to move through. So immediately we get into where's this invade on the bottom side, and they're just going to make Isma's life absolute hell. So immediately get onto the red buff, push out Isma, and again we see a decision from Skeens that I think was really, really smart. Because already you can see, hey look, I can go for these Krugs, also I've got the red buff that's still here. There are multiple camps that I can steal away from Isma, but basically there's a good read here from Skeens saying, I actually don't want to do this. What I immediately want to do instead is take these Krugs and immediately go back into my own jungle and make sure that I can secure them and make sure that Isma cannot go for this invade. So he ends up just clearing out his blue buff, as we see here, finishes out, resets immediately, basically reading this invade right here from Isma. Because now we're back in base, we're going to move down into this bottom side, and we're going to make sure that on the camp respawn, there's absolutely nothing that can happen in this position for Isma. So Isma hasn't gotten down on towards this bottom side really to get any of the camps that he really wants, has got the Scuttle Crab, but can't actually take any of these camps away that are on reset. And this is beautiful for two things. One, as we start to play this out, you're going to see Skeens clears it out. This immediately leads into this first dragon because, as I actually skipped past a little bit there, Flakkit has no mana. So Skeens reading that no mana was on Flakkit, knows that basically SK can go for this push on bot side and immediately then go in towards dragon. That's the one good thing, starts the dragon stacking for SK, which eventually, after the insanity, meant the thing. The second thing here as well is, because he'd managed to pick up those early camps, he actually hit 6 off this wave. So he's immediately then able to go for this big cataclysm that we're going to see in a second on towards this top side and actually win and turn the early game in favor of SK as well here because he hit that level 6. So Skeens basically off of this really smart decision making on. 1, going for the invade. 2, resetting into protecting his own camps. And 3, then getting the dragon stack in the level 6, completely blew open the early game for SK.
What I really liked that he did there was the fact that he skipped that, because he knows that GX's only win condition is Isma's crazy shenanigans. And he did that. He got controlling. He managed to match Isma throughout the whole game. And you know who was the big benefactor of that? Yopa, baby, because he was out of control. Sure, the 2v2 was great, but the fact that you know where Vi is all the time kind of propelled them into being the big monster that he was this game.
And look, he had a monstrous performance, and when we talked about how this 2v2 was expected to go, we thought it would be both supports abandoning their AD carries, instead spending almost all of their time bot lane. The first honest 2v2 we've had in a long time, but for SK, it was the winning 2v2 right off the start, and Yopa really doing well with the resources that he was given, the advantage that they built that
And that was actually my biggest worry coming into this meta, was Yopa being on these mages and not being the star carry that SK kind of needed from. Like, he was the shining light on this roster, and now again we get to see him popping off, except in the Corki still.
But here's the problem, boys.
What
is
is
as
it?
much as there is, it's not a cloud with a silver lining, it's more like a thing of silver with a lining of clouds. We gotta talk about the lining of clouds. I know that doesn't make much sense, but when you see this team fight, you'll understand, because they didn't prioritize the Drake stacking enough. They skipped that 3rd Drake, and so the game went a lot longer. You heard the casters talk about the scaling, and that led to this absolute hot mess of a beautiful, beautiful team fight.
To be honest, looking at it, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. It's just GX throwing CC left and right, no coordination, SK struggling to survive. The Magnet Storm hits everyone, but Wonder finds in the midst of all that chaos, finds this Gnar into the wall, completely turning this fight, because for GX, this was the big window to come back into this game. And honestly, props to SK, because the burden of execution is on them. They need to dodge so much engage. There's a Vi, there's a Rel, there's a Rumble, there's a Syndra, Scatter the Weak. It's not easy. So even though it looks very, very scrappy, this is best case scenario for SK, because they chose to put themselves in this position where they do have to react to all of that chaos.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, because at the start SK was like, we're throwing things at the wall to see what sticks, and then Wonder threw them at the wall, and they stuck.
Threw the opponent to the wall and they stuck. So we did see in the early game really good looks from SK. Gave too much ground for GX to come back in this game. And frankly, we're just gonna have to see how GX adapt and see if they can fire back and maybe have some of those clean early games of their own as we get ready to take a quick break. When we return, game 2, we'll see who can come out on top.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever.
Man, I would give him some credit for it, but I don't know the hands had to be that good. As Skeens comes in with a Cataclysm, and Jackie's is buried in its four wall.
Yeah, look now. I can flash in. Look it up. Flash here. Yeah. Double 10. I got one. Can I see the key, okay? Yeah. Come on. I can play. Yeah, I can play. Flash on in one. Good job. I base. I got YG. They have 1 HP, okay? Kan du sindra Sam? Okay, just keep the target. So on the sides. Nice. Go Drake. Chill out.
Solid comms overall from SK. Often you see those fights quite messy, but one's just like, okay, I can flash in. Okay.
I'm surprised no one reacted to Wunder's 4-man ult. I mean, it was completely quiet. I guess they're really focused on just clearing.
That's the thing, right? In the end, they have to be focused, Finn. They can't be like us, too excitable in the moment, you know? Perhaps you would have gone further at Worlds if you'd been a little bit more focused, a little bit less jump up and down.
That's just a kidney shot, medic. That's crazy.
Well, I've never made it to Worlds as a player, so you beat me there at least.
Let's go. That's massive.
Yes.
That's massive. That's huge, actually. Holy.
Giant with the wider first selection decided that they want to be first pick. SK chose the red side, which means we'll have Giant on blue. And they're going to ban away the Ezreal and the Lee Sin to kick us off.
SK clearly thinking that Camille is very OP when Shen is out of the game, which I think is a valid read. Banning out the strongest just power picks right now, Camille, Locke. I think another one that comes to mind could be the Jace as well, if you want to take it out. It's kind of that third champion that I think is in that rank right now. Meanwhile, GX...
Nocturne, if you want to get rid of Nocturne.
Nocturne as well, definitely possible. Meanwhile, GX more targeting the counter picks. You have the Akali to kind of set up for the Orianna potentially. You have the Estral just to drop a fantastic Estral, and the Lee Sin is kind of a target ban. But it will be the Victor actually looking, not the Orianna.
I'm surprised because I think you just give Ori knockover immediately, right? And I think if SK want to play Ori Noct, that's a pretty solid combination
I
to
will
start
say
off.
SK's Orinok last split.
Sure, SK last split, dude, okay? They didn't make playoffs. At some point, you have to trust that a team can play a combination that has been played for the last umpteen years.
And Orinok, very, very easy combination to pull out here. Has options to go for the Varus early pick. It's a little bit more unconventional. Obviously can be a flex into top and AD. I would expect it to go into AD. I don't know if Wunder plays Varus, but who knows? That man has surprised us today one time. He might do it again.
It is true. We haven't seen him on one of those AD carries top at all. Twisted Fate tends to be where he goes. I was going to say, well, you can pick the Varus because Orianna, you already know the enemy mid's locked in, but it's a Victor, so it could always be the enemy bot lane.
Yeah.
Giant X could go Xin Zhao and then Orianna here and still have that flexibility to put the Victor or the Ori wherever they want, but there is the Nocturne alongside the Varus, at least for SK.
Yeah, and when I see Nocturne, I want two things from a comp. I want A, either really good dive.
Yes.
People to dive in with the Nocturne so he doesn't go in and get one shot by himself.
Yep.
Or I want B, really strong side laners
Agreed.
that Nocturne can then play for in the mid to late game to make sure he's not just sitting around and doing nothing. Right now, SK has neither. They have a Varus, but thankfully they can pick 3 more champions for their comp, so I want to see where they take it. Meanwhile, the Leona, Xin Zhao lock in for GX. I think Leona has been rising in prio just because she's so strong in the 2v2s, 3v3s, just so tanky, so much CC. And the Xin Zhao, yeah, I think you just pick a jungle. Xin Zhao, that's sure.
I mean, he's also great at making space in a team fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, if the Nocturne jumps past you, Crescent Guard, the enemy team is all knocked back away from you, and the Nocturne is then isolated. Alistair, the answer to the Leona. This is old school League of Legends right here, is something we used to see quite a lot of. We'll move on into the second phase with likely AD carry and support and jungle pick for SK, and on the other side, support, jungle, and
who knows?
Probably bot lane.
Who knows?
We're seeing more Victor bot than we are mid, but Jackie's plays more Victor than Blackhead.
I mean, that would also make sense why you go for the Varus if you're expecting the Victor to go bot, just because you want to match that champion with the range. You want to have some kind of poke so it doesn't just push into your tower every single wave. As we see Yon ban already, kind of signalizing an Anivia for me. Blind pick, Wunder has played a lot of Anivia previously this year. It's a champion that he enjoys, and we obviously saw what Kana can do on a Yon versus Anivia. Might be a respect ban there.
The only taken away, the Vayne also removed just because everyone hates playing into Vayne top.
Valid based, honestly.
No real surprises there. See where SK decide to go with their next bans. As you say, signaling an Anivia mid doesn't really fit either the dive or the split push that you kind of wanted from SK.
It does not. This could obviously be a Yon mid ban if there's something you're thinking about. On the side of GX, I see Vayne ban. I think about 3 champions. Gnar, Renekton, K'Sante. Gnar is out, so I'm thinking immediately to K'Sante or Renekton as a pick here for GX. They are possibly blind picking here for their top laner, so setting him up for that success in the top side, I think is important. Obviously, you could just still go Varus top into K'Sante if you want, and still make him miserable, so in the end, you might just still struggle, but that's just top lane at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can't negate every option.
Tristana, Yon ban. They're banning AD mids, actually.
Which does make sense. Tristana also very good into mage bot lanes because you can just all in on repeat.
Yeah. I guess Tristana could be a good top lane champion to Anivia as well. She does kind of struggle against people that just get onto her and do a lot of damage, which Tristana does fit that archetype, so we did see Siwu bring out the Tristana into our matchup internationally, so it's not unheard of to go into the top lane.
SK have gone through a few mages. I would be surprised if it's Lux.
They hovered it last game as well.
They did hover it last game. They chucked a Mel in there, and I think Mel would fit more in the wheelhouse of where I was thinking. It is going to be a Silas locked in.
Silas. That's a classic as well. Obviously, can go a little bit everywhere. Can go top, can go mid, can go AD carry. Against the Leona Victor, potentially, I think Silas bot is very strong. Getting that Leona ult, getting that solar flare, and then just putting it on Victor's skull, forehead, and just dashing on him is a very good combo. It's pretty easy. You're going to get a flash or a kill for sure.
It's also a good denial, right? If a Giant X wanted to go Silas mid here or Silas bot lane, and you have Chain of Corruption, Paranoia, Unbreakable Will, all to steal, those are some good options in terms of ultimates. It will be the Renekton top, as you rightly predicted, as an option, and now Giant X looking towards most likely their mid laner. Flacket is versed at least on these mages, has some Ziggs games, Seraphine games, Syndra games in the past, so it's not like Mage bot is totally out of his wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, right now GX just drafting strong laners. Victor will get push. Renekton will get push. Ryze will get push. Last game, they were the one getting pushed in early game.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I know someone that gets more pushed than anyone else in the game. No.
I mean, okay, they pick push, but SK picks push with the Mundo into the Renekton. Obviously, something Zeus brought out internationally as well. Looked really good on it. It's a fine matchup with Renekton. Still gets pushed in early game though. And I talked about Skeens needing to have options, either deep dive in fights or strong side laners. Right now, I'm not really super happy. I mean, Silas is kind of going in, can kind of play side, but it's kind of looking like a more front to back comp with the Mundo, with the Varus, you know, strong front line, 80 carry. So
it is an interesting one. It feels like Paranoia much more likely to be used as a utility tool than a dive tool.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we'll turn off the lights, we'll use the chain of corruption, we'll use the Silas jumping onto your front line and the Mundo there just to distract you in fights, rather than, hey, I can jump onto this Victor, I can isolate this Ryze, because Giant X actually have a lot of tools to stop you from doing that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you guys the win conditions for both teams here. Now on GX side, they have a very complex win condition medic. They have strong lanes, they need to make sure they can push in their lanes, play for jungle, play support, really snowball the early game and make sure they're getting value out of their lanes.
Sure.
Now, let me talk to you about SK's win condition. Mundo. It's just Mundo. Because Mundo this game is insane. If Mundo just scales up for free, they don't have the damage to kill him. There's a Ryze, Victor, Leona, Xinjiang. No one can really do the consistent damage to shut down this Mundo late game.
Yeah.
He is just a ticking time bomb right now this game. And if Wunder can just stall out the game, he will become a monster late game.
It makes sense, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
It just feels weird to be like, hey, the entire game is on whether Wunder hits level 16 or not, in essence.
I mean, it's not really that, of course, there's a lot more to it, but in the end, Wunder is a massive win condition for SK this game, and he will become a massive problem if he's not shut down early. So GX, you have the early lanes, you have the push, you have a Ryze that can roam up. They need to punish this Mundo, in my opinion, or get a significant lead on the other side, because they need to have their foot on the gas. If we're going into 20 minutes where the goal is even and the Drakes are even, I don't really favor GX this game.
I totally understand. They don't have the same front line that a Mundo can deliver, as Flackhead has gone Siphon Power first. The Q on the Victor for these trades. Jun looking for the Zenith blade, will land it. Mickey headbutts Blackhead away, and that's enough of that. But Jun with the Aftershock does get a little bit of health off Yopper on this Varus. The Varus is something we've seen from Yopper in the past, something he is pretty comfortable on. And I think Game 1 showed that what he did in spring when he was...
Whoa! Whoa!
Oh,
Mickey,
okay.
Mickey, you're so fine. That's a crazy headbutt.
Are our minds blown, I think, is the question there by Mickey, who is so fine you blown my mind. The next line of the song I was following on from you there, Finn. It's called yes-anding in improv comedy, although I'm not sure the comedy applies to me most of the time.
I'm more of a no-but kind of guy.
Okay. That explains you misliked it quite often, do you?
Yes, Theos is not activating, as SK is getting pushed in the lanes. You see Renekton with the push in the top side, you see Ryze with the push in the mid, and you see Victor with the push in the bot lane. Now, it's not a very nice feeling when you're playing a level 6 jungler and all your lanes are getting pushed in, because you are vulnerable. But looks like it's gonna be mismatched jungle pathings. It's not pathing towards the top side, and Skeen's pathing towards the bot side, so he will be able to get at least his first full clear off.
Look at where Jun is going. He's reset level 2, has Shield of Daybreak and Zenith Blade, all the CC tools you need.
Might be a top dive brewing, maybe.
I think there's a top dive brewing.
Mundo has that CC denial, but it's only one of them. If there's a Leona and a Xinjiang and a Renekton, he can only block one of those. And Ryze can also move up here, has to be careful. Let's see the top wave if Oscar Rinnan is stacking the wave correctly.
Well, there's no minions there.
Well, it doesn't look like a dive.
Well, it might just be a gank, because the wave is pushing away from Wunder.
Is he going to flash over his wall,
Is he going to call the weakness?
Because Wunder is not diveable right now. What is GX doing?
Well, okay, so Oscar is now hard shoving. Calls the weak. Wunder, I mean, anyone is diveable. The question is whether you get out alive after going for the dive.
I don't think you can crash the wave cleanly. Maybe they just ignore the wave. Oh, Wunder should have tanked those casters. You should have expected this.
One down. Jun walking in. Mickey on his way across. Flash away from the Shield of Daybreak. Wunder. The kill just in time. Oscar Winnan still gets the kill. Jun is going to tank too many tower shots. He will fall, but it's an execute. Well played all round by Giant X in the end, but now the fear from Skeens as he joins the party. Oscar in force low, good Ruthless Predator there for the Sunwind becomes lightning as well as Skeens. Tries to flash in, tries to survive, gets him with a Dustbringer. Isma will be able to dash forward with the audacious charge and make it a 2-for-1 on top side.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna wait. We finally made. E goes a little bit wide. Jack is punish trade.
Mickey, why did you pass this way? That was greedy. He will get the trample stun and then the headbutt away, but a little bit poor pathing there for Mickey. Maybe trying to distract Isma so that these Razor Beaks aren't easily contestable, but in the end, with Jun back out on the map, this should be Razor Beaks to
gone. They are so gone. Okay, nice. We talked about GX strong lanes, and at least they're very proactive. They're doing exactly what we want them to do. Now, I think that was very ambitious. I think if they have synchronized the waves a little bit better, so when they open top from the base, Oscarina already crashed the wave. Because here Wunder could have tanked the minions outside and it would be really awkward. Still, flashes, Mickey comes in with the heal, but Jun is just so tanky. Tanks 4 tower shots there in the early game and also gets executed. It's kind of a perfect situation
and
for GX.
It really feels like Skeen should get this kill on Oscar Winning, but
missed a few out attacks or something.
He uses the Shroud of Darkness without Oscar Winning using his Ruthless Predator. So the spell shield goes down and Oscar Winning just waits until it's down and then uses the Ruthless Predator. So
it's a game of chicken when you play Renekton versus Nocturne. Because if Nocturne just W's early, then the Renekton obviously stun after, like happened here. But in the end, whoever W's first kind of loses. In that situation. Or obviously, Nocturne was W before the Ruthless Predator, but he didn't want to use it too early.
Yeah, exactly. And Giant X have about a 500 gold lead. Oscar in 770 ahead in the top side. He managed to garner that advantage with a little bit of help from his friends. Isma not too far ahead because Skeen's got a counter kill. Hex Flash here from Mickey. Headbutt pulverize onto Flackhead, but that's enough of that as he has to walk away. Yopper sitting on a long sword and tear doesn't really have the DPS to dish out as of yet.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes the win condition of enemy team is just Mundo. And sometimes you just go top and you kill Mundo, and the game is easy. Maybe that's what GX is thinking. I think they're definitely aware of the threat that Wunder will put on them later this game. And making sure Oscar has a strong lane, a good lane state is very important for them. Because the moment the Renekton falls behind to Mundo, he is... he's getting turned into shoes or something.
Yeah,
he doesn't really have a point
little
anymore on the map.
shoes, crying those crocodile tears. The risk for Oscar Winner now is he doesn't have flash.
If
he ever uses his slice aggressively, he might be hurt. You can see Wunder trying to bait him in a little bit here. So
I think Oscar reads it. You see how Wunder is walking up. He knows that Wunder knows that he's winning this all in. So
Pulverize, Flackhead caught out with a piercing arrow, stunned down from the gravity field, and now Mickey, there's the Zenith Blade follow-up. Mickey has nowhere near enough tenacity to survive the damage that comes out of Jun and Flackhead.
That was an oopsie. Yeah, I mean, a very ambitious combo in from Mickey there, just gets punished. It's so difficult to combo in against Leona just because she can just run you down. If you, in the past, you could go face rush in this matchup and just combo in, run out, and kind of get away from Leona, but when it's now Storm Raider Surge, you don't do the damage to get that threshold on Alistar.
I'm playing Storm Surge Alistar with Storm Raider Surge, so I can get the damage and run away. First Drake of the game goes over to Giant X, and this early game snowball that we wanted to see from them is definitely coming to full effect. Skeen 6 now, though. Skeen 6 is important, the paranoia an option. Jun going up towards the top side, opening up to make sure Oscarin is safe, crashing this wave in. Slowq abscond abduct, lands the combo onto Jackie's. Mickey no flash. The headbutt pulverizer has to be flashed away by Jackie's.
Yeah, nice trade by Slowq. And my eyes really are on this first paranoia. Because I feel like when you play Nocturne, when you play Shen, when you play even GP2 away, that first, or Carthus, that first R really sets the pace of the game. If that first R doesn't get anything, the cooldown is so long that your champion just kind of fades into irrelevance in a way. So that first paranoia by Skeens is super, super important that it finds something.
The question is where he goes with it as well. Because ganking Wunder makes sense, right? If Wunder is your win condition, or at least getting him to a point where he's tanky enough to survive is your win condition, making sure that he is in that position is solid, right? But you could also say, well, Wunder's falling behind. He can lose gracefully. Let's get Yopper ahead. Let's get Slowq ahead.
And Wunder is a perfect plan B right now. But as you say, I think SK also needs a plan A. And I think, to me, that is Drop or Slowq. I think Slowq, this is the game for him to really shine. He has so many options now. Has that Solar Flare he can play with in teamfights, or the Crescent Guard. Silas.
You really fight this if you're SK. Mickey's looking Realm Warp. They're going to try and chase in. Paranoia out. Slowq unable to get there in time. Yopper having to flash. Mickey with a good headbutt pulverize, but Yopper is the key target. Now Skeens in the middle of 3 members of Giant X. Isma puts down the Crescent Guard. A great abscond abduct in from Slowq, but he's not there in time. Crescent Guard comes out from him as well. He hijacks it away. He tries to hijack Oscar in his life, but Oscar flashes. Mickey still finds him. Now Slowq caught out by 3 of Giant X, and Yopper all on his lonesome. Almost kills Isma, but Isma heals just in time for Giant X to totally clean up the fight.
Not the paranoia what you want at SK, I'm sorry to tell you. As Wunder getting poked by Flathead.
He's still got ult. He's
still got ult. So I'm thinking if we could maybe look for an all in there. But yeah, we talked about the first paranoia being so important. This is not the fight you want. You start at 3v4 while Slowky was so far away. He was not in this fight when you decide to step in. Mickey,
I mean, it's a great call on this Realm Warp. Immediately saying, okay, Slowq's coming, let's just fight.
Yeah, because when you go 3-1, if you just engage on the 3, the 1 is so far away. I also think here, maybe Slowky could have taken the Solar Flare instead of the Crescent Guard, gone a little bit deeper. Skeens doesn't end up going down, but the stun from Jun completely denies the one-shot on the Isma. He's able to flash out and makes this fight a little bit awkward as Mickey has to follow us go in just to get that kill.
It's actually a great shooter daybreak, right? Because otherwise Slowq is on top of Isma, kills him immediately, and then you can start following up with the rest of the fight.
And then he will use Crescent Guard as well, and it would be super difficult for GX to turn on him. So
really
very clutch by Jun. Yeah, super clutch by Jun in that fight. And also highlighting why Leona is such a power pick in our league right now. It's just simple.
Yeah.
You press Q, you press enemy champion, good.
Good. Well done. Press E towards enemy champion.
Even better.
Press R on enemy champion.
God, now it's good, yes. Amazing.
And if it misses, still slow. Still slow, still nice.
Yeah, not too shabby. Now Jun getting that banana bush control. Jack is pushing out mid. You see this push from GX has been a constant this game. Pushing top, pushing mid, pushing bot. This is the problem with the draft that I think SK kind of put together. They don't really have somewhere to play for. You have this Nocturne that you pick really early, but where does he go? Like, sure, you can roam everything to mid, but nothing has really happened in that Silas lane. You haven't seen any tandem roams from Skeens and Mickey into Slowq's lane. You haven't seen any ganks bot onto Flacket force his flash. It's just been a slow early game, and it feels like SK don't really have any options right now.
I mean, it's been slow for SK. It's been quick for Giant X.
Giant X is doing fantastic.
2,500 gold ahead. They're in prime position to close this one out. It's what we expected and needed from them in the draft. For SK, this scaling is going to take some time to get there. Right now, the scales they're worried about are those on that Crocodilian in the top lane. 1.2k ahead is Oscar in black. Cleaver complete for him to start things off. Looks like Wunder is going towards either the Heartsteel or the Warmogs.
You can't base here. You need to stay in defender AD carry. Because the dive is brewing. The paranoia is here, but they might even turn onto Skeens. If he walks up here, he might be the target. Flacket moving down on the Victor. Slowq is really far away, spotted out by the Duskbringer.
Mickey, still only level 5, needs this wave to hit that level 6, needs another minion. Solar Flare going down, there's Paranoia follow-up. Mickey looking for the knockoff, but Yopper still just isolated from the team. Jun tanks it well, Isma will die. 2 for 1 so far as Flacket takes a tower shot. Slowq on the chase. Slash available. Slowq needs to find Flacket, but Flacket still has a flash of his own, and because he is not in range.
He's fighting in the top lane here. All for all traded between the Mundo and Renekton. Wunder still scaling up, but what I like about GX is that they're very aggressive, and I like when they draft for being very aggressive.
Yeah.
Sometimes this happens.
Yeah,
Sometimes this happens when you're diving and you don't realize Nocturne can just cover the dive. You don't crash the wave fast enough so enemy mid can kind of catch up there. But in the end, I thought this was a very nice mechanical defense from SK, and I would like to watch it again if we get the chance. But for now, Jack is just pushing in mid, pushing in Joppa, and I want to look at Joppa. Look at Joppa now. He's going to navigate this perfectly. Solar Flare goes wide, but he Chains of Corruptions, the Xin Shao, kites downwards, and just forces all of GX to go onto him, completely leaving the rest of the team under tower. That Chains of Corruption onto Xin Shao really was the nail in the coffin there for GX during that dive.
Well, it just splits the fight, right? It's like, hey, you want to deal with the damage dealer? Come down here. You want to deal with our tanks? You have to be up on the top side. Good play all around from Yopper. Giant X, though, still in the ascendancy here. 2,000 gold ahead. They get their second dragon of the game as well. And even though there was a slight fumble on that dive, they are still in a prime position to close this one out. First items complete across the board, apart from Wunder and the supports who we'll ignore generally. Wunder has decided that his trousers are falling down way too often. Triple Giants belts for him. I think you usually only need one, but maybe because as Mundo he's gaining weight and gaining size, he needs to buy ever-increasing sizes to make sure
I don't know what is hiding in those trousers, but it might be very heavy.
That's true, actually.
Considering the amount of belts he's picking up right now.
He's got his keys in there, he's got his phone, he's got his business files.
Yes. His gym card as well.
That's heavy. Gym cards are exceptionally heavy in this day and age. He's one of those corporate people that, you know, it's like, hey, I have this really fancy gym membership. Do I ever go? No, because I'm always working. But I do have the membership.
Or he's playing paddle at the breaks.
Oh,
Sorry, you're British. Padel?
Padel. No, I say paddle. I don't
Oh, you say paddle?
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
normal.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's, Padel was an accent, I guess, but solar flare down. There's the slow. Flacker tries to put the gravity well down, but doesn't find it. Yeah, the paddle is an interesting one. It's a strange sport overall.
It's pretty fun.
It is quite fun.
But I couldn't see myself doing it often, you know? Like, I'll play a game and I'll say, oh, I enjoy that, and then I'll never play it again.
It just feels like slightly less exertion tennis.
Yes.
Which is good, I guess, right? People play table tennis, and that's much less exertion tennis.
Yeah. It's just a low barrier of entry, I think. You can pick up a paddle and you can have a good time
As
very
opposed
easily.
to golf, which has a high barrier to entry, which is the traditional businessman's sport, right?
Yes.
Oh, Slow Q here, going to get dived. Dominus coming out from Oscar as they look for the chase. Slow Q steals away the Dominus himself, but Oscar tanky enough to tank that well. After a long time, Giant X picking up a lot of gold on the map right now.
Yeah, well, we talked about paddle. I think Giant X control over the game just expands. Look at the vision they have been putting down here in the enemy jungle. They just know everything that's happening, and Slow Q kind of gambling. Okay, do I drop a wave or do I just hope they're not here, go catch the wave, and then maybe get dove? In the end, he chose the aggressive route, tried to get the wave, but gets punished for it, and now Giant X snowballing, just getting further and further ahead. 4K gold up at 15 minutes. It's a very lovely place to be in, but now Jackis has the paranoia.
Yeah, TP out from Slow Q as well. They look for the fear hit to stop the Realm Warp, but it doesn't come off in time. Realm Warp just in time there from Jackie's, gets him out of dodge.
Good reaction there by Jackis. Realm Warps out. Doesn't get punished.
It would have been a lot of gold over to Slow Q or to Skeens as well, because he's got that 243 gold bounty. You'd be getting almost just over half a K for SK, which would have got them back into the game a little bit. Right now, Giant X continuing to control the map. Mickey taking away that blue. Uses the heal. Knockback Chain of Corruption going wide as well. Black is still stepping up straight into the face of Yopper, who only has the Yumu's Ghostblade complete. Slow Q forced away from the tower on the bot side as Giant X continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, and just to bring it back, what we talked about right after the Champions League medic.
Paddle.
No. We talked about for Giant X, they had strong lanes and they needed a snowball, and my god, they've done just that. Really nice early game by Giant X so far. 16 minutes into the game, 4K gold up, every single player on the map is ahead. Now, what we talked when it came to SK, we talked about Mundo. Mundo is not having a good time right now. 1.8K gold down onto this Renekton. Gonna need a lot of time. Mickey tries to find something here, gets stunned.
His positioning is really greedy, Mickey.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the two sides of the coin that is Mickey, right?
Yes.
Sometimes he has a game like he did in the Shen, where he's everywhere making every play. And sometimes he has a game like he's having right now, where some of the plays are really good.
Yeah.
But because he's constantly looking for them, when his team falls behind and when he falls behind, it can seem a bit in when he's stepping up like that.
Definitely. I think when I look at these two teams, I think I've decided that the early winning lanes are quite OP against two teams that only know one mode, and that is pushing forward. I think they're quite similar in that way. GX and SK is that they really like to be proactive and make early aggressive plays.
Yeah.
And when you're starting a team like SK is this game, or you don't have the tools to do that, sometimes you fall behind a little bit too much and the game becomes hard to play. Now SK's game is not over just yet. They still have options. They still have a Silas on the side lane and Joppa with a Chain of Corruption. Joppa is only 100 gold behind, so he's pretty even with Blackhead right now. Could be the hero that SK needs, as he has been many, many times throughout this year.
Yeah, the problem is the map becomes smaller and smaller for SK as Giant X have more of these towers down. Ripteld has been taken as well. Isma has that in his pocket, can use that for the mid lane prior. As they jump on the jump, but see how little damage there is. Immediate TP into the Zenith blade. Slowscoot's going to steal away the Realm Warp. Mickey caught in the slow of the Solar Flare. Isma dashing across the wall. Mickey trying to get into the edge of the Realm Warp, but can't get close enough. As Giant X all collapse and manage to pick up the kill. This will be their sole point for them as well. And SK unlikely to contest. Chain of Corruption going wide. Arcane Storm down. Paranoia. They're diving onto Blackhead, forced to flash and use the heal to get away. Jun topping up his health bar. As with the Rift Herald down, this charge should be another turret over to Giant X.
Pretty cocky by Blackhead to walk up there against the Varus. If that Chain of Corruption lands, he's just dead there, but manages to dodge it with his feet and gets out with just his flash. Still, kill for GX, Dragon for GX. Clock is ticking. Sorry, not Dragon for GX. They haven't actually taken it yet.
Isma's going for it now.
Yeah.
But there were resets coming out from Jun and from Flackhead. Isma is just going to do this by himself.
Wonder has TP. Could get down here, get down and dirty with it, but Skeeves is basing. I think they're giving this Dragon.
Yep.
Really trying to fight the next one, because time is still on SK's side, but it's going to need a lot of it to really get activated into this game. And Slowq has really struggled, I think, to find an impact this game. Now up against Renekton on side is not a fun matchup to be in.
I think he's going to struggle even more now as the chase comes in. TP from Wonder, though, as Slowq with that dominance stolen away. The Solar Flare used as well. Oscar in trading onto Mickey, who's so low immediately. Wonder in the middle of 4, tries to flash away. Maximum dosage ticking on him for that heal. Jackie's forces Yopper out towards the top side as Wonder falls now. And yeah, SK look to make a play. And immediately the reactions from Giant X were enough to win it out. They just have too much gold, really, in their pockets. They have too big of a crocodile. Rise is too big. Skeens is going in with the paranoia. This is a choice, and not a good one.
Gonna let that marinate for a bit.
Yeah.
Desperation from SK so far. I don't think anything is really...
It was shit, man. That was a really bad ultimate. It's not even desperate. Like, what is he ulting for? Is he looking for a Gromp? Did he try to steal away the... You know Giant X is there!
Yeah, let me break it down. Okay, let's just start with this. Slowq, you're playing side against Renekton. Renekton is mega fed. You cannot W into Renekton. The moment you W into Renekton, you are in his melee range, and he will just gobble you up. You know, Mundo tries to come in here, but I think he's getting a little bit downsized this game. Doesn't really have the funds to attack this crocodile in this moment. And it's just tough for SK Gaming right now because they really want to fight. You see on SK, it's not like they're backing down. They want to make things happen.
Oh yeah, no. We're not gonna show it.
We're gonna evade that one for now. We're gonna put that one on hold.
Skeen's just proving your point that he always wants to take a fight.
We'll circle back on Monday on that, man.
Okay, yeah. Needs to have a strongly worded email between it.
A very passive-aggressive note in the hallway.
Like, hey, please don't do that again. 7,000 gold lead for Giant X. This is looking much more like their spring performance than what we saw in Game 1 against SK. Remember, Giant X finished 4th in playoffs, only falling behind M4, KC, and G2.
And I will say Oscar Winnan, he really said he wanted to play strong side. And this game, getting that dive up early top, really snowballing his game on his Renekton. I think he's doing a good job so far on this game in this matchup.
Very much being on the strong side, and now he's chasing Wonder out. Maximum dosage exchange for the Dominus. Oscar in with more damage over the prolonged fight as Wonder tries to walk back towards the minion wave. Oscar flashes for it, has the Phil Fury. Ruthless Predator for the stun, slices, dices, and dissects the Dr. Mundo.
I've only had one more belt.
Oh yeah, that would do it.
I think one more belt would have made a trick there for Wonder, but yeah, does end up going down to the Renekton. And solo kill for Oscar in his second game. Looking good. I don't know how much I can try to paint you the picture that SK will come back this game, because frankly, it's almost an Herculean task for them to come back in this game. Every single lane is losing. Jack is
gets the flash away.
Did
he die to the Deathfire touch? No, not quite.
He calculated that perfectly.
Oh, 100%, yeah. The locket used afterwards just to get rid of some of the burn rather than
he knew the damage threshold now. Good realm warp into Baron. A little bit of Baron pickup here for GX. And now the big question here for me, Medic, is can GX do a proper Baron setup that SK couldn't do first game in their first attempt?
I mean, at the moment it's looking solid. Jun there as the body blocker for Skeens. Oscar in and chasing Slowq away towards the top side. Jun looking for the Zenith. They couldn't find it. Slowq has to flash away from the croc as Skeens tries to get in. Mickey knocks him back. Control ward in the back of the pit. Paranoia out.
Wait, Isma flashed out.
Isma did flash out, but the Baron's still healthy enough. But for now, in the middle of the Crescent Guard, never mind. Never mind. Everyone can throw. Giant X from 7k ahead, make an awful Baron call, but Mickey donates one back. A Solar Flare stolen away by Slowq as Wonder begins to step up, and now Black is dead, and the upper begins to open up. Oscar in slicing through them with the Dominus is healing up. Hit with a piercing arrow, Slowq takes the bounty. Oh, it's all gone sideways, and that picture that you wanted to paint becomes paint by numbers as Giant X just walk themselves into death.
The jungle is dark and full of terrors in the Game of Thrones. And here Isma just absolutely sense it. Why? It starts with Oscar in here on the top side chasing out Slowq, but here Isma just he sees the angle, goes super deep. But then he's just completely isolated here. I don't know what the thought process was, but here GX is like, okay, our jungle is down, maybe we can salvage this fight. We're still like 7k gold up, but look at the Solar Flare by Slowq. Finds a massive stun and slow. And I think if Slowq actually manages to get this last Abducton onto Jackie's, it might be a wipe and a Baron for GX. That's connected.
Expecting the side set from Jackie's. Jackie's does a good job trading back, and you can see how low. Yeah, Giotto. I know that reaction right there. That was poor. It will be sold for Giant X. Chem sold for them. It's good. It's not the most impactful soul in the world, as Mickey did have Smite and was looking to blast going in and smite that away.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Well, it answered my question. Can GX execute a clean Baron play? And the answer so far has been no. Mickey,
how many cows have had to die in this game?
This is a very exquisite flank stake, Medic. You wouldn't get it.
I forgot about the flank stake. You're 100% right, man. The marbling on this from Mickey.
God,
oh,
Fat is just rendered now. Is it TPing up?
He's hex flashing. He's trying to hex flash underneath the tower to execute, but Jackie just walks up to him. Man, that was raw.
Yeah.
It was not great.
That was blue. As Isma, hungry for crab.
There's enough animals in this game. We can make a whole smorgasbord of delectable deliciousness. As now with a man advantage, Giant X will go for another Baron.
Yeah.
This time it's Jun and Oscar in it. Put to the job of distracting and Oscar in failed his slice over the wall. Oscar in into Chain of Corruption. The damage coming out of Slowku is not enough. Oscar's down. Paranoia being used as
Medic, that's not
Giant X just train how to do Barons! Oh, Mickey's going to get the knockback onto Isma, the Baron, the target for SK. SK will steal it under Giant X's very noses. Okay. We put them in the Baron Gulag and they train it until next week, okay?
I mean, I don't know what's about that little alcove, that little corridor, but GX just can't help themselves the moment they walk into it. First it was Isma, this time it was Oscarinen, and they just go way too deep. Oscarinen fails the dice over the wall. Just look at this, okay, Oscar.
He fails the slice.
That's an oopsie.
I mean,
that's an oopsie.
He's had a really good game.
So far.
And one oopsie should not define him.
Absolutely not.
But these two successive Baron oopsies are defining Giant X right now.
Yeah, and we talked about GX win condition, strong lanes, snowball. The snowball, it's melted. Right now, it's completely melted. It's gravel everywhere. There's a shard of glass in there somewhere that someone dropped. It's horrible. Meanwhile, SK's win condition, Mundo, is still going strong. I think he needs one more item.
I think he needs one single stack on his Heartsteel. Yeah. And then I'll be happy.
A good clank.
Then he's scaled. He needs one clank. Because Heartsteel with 0 stacks at 26 minutes is not something you too often see.
It does scale with bonus HP though, so it will eventually,
as it buys more
HP, it will still give bigger stacks. But Joppa now, 3 items on the Varus, has once again been the shining light for SK. I think his damage in all these team fights have been massive. He's been super clutch with the Chains of Corruptions. He's been just doing his job fantastically into this mage bot lane, which everyone says is unplayable into.
It's definitely not.
He's
definitely played okay.
80 carries are definitely.
I do want to give credit to Slowku as well. His first performances here on the LEC stage. Game 1 on the Casio had a really solid performance. Here on the Silas, very slow start. Did have some struggles, but the hijacked ultimates in the last couple of fights have been fight-defining. That Solar Flare in the first Baron fight really did change things.
I'm really happy he's going towards Solar Flare more and more now. I think in the early Crescent Guards didn't really find a mark, but now...
Well, this time a Crescent Guard might be better. Round walk forward from Jackie's. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't hit, and Slowku is able to dash away with the Rocket Belt and the Abscond Abduct. The rest of SK on their way across. Giant X have lost 5k in the last couple of minutes, and they're going to lose a little bit more. Solar Flare down onto Skeens, but Jun having to flash away here. Skeens falling low as Oscar in tries to get onto Yoppa. The exhaust down is there for the chase. Never mind, it's SK's turn to throw it all away. Should have been practicing their paddle, and instead they were practicing some baseball with those throws. Giant X find 2. This Baron entirely delayed by those couple of picks, meaning that SK only get about 1,000 gold out of that Baron play.
I mean, I respect trying to pick someone off. I respect going for the aggressive play.
Sure.
But there are better targets than the Protoplasm Harness, Leona with Chemtech Soul.
Would you say Mundo is a better target? Because right now, that's what Giant X are trying to do. And Wonder, without many resistances, is already down to half HP. Hasn't used the maximum dosage, now pops it as he tries to get away, gets a single clank, 48 stacks from the Heartsteel. Slowku steals away the Dominus, forces Oscar to slice out.
Elder is up in 130, Medic.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna rewatch what fight is this fight? Okay, so they're sending everything onto Leona, and I understand that they think she's caught out of position, but she's so tanky. That's why I hate Leona. The W, the Protoplasm, And the Chemtech sword as well, just denying so much damage. And now Oscarinen, he's still a threat. I know he ended last fight, but he's still a threat. He's ahead, he's strong, and if you overcommit on a tank, GX can and will punish you for it. So good punish there by GX, and over-eager from SK.
And now the goalie back to 4K. As Giant X2 start to set up around where the Elder will spawn, this bottom side river. Don't have vision there yet. Jun on his way out on the map. Double control wards and those 4 stacks on his Celestial opposition. SK still looking for a good engage. They have flashes across the board. Lacking on Yoppa and Wonder, but the important targets, Mickey and Slowq have theirs to find those engages. Jackie's has the Actualizer complete and almost a Rabadon's though. Like if he is left untouched in a fight, he can absolutely machine gun rise through you.
Yeah, Jackie's has to be the target. Wonder now has picked up the Spirit Visage, but I don't think it's going to save him from Jackie's when he's this fed. SK wants to go for bot lane here. You see them pinging the wave on the map, trying to go like this so they can actually get some kind of entrance here. Because if they go here, they have to walk through this entire control. But GX is here to deny them from that. They don't want to give them a single lane of entry.
A little greedy from Slowq trying to catch this wave as high up as he is, but he does have the Crescent Guard. Chainmailed Laces gives him a little bit of a shield. Jackie hits him with an overload. Wonder's pushing through mid, yeah.
I think if SK can stall this a little bit, force them to start Baron and just push in the waves, slowly get more and more space in this river, get a few pings down. Wonder now, TPing in. It's going to be the front line for the team so they can step up and maybe get a miracle contest on this Elder.
Giant X might just be looking for mid-tier 1 though. You can see Blackhead is there, pushing in that wave. Elder pulled up towards the top side, will reset as gets impatient.
Man has Realm Warp on Jackie. There's a lot of things he can do with that. Mundo is now pushing out bot lane.
As he loves to do.
With the team.
Comes across. Everyone within touching distance of each other. The poke from Yoppa doing a little bit of work as the Elder Drake is started by Giant X and now taken over by SK. In the mid lane, Jackie's continues to push. Mickey and Slowq are looking for Jackie's and now have been separated from the rest of the team, and Jun can just look for the engage. Slowq walks straight into it. Crescent Guard used this to Solar Flies, then to play it forward as well. Oscarinen dives onto Yoppa and he needs skis to keep him safe. Oscarinen going forward, Slowq with a flash, Abscond abduct. Oscarinen falling low and he's going to be the first to pull the fight. Meanwhile, Mickey keeping the rest of Giant X occupied. Jackie's still untouched, Blackhead still untouched, but Slowq wants to change that. Mickey with a knockback onto Isma, gravity field down, Slowq dashes out of it. Meanwhile, the re-engage, Crescent Guard from Isma dives onto Slowq. Jackie's dominating, Jackie's still full health, full mana, able to open up in the fight. Wonder going to try and chase Jun out. Hits him with a Bone Cleaver. The rest of SK are resetting.
It's just a 1-for-1 medic, it's such a tense situation. GX thinks they've caught out Slowq there, but I think Slowq bought so much time there. Stalling.
This is where the Crescent Guard is a good ultimate to have.
Just look at the Crescent Guard from Slowq. It feels like there's 2 carries just going at him, just pumping all damage they have into him. And he blocks all of it, and then it's Oscar getting caught there by the Paranoia and Joppa, trying to catch up the AD carry, but doesn't have the damage to do it by himself when Skins is there to peel. And here Slowq thought he could accelerate the play, but going in here, you have the Sonyas, but you still just get rooted by the Rise. And despite Jackie's that fight, he still has so much damage, he can just kill Slowq.
Giant X are just immediately going to the Baron here, thinking that SK will go for the Elder. The Baron a better buff in terms of pushing power, but the Elder obviously gives you that combat damage. There's the Baron going down, the Elder only at 1.5k. Oscarinen trying to get into TP out from Slowq as he looks for the flank. The Realm Warp forward as Jackie's and Blackhead are trying to get closer to this.
But
Isma was not in the Realm Warp. 7k on the Elder. Dominus going in as they look for the damage. The Elder down to 2k. It's secured by Mickey! Mickey gets it, and now SK really needs to take the fight. Wonder trying to be on that front line. No maximum dose for him. Doesn't have the ultimate Crescent Guard coming out from Isma as well as he is able to walk away. A 1-for-0 exchange in favor of SK. They get the Elder. The Baron goes over to Giant X.
Oh my god, Observers, I need to see.
Did he have Smite?
Did Isma miss the
He missed the Realm Warp.
He was not in that fight. If he was there 5 seconds earlier, he would be there for the 50-50.
But we don't see the start of it.
It may be Smite. Mickey does have Smite here, and I think SK with a fantastic call out, Smite the Elder together, wins the Smite fight. Isma is not there just yet. Slowq with the Crescent Guard knocks him away from the Dragon. But
and this point is well done from Giant X. They use the Crescent Guard to disengage the fight. They make sure they're not losing more, because against an Elder, combat is impossible most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you lose that Elder, you have to run out. And the fact that they can do that so synchronized together, make sure all 5 members get out safe, is very nice executed. But now Joppa has 4.5 items, is getting towards his 5th. The game is stalling out.
I mean, it's on SK. SK really want to force the tempo over these next couple of minutes, at least take a tier 2. Pushing into Baron is difficult. Wonder level 19, when becomes Lightning will chase him down. Wonder trying to trade onto Isma, who does have the Crescent Guard back. Dominus out from Oscar with it. Maximum dose used by Wonder as he tries to walk out of this one. Meanwhile, SK are pushing through bot side, but they don't have a mid-wave. Solar Flare gets the slow onto Wonder once again as he tries to flash away, but he won't escape the clutches of Giant X, and he doesn't have the damage to utilize that Elder. GX put 4 on the top side and give up bot side tier 2.
Yeah, that's 3 heart steal stacks.
True.
We take those. We take those.
287 now. This guy is farming.
Yeah.
Farming the clonks.
A little bit greedy there by the Mundo. I think he's a little bit overzealous. I do question his buy of the Swifties a little bit. Sometimes when you play Mundo, it's so comfortable to just buy Swifties because you don't need the tenacity, because you can just have that passive that just denies the CC. But against a team comp like GX right now that has so much CC, so much magic damage, I think that should have been a Merc there so you could just walk out when they commit all of them on him.
Literally every single player on Giant X has a way to proc that passive.
Yeah.
Like, Mundo is not going where he pleases.
No,
So, like,
he's going a little bit contained.
Yeah, and Wonder though still scaling up, level 19 on the Mundo. He's in a solid position. Looks like he's going towards the Overlord's Bloodmail next to get that extra physical damage or attack damage.
Could be Sterex as well to get that extra tenacity. Maybe he's realizing now that tenacity would be a pretty good thing to have this game. We'll see where he takes that.
Baron expires off this wave. 5 seconds left. Giant X will get a tier 2 out of it. Yoppa is pushing through topside. Giant X might continue the push in here. Mickey finishing a recall, decides against it, has the Knight Vow, but that's on Yoppa, and he's not in the fight yet. Now he recalls. He'll be back here in time. Solar Flare stolen by Slow Q. Almost called him Solo Q there for a second.
Yeah. All eyes on Yoppa for me in the next fight. If he doesn't get caught and doesn't die in the beginning of the fight, I think he can do so much. Meanwhile, on the other side for GX, it's Jackie's. So strong on this Rise right now. Rabadon, Actualizer, Blighting Jewel. He has everything he needs to just do as much damage as possible. And if he doesn't get shut down by Mickey, by Joppa, I think he will be a massive thorn in SK's side.
It really feels like those are the two that we have to keep our eyes on, that we have to be aware of.
Oh, look here, Joppa being caught out here. Wait, he's alone.
No more pin. It's Isma as he looks for the Crescent Guard. Knockback does get it only onto Mickey. Wonder's distracting the rest of Giant X. Mickey gets a knockback, and Isma deep in has that Guardian Angel. Solar Flare hits onto Jun. Isma flashing away, but Slow Q is there. The Abscond does follow up. Oscar in and now dives onto Yoppa, who cleanses away from it. Isma falling low, but Slow Q's the first to go down as Wonder begins to open up on the backside of the fight. Mickey goes down as well. SK unable to find anything out of this fight. That Chem Soul doing so much work for Giant X. Wonder will get to the blast cone and blast off to safety. But to infinity and beyond at the moment, not paying off for SK. Jackie's with the Ghost forward. Skeen's going to have to use that Shroud of Darkness, that Spell Shield, to avoid the Rune Prism, but Jackie's can just chase him down further. Oh
no, that's the worst sequence.
Cone as he hits the GA. Jackie splashes the wall, and down goes Skeens.
God, just see how much damage Jax is doing. Let's rewatch this fight, as I thought this was maddening. Skeens take the Realm of Isma takes the Realm by himself and just goes in, and his GA is procced so early. Here I thought Wunder and Mickey could just kind of stall this out, and they could just kill, but Slowkey uses the Solar Flare not on Isma, but on the backline of GX, and I think that allows him to run out here. Joppa is under so much threat from the Renekton, but I think GX damage is just way too much at this point. Jackie's every single combo just hits so hard, and despite Wunder and Mickey being tanky, they still can't contain him.
There's also so much healing for Isma off the Death Stance and the Sundered Sky with the Chem Soul. It gives you a huge amount of effective HP if you can get that first kill in a fight. The Death Stance refreshing when you do manage it. 6k now the lead for Giant X. They've been further ahead in this game. They almost had an 8,000 gold lead earlier on, and Baron, their bane, is coming up in 30 seconds spin.
We're also getting our second Elder in 40 seconds. Might be a similar situation. I want to see GX do something clever with Rise Ult, because I think these situations where Rise thrives, when the two big objectives are spawning at the same time, you can be so creative. You can play for the base, you can Realm Warp all of your team into the Baron, or you just rush that. And I think it's really hard for SK to walk in to the meat grinder that is this Rise. If Rise is there on the objective first, it's just so simple to take it. They're just going to start it on spawn.
Yep. Baron immediately begun by Giant X. Full build Rise. Jackie's has nothing left to purchase in this game. On the other side, Slowq still only sitting at 4 completed items, just finished his Void Staff. Yoppa is full, almost full build, still has that Dormant Helm. There's the Realm Warp to mid, everyone gets in it this time. The Elder not really started by SK, Yoppa's seeing.
Look at Mickey. Mickey on the flank. Is the man to watch right now, will be marked by Oscarinian. No,
Ooh,
doesn't get spotted.
Not quite. Flackett is going to be the one to step in, puts a control ward down. The Elder down to 10k. Mickey looking for that flank, Slowq looking for the same. Wonder that frontline paranoia coming out. Slowq tries to dive in, but Jackie's keeps him at bay. Mickey going forward. The Elder down to 2k. They need the smite. It's Skeens that gets it, and now Oscarinian is way too deep.
Oh
the Elder
God.
secured for SK and Giant X. All hail the retreat. The question is, can SK close the gap? A good gravity field coming out from Flackett. Wonder still on the chase. Flash! He eats the cleaver, and Jackie's, for the first time this game, is going to fall after doing so much work. The Elder has the final say. Wonder has outscaled and manages to survive the towers as well. SK with the Elder now. The question is, with 5 men strong and 50 seconds before Jackie's is back up, can they find the win?
I don't know if they can push for the win, Medic, but look at this fight. It starts with all of SK coming from these different angles, kind of corralling them, but it's the smite from Skeens. He secures his Elder, and then Oscar, he goes way too deep. They has Elder. They can just go on the rank to kill him, and no one in GX can follow. And we talked about it, Medic. We talked about SK's wing condition. It's Mundo. Here he comes. He has scaled and he throws a book at your back, and there's nowhere you can run if you're Jackie's.
I mean, Jackie's almost gets Skeens out of this. Like, he still has so much DPS. Doesn't quite find the kill, and Giant X is coaching himself, unsurprisingly. Not looking too happy with that one as Skeens dives deep. Oscarinian here in time.
Dominus used here by Oscarinian. It's not that strong without it when it doesn't have the Fury. Now, SK, can you use this objective to secure the game win? It didn't really go that well in game 1. First time we got the Baron. Now, sieging up here on the top lane. You have Varus with this Elder Dragon. Still, Giant X has Soul. They have a lot of combat stats. If they can stall out this Elder, God knows what's going to happen in the
Are we
next
going
fight.
to a third Baron, third Elder kind of situation? Yoppa here, blast cones out with the Realm Warp on the chase.
We're in Europe, Medic. Of course we are. Of course we are, baby. We're going to third Elder, I think, this game, unless someone really gets caught. Now, Skeens, you have the paranoia up quite soon.
But he's at Wolves, dude. Like, he's not coming anywhere near this.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to end now, but this is really where you can actually make use of that ultimate with people pushing out on side waves, catching people before the objective spawns, getting vision numb, getting flashes. You need to make yourself useful in these pause between the objectives.
Yeah, Elder expiring in 15 seconds, as is the Baron. Giant X have lost 3,000 gold off this Baron. And I just want to remind everyone, they were 7,000 gold ahead. They then fell to only being 3,000 gold ahead. Then they became 6,000 gold ahead.
They were back, yeah.
And now they're only 1,000 gold ahead. Giant X have lost more gold in this game than a lot of supports get in an entire match of League of Legends. Look at that! What it was!
What a beautiful
It's like a Tour
skyline.
de France stage.
What a beautiful
you know?
skyline.
Who's the king of the Alps? That's the question. At the moment, things are swinging SK's way, although, as you say, now with both those big buffs expiring, the Chemtech Soul still remains on Giant X.
I mean, the game state is just completely neutralized, Medic. We have done so many things have happened in this game, but now we're staring at a completely even 42-minute game.
Who's that good for? Because earlier on we said Giant X want to get early leads and then scale through that, and they did that.
Yeah.
And then we said SK just want Mundo to be level 20 and almost full build, which he is.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it favors SK. I think they have a lot more pick, and I think Mundo right now is getting to that position where he is very problematic. If he gets onto Flackett, Flackett cannot play in these team fights.
Solar Flash, Solar Web by Slowq. That's a chain of corruption as well as they look at the Pokemon to Oscar. In this tower, still very low. As I think we were both very worried that Slowq was going to hit that Abscond.
I don't think you wanted that to hit Slowq. Jesus Christ. My heart just skipped a beat.
Nah, it's fine, mate. He has Flash, he has Teleport. He would have been okay. Yeah, Slowq, lucky there that Flackett's hitbox wasn't a little bit bigger. Next Baron up in 90 seconds. And the Elder 30 seconds after that. We sit in a state of concern for both these teams, I think, after how we've seen objectives played out.
Bliss, Medic.
Oh,
just
yeah?
Look at Joppa's items. He has 6 items full build. Meanwhile, Flackett sits on a health decrease orb thingy thing and needs large rod. So he's a bit behind now. in the damage department towards Joppa, and Joppa has really been the star for me of this SK roster. He is so good in these late game team fights, and he does so much for this team in those skirmishes. And I really, really have my eyes set onto him. His flash is back up now. Chains of Corruption has been so good for SK, and has to be the next fight as well if you are to win this game.
Very much agree. Oh, 43.5 minutes in. We approach the third Baron take of the game. Not the third Baron, because we did have that first Baron where Giant initially threw their
I don't want
lead.
to think about that Baron medic, okay?
Sure, okay.
Let's leave it in the past.
And then we approach the third Elder Drake as well, which is not something you too often get to see as a League of Legends caster. But
Well, GX, different roster, similar mid-game oopsies so far as a first impression.
SK, I will say, slightly different roster, and some similar mid-game oopsies from them. A lot of it on Yoppa. I will say, I think slowQ has had some very good moments across the series, very good moments in this game, and Yoppa now with the poke at that full 6-item Varus. If those piercing arrows hit, you can see them chip away at Giant X, but
it's a very hard game to navigate for slowQ. When you're playing a silence here and this far behind, I think it's actually Medic done a really good job of not inting. It's super easy to just int.
Like, if you go in, your Shield of Daybreak stun, Zenith Blade stun, Gravity Field, Rune Prison, knock up from the 3 Talon Strike, Crescent Guarded, and then Ruthless Predator. It's like, well, I'm just in the middle of you guys now. Hopefully the rest of my team can react in time. Oh, Black is back with the Rocket Belt.
That's just going to be Baron, I think.
Look at the poke from SK. This is one problem for Giant X, is that both their mages are relatively short range.
Yeah, right. Which one do you choose here?
The ping is Elder.
Jack is going to ult them to Baron here, though. That is one of your options. You think they're all going towards the Elder.
Can you do that if Wonder just walks across? Wonder can just walk across here, no? And you've got Paranoia from Skeens. He can do a little bit of the Elder by himself.
Yeah,
now
okay,
he
be careful, Aldo. You can't walk in too much here.
TP, Realm Walk in, Mickey with a double knock-up, Skeens with the Paranoia. They'll knock them back into Wonder. A Solar Flare is going to hit, but Yoppa, the target with the Predator Cleanse, comes out. Skeens able to kill off Jackies, and now it's all on slowQ because Yoppa is already down. SK with 4v3, but one Guardian Angel already procced. slowQ has to try and get back into the middle of this fight. Oscar is doing so much work, and Skeens goes down as well. Giant X have more damage left on the table, and they are forcing SK on the retreat. Wonder, huge heal for the maximum dosage. slowQ with a Solar Flare, but he doesn't have the damage to back it up. Wonder too tanky for them for now as he's back to full HP as all of Giant X wail on him.
Why is he not taking damage?
Well, he'll begin to now as the maximum dosage begins to time out. Mickey trying to hang flash forward, gets the knockback onto Isma, who still has the Guardian Angel. Wonder getting caught out by Jun and by Oscar, and slowQ trying to rejoin the fight. Wonder will fall in the end. And slowQ and Mickey get out.
It's not gonna end, Medic.
Wait, no, Mickey, can he switch to a smite? He's got heal Hex Splash.
Mickey, can he steal it?
No, he can't switch to a smite. So it's going to be Elder, the first of the game for Giant X, the third of the game in totality. As
that was an awkward fight. It was a very confusing fight. So
the big thing is they get on Yoppa.
Yeah, both the main characters die. It starts with Jackie's dying and Joppa dying, and then the fight just degenerates because no one can kill anyone, and the bruisers are just way too strong. Already Jack is being taken out, and now Joppa as well. And here I thought actually Mundo would do more, but the vamp here from the Renekton, from the Shinshao is just so powerful. Mundo can't go through all that healing.
It's part of the problem for slowQ as well, where if he is in there, he immediately gets CC.
It's just a meat grinder.
So he's just sitting outside being like, well, Petrus-like bursts, I guess. I'll try and chuck some chains towards you. Now, because Giant X got the Elder, SK realized, well, we can't really fight the Baron because we do not want to fight into an Elder Drake. So, for the first time this game, Giant X will have both of the game-ending buffs.
And the timer starts right now. 1 minute and 45 seconds on this Elder. What can GX get with this? Because the moment that Elder runs out, you lose that big advantage that you have in raw combat potential. They don't have the easiest way to start fights. They need to play super synchronized now. Make sure Jackies can hit, and make sure that Jun finds a good engage.
There will be at least one inhibitor. Will Giant X force for the Nexus? They'll want to end the game here. 47 minutes long already. And they'll continue to push in. Yoppa needs to stand back, get those piercing arrows down, try and clear out the wave. The cannon minions will continue to wail away on that turret. You can see the damage that they do.
No flashes on any carries. It's such a difficult position to be in.
That first Nexus tower will go down to the cannon minions. Meanwhile, the minions are pushing into the base of Giant X. Giant X, next wave.
Oscar has flash.
They'll look for the engage. Pressing guard on slow Q, hijacked away. Yopper trying to chip away at this minion wave. We have another one coming with the super. Importantly, the smite from Skeens. Wonder goes back to reset. SK have a second here as Wonder TPs in for a bit of a health shield, but now with the super minion coming in and about 40 seconds left on the Elder Drake, this could be the final push for Giant X. Wonder steps in, Jun at half HP. Yopper still looking for that chain of corruption, lands it onto Oscar in, but he heals up. Paranoia coming out as Wonder pops the maximum dosage to try and survive. Another wave on the top side. Elder about 20 seconds away from timing out, but Giant X now have 2 sets of minions to push in for this final Nexus tower. Mickey goes for the engage onto Jun, not the target you want. Trampo looking for the stun. Mickey was going to fall to the Elder Drake as the lasers begin to rain hell on SK. And try as they might, SK cannot fight back in the ending of the game. Giant X, at the umpteenth time of asking, will take us to game 3.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. GX took the scenic route towards the victory. Took us on a joyride, if anything, and they managed to claw back. I think still kudos to Jackis that game. Kudos to them to sticking together after all those throws, because that was a mess of a game.
Yeah, we're going to hand it over to Dracos. Take it away, dude. Like, what a game.
Absolutely insane game, Flackid. Quick reactions. I want to get you back to your team because that was a nail-biter. What happened? Please explain it to me.
It was disgusting. It was full puke. I think game 1, mega puke. Game 2, mega puke. Game 3, get ready for another mega puke. 50 minutes, I'm down. No one is leaving the stage here.
We're all trapped here forever, folks. Flackid, thank you. Back to your team. You heard it here first, folks. Game 1, mega puke. Game 2, mega puke. I'm going to run over back to my analysts. Gentlemen, do you agree? Mega puke seems to be the word of the day.
That game was insane. I was so convinced at the start that Giant X were like, no, we've got this in the bag. It's going to be smooth sailing. I was like, Oscar Innan's got this like massive lead in the top lane. And then it all went out the window.
Okay, so mid lane through that game, I was wondering, the big question on my mind, how many more Elders and Nashor trades will GX take before they realize they're taking the wrong trade? And I was really happy with the last one because, man, the dive on the backline, the Mundo surviving for a full whole minute, that was just absolute cinema.
Yeah, look, this is, we just want to give you the full experience. And I think no fight paints a better picture than the one where Mundo refuses to die. And you said it so well. 3 Elders, unsurprisingly, a record for LEC.
Okay, everyone keep your eyes on the Varus and the Victor, because these are the 2 people this game who are not having fun. Everyone is in a disco, everyone's just jumping, dancing left and right and center, but the Varus and the Victor were just having none of it, because after those 2 are out of this team fight, man, everyone just throwing punches left and right. It's an absolute mosh pit in the middle of the mid lane, because Elder and Nashor were finally up, and GX, well, the decision was quite easy for them when you get both of them.
Look, yeah, I mean, we're 2 words.
Look at how long he lasts.
Well, okay, look at the guys on the side. They're like, okay,
it's just, no, sometimes, like, you know, words can't really do every moment in League of Legends justice, and there are no words to describe. Never mind.
That's
Wonder
actually
never knows the words. That's great. Well, an excellent callback, production. Excellent callback. An incredibly bizarre game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think if we have to throw criticism, there's ample for both sides. But similar to game 1, where SK didn't get that 3rd Drake and it really slowed down their win, this was GX, who should have Goomba stomped their way through this game, but those Barons were diabolical.
I mean, even
mega puke.
Even I was gonna say, like, the mega puke is right, because even when you look at it, like, there was a couple of mismatches in the fight, but even the fact that Isma didn't get into that realm warp, which meant he didn't get to Elder, was an absolute mess. But so often at the back of the pit, like, Isma flashing in here with nobody able to follow up, and it's just completely on his own. Even Oscar Inham was like, nah, bro, you're on your own here. Like, nobody wanted to play this fight. They just. I don't know what the thinking was.
You would think that this was the only time that GX did it, but boy, do we have surprise for you, because they have it another time. Oscar, I have no idea why he was out of that pit in that second replay, but he was just GX, it felt like they're constantly overreaching because they're winning and they have exactly, this is the one. Because
Here we go.
again,
it's not the same replay. Believe it or not, it's a different replay.
It's different, and there's just so much pressure, and I don't understand why there's so much pressure on GX, because you're just so far ahead. It really felt like SK just has no way in, because that Mundo in both of these replays was useless level. Mundo, Mundo achieved late game after that. After the game stalled for 15 minutes, that's when Mundo became Thanos in this game. It felt like they had no business being in this game. Look at that PGP. There's just so many throws.
Man, that's a roller coaster I want to go on.
That's true. And
incredible.
please remove the damage numbers from the stats from this game because it's so much just Mundo farming for DPM. These guys are playing against ARAM Mundo and just pumping up those numbers on the side of GX. Look.
I'm just saying that Xin Zhao had about 1.5k DPM this game. As Xin Zhao.
That's insane.
That's wild.
Look, we have the draft, but I don't think the draft isn't really the story
But that's the
here.
thing, like, I like the draft. Because coming into it, I was like, oh, you know, we've got, like, hey, we're going to flack it on his own, play for Oscar, and then Oscar gets a bid league. This is where we're going to try and play. And we were all talking backstage like, oh my God, it works, the formula. It's coming together. And then
okay, that relax. Did they win?
No.
Yeah, well, we lost. They won. So technically, it was a good draft.
It is the highest damage per minute of a jungler.
That is the most Twitter
in
analysis I've
LEC
seen.
history. This is like when Zeri was printing pentakills.
Yeah.
Playing against a Mundo that's behind is printing damage numbers. Also, second highest damage per minute for a top laner in LEC history. Congratulations, Oscar in it.
Well played. See,
So,
good draft, Doc. Good
record,
draft.
we all witnessed history today, folks. It might not have been the history you wanted to witness, but it's the history we all deserve. Game 3, final thoughts, adjustments. Is there anything? We have a bit of time before we toss to break. What do we even draw attention
Okay, now I have a question for you because you're doing this thing where you're trying to make me put some stakes into the next game. But
Sure, yes.
that's
does
your
analysis
job.
matter?
My job, yes.
That is also your job.
But does analysis matter? Because it felt like it was just vibes galore for both of these teams. It was whoever wants to win more, whoever wants to have more fun. Because it made no sense. None of these plays made sense. It was entertaining. Yes, it was a mega puke, like also like Flackett said. This is the time where in Game 3, they all bring it back and they will give us some good League of Legends.
Okay. What I've learned is if we ever go to 3 Elders, none of us are good at our jobs anymore. That's what there's nothing left to hold on to. So we'll leave it at that. Flackett, a lot of words for those games. Mega Puke was the main one. We'll hope for some more positive words coming up after Game 3 as we send it to a quick break.
Jag kan läsa. Go on the Mundo now. Go on the Mundo. Standing two. Double flash. I can press. Varus is 1 HP, no sums. I standing two. Yeah.
Oscar in and slicing through them with the Dominus is healing up. Hit with a piercing arrow. Slowq takes the bounty. Oh, it's all gone sideways in that picture that you wanted to paint.
Okay, silence up.
Oh my God.
Oh, kill this fucking Varus, bro.
Oh my fucking God, this game.
What an incredible play there from
That was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the command.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you.
I mean, my main goal after leaving Roadtrips was just to make it back to the LEC. I mean, I didn't really mind like how much time would take. I just wanted to be back again. I mean, I think there's been like many moments that I've been doubting myself. I mean, I think part of my personality as well, and as well, I mean, these circumstances. But I think I still have it, and I trust myself to, to deliver.
For Game 3 of a series of League. I'm not sure we can call it League of Legends, because I didn't see much legendary stuff happening in Game 2.
I disagree. I saw so many legendary things happening.
The different definitions of legendary are messing up with me here. But it was
a beautiful game.
Beautiful is one way of describing it. In the same way an Eldritch Horror is kind of beautiful, that game was beautiful, I guess.
Yeah, it was a joyride of maximum proportions. And yeah, we're about to head into draft for Game 3. And what I've realized is that having winning lanes when these two teams play seem pretty OP.
It's kind of important.
Because both teams really want to go in, they really want to fight. And turns out if you draft stronger champions, you can do that a lot easier.
It's very true. It's very true. And some of the champions that we've talked about through this entire series are still up. Things like the Lee, the Camille, the Jace, the Orianna. All still options for both these teams. We'll see if they do go down that route. SK chose second pick as their right of first selection, and Giant X have gone on the blue side, so we have a normal draft for the first time today. We're going to get through these bans quickly and then get on into the action. Lee Sin and Ezreal are taken away by Giant X, Camille and Jace are taken away by SK.
Yes, Loki Sakala has been targeted all day. I don't know, like maybe they forgot it's not leader playing anymore in SK and they're just default banning Akali, but seems to be the draft theory of GX is just target ban. They take away Drop as Ezreal, skins Lee Sin and slow queues Akali, and just are willing to trade the OP champions. Meanwhile, the Camille and Jace is banned from SK. Oh, we got a lock!
Okay.
Let's go! That's exciting. It's the second lock, if I'm not wrong here.
You
after
are entirely correct.
It.
Yep.
And it will be Jackie's piloting it. Probably the Galio mid will be the answer into the lock, and Skeens takes the Wu Kang as his champion of choice. Now, Locke is a very, very interesting champion. The way I like to describe this mid-lane matchup is there's a pouring stream of water, and there's a very thick dam.
Okay.
And Locke wants to break through the dam, and the Galio is the dam. So if Locke is able to roam around the map, that means Galio has failed, he has not done his job. But if Galio can hold the fort, make sure Locke is contained towards that lane, he is doing good, and he wants to keep Locke away from his teammates and away from the map where he can create havoc.
It is a slightly nerfed Locke, 26.15 to touch down some of his oppressiveness, but he can really snowball away with a game. And with how Jackie's played game 2, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's feeling pretty confident in his abilities to do quite a lot of work on that Demon Slayer.
Yeah, as we see a Skarner jungle, which is still a strong champion, especially if you want to tank jungle. It's kind of the main choice, as the Ambessa is blinded
into a Volibear.
Volibear.
Okay.
Okay. We are going somewhere with this. Volibear, Wukong, Galio already. A very bruisery, melee, scrappy comp by SK. Meanwhile, GX. Is this SK's plan? They see an assassin and he's draft 5 tank champions?
Yeah, apparently. You just go full tank, man. This is how you counter it. What we need is a Tahm Kench Sai on bot lane, and we're fully set up just to never die to the assassin. Volley top, not something we see too often, I'll be honest. We've seen it a couple of times this summer.
But it's a good pick into Ambessa because he can just extend the fights quite easily against Ambessa. Ambessa before Eclipse can't really trade against the Volibear, so he has a lot of power, has really good dive threat on Ambessa when he is level 6, being able to disable the tower, has a lot of damage to snap her with a W empowerment. And we see bans going out. SK targeting Nautilus, supports. Meanwhile, GX Caitlyn already taken out.
I mean, I can understand getting rid of the Caitlyn because it is just a, hey, I have 3 meatballs in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand behind them and headshot you on repeat, right? So getting rid of something that has that amount of range alongside already having the Ezreal move makes a ton of sense. The other option I'd look to if I were SK is something like a Sivir, who just really works well when you have a lot of time in a fight to get those ricochets out.
Absolutely. I do like that. I like the Sivir Karma potentially for SK here. Banning the Nautilus and banning the Seraphine tells me they want to play an Enchanter for sure. Not going to be the Karma, but it's going to be the Lulu, which is in a similar avenue. And set yourself up to play a hyper carry already. I'm thinking Aphelios, Sivir, Jinx, Yunara as well. Many good hyper carries still up and available, and you're going to have a quite nice front line already.
Kog'Maw
Lulu.
Cog Lulu I like, it's just what you're playing into.
It's just tough to play an immobile AD carry against something like an Abessa, because you can just set up that public execution on her with the Skarner diving you in a lock. Could be scary.
That is true. The last volleyball top we saw, can you guess who it was in the LEC?
Adam?
It's Baus.
It's Baus.
Baus
Okay,
played
of course.
it in LEC Versus, obviously. Before that, we have seen Wonder on it in Worlds 2020, where he beat Suning on the pick.
Well, I also played volleyball top at Worlds 2020.
Oh, did you?
And I lost to Zoom, JDG Zoom, back in the day.
Zyra Khan, the bot lane lock here for Giant X. Yunara seems to be where SK want to go. Does give you a little bit more mobility than something like the Kog'Maw.
Yeah. So I like this draft. It's very, very clear win conditions for the team. SK, protect the Yunara. Do not let them kill your Yunara and she will carry. Boom, easy. GX, dive, dive, dive. They have the Rakan, the Ambessa, the Lock, and the Skarner that wants to go and dive the Yunara. Or meanwhile, they have the self-sufficient AD carry side that can kind of peel for herself, and she's fine being left alone. So bot lane push, bot lane gold leads are super, super important this game. It's very important for SK to make sure that Yoppa is in a good state so you can actually do damage to kill the champions of GX. And GX, you need to get your lock unlocked. Haha, funny. Because if he's just scaling up, he's gonna get, he's just gonna get outscaled this game. He needs to make fights happen, he needs to really get those kills to get started, make the snowball rolling.
Yeah, importantly for Lock, what you're trying to do is get your Purgatory down, which is your ultimate. It puts down this totem in a little AoE. Anyone that's hit by that then dies is executed, and you can then build up that execute threshold by picking up their totems.
Yeah.
So the essence is, the more kills you get in the early game, the higher the execute threshold is on Purgatory, the easier it is to assassinate Yoppa and Mickey on this Yunara-Lulu combination.
Yeah, I also think it's a pretty good setup for the Ambessa ult, to be honest, because it slows 90%. And as we all know, public execution is quite difficult to hit. And we've seen a lot of missed Ambessa ults, let's be real. Maybe the Lock setup is exactly what she needs. Obviously, it can still be flashed as we are loading into the game. I expect the Volibear to be dictating that top lane matchup early game. He really has push. And as Ambessa, you're just sitting there waiting until level 7, level 9, when you have low enough CD on your Q to kind of weave in and out with that passive dash. And in the bot lane, yeah, it's going to be about this early game push. I do expect the Lulu to push in the Rakan, though.
Agreed. Lulu just has that slight range advantage. Also, the polymorph really powerful in this matchup when the Rakan tries to jump in. You can polymorph him, you can polymorph the Xayah, and then the trade tends to be on your side. What Jun will be looking to do is use the Gleaming Quill to trade in effectively, and then use the health advantage you get from it after losing a bit of your health to then regain the health on the Xayah and Rakan.
Yeah, from the first glance, you would think that SK actually secured themselves 3 winning lanes this game. Will depend on how the mid-lane matchup goes, as Jackis already finds a really nice trade onto slow Q. I imagine it's when you get that W on Galio, get the magic damage shield, the trades will be a little bit easier. But
credit to Ismo there. First place on jungle damage per minute. All of the LEC history.
Oh wow,
1,457 damage per minute on jungle.
He was a menace in those fights.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of the damage was on the Mundo.
I mean, sure. Oscar in is the same spot, right?
Yeah.
Like second place all-time top lane did do a lot of damage to a Mundo.
They're just padding DPS ratings there.
I mean, okay, look, man, the guy plays Xin Shao. You don't often see a Xin Shao doing almost 1.5k damage a minute. And Zizma is looking towards Wonder on this top side.
Wonder. You have to be really, really careful here. You don't have the Ignite, don't have the Deep Tempo. You can't really take these trades.
Yeah, I think he's dead. I'm gonna be honest.
3 has the E.
Yeah, he'll get a shield out of this, but Isma steps to the side of it. It starts, in fact, stuns him with the Rolling Thunder. Nicely done by Wonder. I thought he'd at least have the flash. In fact, I thought it was dead, I said it. But a great stun there with the Thundering Smash, that Q, to avoid the Ishtar's impact suppression.
Bro, he gets out with the Rolling Thunder as he denies that gank.
Importantly, as we see Isma gank towards the mid lane, you can see Slowq going slightly invisible while he's affected by the ritual nails. That is just a visual bug as he flashes away from Jackie's. Anyone oh! Skeens is here, flashes with the follow-up, has the red buff, gets the kill, and this time it's the lock going invisible. I will say anyone hit by a ritual nails, that's the lock Q, can show up as slightly invisible. That is only for spectators, that's not happening in the game. So we just have to deal with the fact that sometimes champions are going to look a little bit see-through.
Yeah, and on the other hand of that, really good counter gank by Skeens. Honestly, Isma goes for the top gank, doesn't work out, goes for the mid gank, gets the flash, but he's so far behind right now. Look at Skeens' gold lead, 650 gold up. 3 camps up right now, and he's going to be able to get a really, really strong first base. Going to get some really good components there, and he can really put on the gas right now if his lanes keep pushing like they are.
Isma is also on the wrong side of the map for that Scuttle Crab. You can see he's pinged it now. Skeens has already taken the bot side Scuttle Crab. Now he's going towards his blue. Can back, get himself a tunneler, build up towards that Sundered Sky. Could even look to just go straight up towards his top side, take that Scuttle Crab, and then go for the Krugs. It looks like he is going to go for the recall. Makes more sense after getting that first blood. Get yourself some combat efficiency before you go for any further fights. SK with a strong start. We talked so much about how winning lanes and winning the early game has been pivotal in this series, and so far it's SK in the ascendancy.
Yeah, I mean, this game is going to be a bit of a decided in the dragon fights. I imagine like most of the games are. It's going to come down to can Mbessa and Lock dive this Yunara. And I think right now it's looking really good for SK. I think the fact that Wukong is so accelerated will make it really hard for GX to find these moments to unlock the lock on the map. Because right now he's just going to keep getting pushed in right now. And they can't really send people to help him get wave push. Because if Wukong is there, they just lose because he's just stronger.
Yeah, I very much agree. And Skeens is going Triforce, which makes more sense than the Sundered Sky build that I was talking about. You often see the Wukong as needing that Sheen pop in the early game. It gives you all the stats you want. Has that 600 gold lead. Yoppo and Mickey push back a little bit in this lane, but will be even on CS as they catch the 3 minions in front of them. It's only about a 50 gold difference between the two. Flacket has a good backfill on the Xayah. This is what you want. Get that BF sword to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slow early game from this point onwards. I don't really know what Volibear's job is this game.
Yeah.
He's there to win lane again. Okay, never mind. We'll talk about that.
It's a good interrupt, but there's no real follow-up CC from Giant X.
They're fine.
Slowq looks for the trade back, yeah.
Because Volibear, he's winning slightly against Mbessa, but he can't really dive the Xayah, so he will most likely be like a big bouncer, kind of trying to run around and chase the Lock in fights. Because Lock can't really do what he wants, there's an angry bear chasing him. So to me, that is really his main job when it comes to these skirmishes. Can Wunder mark the Lock? Because if he can do that, suddenly the game is really difficult for GX.
Needs to back away. Skeens could have come in for a fight here. He's going to keep Isma at bay. Isma did spot him well, so Flacket knew there was a possibility Skeens would come around the corner. Skeens not yet level 6 as well, means there's not much CC really, apart from slow out of that Yunara. And we'll see how Wunder develops on this Volibear. He's gone for the Kindle gem to start things off. There's a few different Volibear builds that go around. I expect true tank in this game, but you do have the Navoy Flicker Blades Cosmic Drive build if you just want to go for as much damage as you can.
Sure where he will take it. Could be a Dusk and Dawn. It's quite common on Volibear.
Yoppa trading in here. The heal was used by Jun to try and get away. Flacker continues to walk out. Skeens still only level 5. Good grand entrance out of Jun. And again, the lack of CC from the SK bot side means there wasn't ever really a true threat of a kill, but getting both the summoners out, getting them low on HP, means that Skeens can now set up for that trade.
Yeah, it was just to push out bot lane to get the dragon. They don't really care about the kill or not. Now Isma has the cross map, gonna go into the top side of Skeens, look for the red buff and maybe the Krugs. Wunder's gonna have to respect him a little bit, knowing that he's behind him. But still, first dragon for SK, and we keep talking about it all the time. Dragons are so... Oh, no. No.
Not ideal. So Jun stays recalling because you have the dual recall on Makan Xayah, and the hope is that Flacket can immediately jump back onto Jun after taking the Glitter Lance, but it doesn't work out that way.
He just got into Uber and closed the door. Yeah, that was crazy.
It happens, man. Flacket just, you know, Flacket just left there. It's like, hey, please come back, pick me up. Doesn't do it in the end. Jun will go up towards top lane, catch this wave to make sure that Flacker can get all of these minions without dying to the turret.
Yeah, and it's a swap from GX, an MKOI-esque swap as we like to call it, where they swap their bot lane up to top side to secure those or fight for grubs. Matched by SK. Still tempo on the side of GX now, their first top, and Oscarina is first bot, so they will get a timer here. Oscarina can choose. Does he want to push out bot and hit the tower, or does he want to move up for this potential fight?
I think Oscar wants to play. Yeah, that's what he's going to stay around for on that bottom lane. He is slowly moving through the tri-bush. Those minions do get him a plate, gets him that extra 120 gold. Now looking for a flank onto Slowq, but he's going to be spotted by Control Ward as he walks into that mid-bush. Schemes is on his way towards this top side, but Jun has quickness and Flacker has Featherstorm. So it's a very hard gank to actualize. Isma is on the grubs, Mickey now walking down towards it. I don't spot that Isma's here. Feylight not giving them enough vision for it, and Isma will be able to take one grub at least. Now Skiing's coming across. Jackie's here to join the fight as well. Double grub. And Isma Ishtals and impacts his way away.
Could just be a trade. I mean, now Wunder could have TP'd in as well, so obviously GX wants to get out of there as soon as possible. Skiing's farming up still. Is behind an XP after that early game.
I mean, taking a dragon always delays you,
yeah.
Right? And he lost his top side for that as well, so that's 2 less camps of XP for him to gain. Slowq getting a plate in the mid lane. It's a small lead for SK after that advantage that Skiing's garnered by getting first blood. He has lost about 200 of the gold lead that he had, but he's still in a strong spot overall. Good credit to Giant X for invading that top side, taking what they could. Good taunt onto Jackie's here, Justice Punch out as well, but the Winds of War won't do enough damage, and Jackie's there with the Ashen Pursuit, that grey health, just tops himself back up afterwards.
We're really waiting to see what this lock can do, because it has been banned almost every single game here in the LEC. It was played once by Caps, didn't look that great on it. And we really have to get convinced that this champion serves that ban every single game, because so far the Galio into it looks very solid.
Yes, it does. We often have champions like that where the one time it gets through is you see it a lot of Worlds, right? Yeah. Where it's like Sion, oh, he's 0-9 so far at Worlds. It's actually, well, teams just countered him really well, or the better team gave up the Sion knowing that they could find a good draft into it. I'm not saying SK are the better team here. Do think their draft works well into Lock, generally. I think it's quite hard for Jackies to have as much impact in this game as he would like if there were squishier members on the enemy team.
And I also like SK after the last game simplifying everything. SK's draft is very cookie cutter. It's a front-to-back team fight with a hyper carry. Giant X has to do a lot more gymnastics to win this game. They have to find good flanks, they have to make picks, they have to set up objectives in a correct way that they cannot just walk in with the front line in front of the carry and just hit them. Meanwhile, SK just play for Joppa and he will carry. And that seems to be the identity of this team, or where it's developing at least, because Joppa is one of the standout players. I think it has to be called out how well they've been playing.
Yeah, I very much agree. I mean, he's been the reason that SK won the first game mostly, alongside Mickey Shen, and then the second game was the reason that they were able to stay in it. As Slowq trades into Jackie's once again. The Ritual Nail is going down, Slowq goes invisible. Jackie's uses that Soul Ignition, grey health, just to heal himself back up through the trade, but Slowq already quite tanky with the Negatron Cloak complete, and the Kindle Gem not the easiest target to take down for Giant X.
Yeah, but you see his trades are now looking better and better for Jackies. Now, or he has went for the Conqueror in this matchup, which is a bit unconventional. Most people go Electrocute on the Lock just to get a big burst, but against the team comp of SK, I think the Conqueror makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of big frontliners, and it's going to be a very long extended fight. You're probably going to get value out of that. And I reckon on that Proto Belt, which I assume he's rushing, is gonna be a big. It's been a big debate. Do you go the Lich Bane or the Proto Belt on Lock? And people die on their hills. I think the Lich Bane is a little bit better just for a straight up burst, but obviously having Proto Belt turns him into a more silent SK.
So yeah, he did use the Purgatory. I guess it's a short enough cooldown that you can.
Pretty long.
Well,
we're gonna ask him about that ult. I don't know why he ulted. I'm sure he had a fantastic reasoning for ulting there, as he was under loads of threats. But so far, it's Slowq still holding the dam, making sure that Jackies can't roam wherever he wants, keeping the push even.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a 2-minute timer. There wasn't really much reason to use the Purgatory there. So, that's Jackie's ultimate down for the next minute and a half, or thereabouts. Drake now a pretty easy secure for SK if they want it, would be their second of the game.
Oh, I do think they want it. Already they're looking like hitting it. The Drop is even going to take his base while they're killing the dragon. Just a free dragon, and GX hasn't accomplished much this game so far. I don't think their team comp allows them to just sit and wait for SK, and they really need to start using their tools. They have the Skarner CC, they have Rakan ult, they have a lot of stuff they can do, but so far SK is just holding the forge, stacking dragons, playing it simple.
Wonder using the Dusk and Dawn there to get extra damage down onto Flacker with the Frenzied Maul. SK surviving the pressure. Goal lead equalized between the two teams, but 2 Drakes over to SK, and with a Cloud Soul on the horizon. It's a strong spot all round for SK. And Cloud, when you have a Wukong and a Galio and a Volibear that want to run into your opponents, can be very impactful. So I think they would have preferred something like a Hextech Drake here.
Yeah. So what's next on the line? Let's see. Wunder here is going to base and probably open up bot side here, while Galio has been taking over mid, descending the Yunara mid, and now they're putting Volibear on the side lane to establish a 1-3-1, getting the matchups they want. I don't think they want to play for Wunder. They want to make sure that first, Yunara can push and then move into the Galio lane. The Galio is always fine because you can just play the wave even and then join the fight with ult if they go on the Yunara. Everything goes through mid, and then Joppa kind of decides where they fight. So I don't think Jackis can really contest this. He's stepping up a little bit.
He's level 11. That Purgatory is back up for him as well, and Yoppa and Mickey's still squishy enough. Wild Growth, though, will help with that, obviously. The Lulu ultimate giving you that infusion of HP.
The good thing is that the Saya can kind of push against the Galio by herself. Galio obviously being full MR, can't really contest the Saya, even in the solo lane. So Blackhead doesn't need a lot of help right now, which unlocks Jun and Isma to lean towards mid lane.
He Wonder playing his match for the stun, Sky Spoiler for the shield, but Oscar Winning again just dances back to his tower.
Plate, I think. Oh, doesn't want it. Doesn't know where Skarner is.
I mean, he might get it just from being in range. Oh, no. Quite close enough. So, yeah, as you say, Isma could have been anywhere. Skeens is looking down here. Wonder trading again with Oscar Winning, but Oscar Winning's Eclipse Shield doing work. Skeens dashing across the wall. It was a big jump, but Oscar now backing away, knowing that Mickey's close by. Quickness on the top side. Flacket begins to get the autos down. Damage reduction out of slow Q. The taunt onto Flacket. There's the Feather Storm, and the Justice Punch doesn't come in time. Well dived by Giant X.
A good dive by GX. It's just a cross map. You said, or we said that Joppa decides where to go. He decided to go bot, which means his top laner won't, or his mid laner that is top won't get any help, and it's a good punish by Giant X. And finally something going their way. After a very slow early game, Flacked now getting that tower for himself, getting a kill, really accelerating is really important for Giant X.
Has the discounted Yunpals as well. With that extra attack speed and 100 gold less cost, means that he gets there a little bit sooner, and now can base and build up towards his next item. It's Navori, full Navori on that base. Flacket is very strong right now. 2 completed items on this Xayah.
2 items is quite a lot, especially hard for Wukong, because Wukong doesn't really want to dive. Another going Joppa.
Immediately dive onto Yoppa, but there's the Wild Growth, and Jackie's, even with the grey health, with a hero's entrance, there's no escape. Isma's going to get taunted, but he flashes just before the taunt comes out. That was a bit greedy there from Jackie's and from Giant X.
I mean, I think in an isolation he can for sure solo kill Joppa there, but you gotta remember there's a Ludo there. Ludo is one of the best anti-assassin enchanters in the game. Having that polymorph, having that wild growth, so much peel. And Jax is gonna have to play a lot more careful than that if he wants to actually prove to be a threat towards Joppa.
Yeah, he's both his team's deaths so far, and that's Rift Herald over to SK. That sets them up perfectly for the next minute. You can put the Rift Herald down in mid, get the charge in, then you set up for the Drake, and because of the pressure from that Rift Herald, Giant X have to respond. There's still an item advantage for Flacket, but the Ardent Sensor kind of negates that a little bit, and now that Yoppa's picked up his Runan's Hurricane, which works so well with the Yunara, actually SK in prime position to force a soul point fight.
Absolutely. And let's look at the game state right now. Yeah. We talked in the beginning of the game that it was going to be Joppa, hyper carry with a massive front line, still relevant towards SK. Now towards GX, we said it's going to be Jackie's on the lock that's going to have to prove a threat towards him, put him down in fights. I think that has changed. Yeah. Right now, it's about Flacket and Joppa. Flacket is so strong on this Xayah, 500 gold ahead right now, still growing. It's a battle between AD carries, and whoever doesn't die in the fight is going to be the victor. So we'll say that Joppa has a lot more health than Flacket. Flacket is completely by himself. But it doesn't have the Rakan.
And has Isma, if he can get in the way with a good Impale. Jackie's walks away with that Soul Ignition. Wonder was the first to move from bot side, but Oscar Winning takes up residence in this banana bush. SK now put the Rift Herald down. This is the play that we've previously talked about. Can use it as a Battle Herald, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Charging forward, looking for Oscar Winning, who tries to flash away. But here come the Stormbringers, and here comes the Featherstorm out from the Xayah, but Blackhead has nowhere to go. He's stuck in the pit, and immediately demolished by SK. They'll take the Drake, a pause.
And it's a pause. Fnatic is not here, but it's going to be a pause.
It's the right time to pause. Importantly, you pause straight after the fight has been decided. And if you think there was a problem with the fight, then we can review and see exactly what was going on. As you can see, some conversations being had with the referees, but that Rift Herald charge really, really scuppered Giant X's plans.
I mean, that's exactly how the fight goes. The AD carry that's untouched always wins in comps like this. You saw how much threat Blackhead was on there. They were sending everything towards him, and he had the ultimate, but still Gali was on him. The Wukong was on him, and drop back completely untouched. Oscar Winning goes way too far forward and gets caught, so the fight starts.
Yeah, really good fight all around from SK. I love the use of the Battle Herald. It will put them on Soul Point as well, with the Cloud very easily secured afterwards. And you can see, as we talked about for Flackhead, you have a Featherstorm, you've got a Quickness. And then after that, it's like, how do I get out of this situation? I have a Volibear underneath me, I have a Wukong underneath me, I have a Galio who didn't even have Hero's Entrance for that fight, by the way. It's still 3 seconds before it comes back off cooldown. It's basically impossible for that Xayah to survive unless Giant X have been able to assassinate the backline, actually put some damage into Yopper, so that he can't just stand behind his meatballs and do damage.
There's always a mind game here as well, because Wukong, if the Lulu is in range and he goes onto the Xayah, and he doesn't get Wild Growth, and the Xayah gets Wild Growth into Cyclone, and she has lost all her HP before she even ulted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just impossible for them. A player has claimed that they had performance issues during that last team fight. League officials are reviewing the footage right now, and we'll let you know more soon. Obviously, as soon as we get the information, we'll pass it on to you guys, but we don't want to assume, especially with performance issues. Like, we have no idea what was on the screen.
Yeah.
It's not like Hans Sommer when his monitor turned off in that one game.
That was a bit unfortunate.
It does happen from time to time.
I've had a lot of fun moments on stage with a lot of fun pauses.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I remember one time where I think Perks paused the game because he couldn't see the Banshee on the enemy team.
Yes, wasn't that... Was that a Silas he tried to hijack?
Yes,
and they had the Banshees on? Yes, I remember that.
And then we Chrono broke the game, and he just corrupted the file, so...
Oh, no.
So, I mean, still, we're the only team that has 2-0'd a team in the best of one.
Yes, I do remember that.
XL Esports, against Vitality 2022. That was a fun day.
Long time ago now.
But yeah, I think as a player in these moments, you have to stay calm. You have to just stay focused. And I think the most important thing is you have to remember where everyone is. Because you sit there, you close your eyes, you're trying to meditate. And then you realize, wait, I don't know where anyone is anymore. Always when you unpause a game, you have forgotten so much information.
Yeah.
You don't know summoners anymore unless you have them written down. You don't know who used ult, you don't know who used what, and you don't know where in Fog of War they are. A lot of that information that comes so instinctively to you when you're playing is sometimes lost during a pause.
It's true.
So that's why you often see after a pause a lot of volatility.
Yeah, I think after this pause, depending on where we restart the game from, it really changes what the outlook is, right? Because if it's just like, hey, there weren't performance issues, League officials have investigated, and we start from here, then remembering where everyone is like, well, 3 of Giant X are in the fountain, right? They're in the death chamber for now. So not as important, but you do need to reset and think about ultimates and flash timers and TP timers and all of that jazz. If SK get out of this with... the game state remaining where it was when we're paused, they're in such a strong position in this game. They're on Soul Point, 2,500 gold ahead. Their tanks are tanking, their damage dealers are damage dealing. Everything is going well.
Life is lifing for SK, absolutely. I mean, I love their draft, honestly. 3 strong lanes, hyper carry, simple. They really just picked a win draft. Like, I think the draft is so winning, it's so difficult for GX. And this is the problem with LEC. You're kind of relying on him being so OP and doing all these crazy things because you're playing LEC in scrims.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what you guys know about EU scrims, but they're pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's very explosive.
Some would say that some of the players maybe don't take the scrims as serious as they do their stage games.
It's possible.
And the scrims might degenerate a little bit and become a little bit too crazy. And turns out a champion like LEC is very strong in those kinds of games.
Yeah,
so
where you just run around getting free kills.
A very common thing that's happening is fake data. We're always talking about fake data when I was competing. And sometimes you got to be real about it. And sometimes you can't know if a champion is OP or not.
Yeah, that you can't, as we see still the footage being reviewed by league officials at the moment. And yeah, what else do you want to talk about, Finn? Because we got a moment. Oh, actually, never mind.
Paddle?
We could talk more about Paddle, but I think the AD is going to have a little bit of a conversation. I know nothing about Paddle. Something about a kitchen. There's a kitchen in Paddle, isn't there? That like the front box is called the kitchen. Anyway, AD, talk about stuff, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Medic. It's Padel. I'm kidding. I don't care. Welcome. Folks, it's never a good sign when you see us during games, and it's because we're still buying time. League officials are investigating. Obviously, it takes a bit of time. You want to be certain that you understand what is going on, what the problems are. And we'll just have to see what unfolds. But for now, we can take a look at the picks and bans. We can rehash some of the information we heard our caster friends talk about and see where we're going.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to need you to speak louder because I can only hear the casters right now. I actually can't hear you.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll take this out. Medic, we can hear you talking about the weird rubbing sound. So might want to bring it down a notch. Don't know if everyone at home can hear that too. Yeah. And if you can't, that's just a weird thing I said. Forget about it. Anyway, player claiming performance issues in the previous fight. We have to investigate. It's going to take a bit of time. I say we, I mean the league officials. It's definitely not us. So they're going to hit the VAR. They're going to see what's up, make sure the packet loss. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, be really glad that I'm not your league official. Please bring up the draft and save me from myself as I ramble. Dag to talk about something, please.
Yeah, because honestly, I was going to say it felt a little weird coming into this, like that team fight. Because again, it was kind of Oscar Innen who got caught at the start of us, and it was like, oh, okay, like you're in a decent spot where you should be able to try and win out this fight. But once more, we're kind of seeing that Giant X don't feel like they're on the same page with a lot of the fights. We saw a lot in the last game as well, where initially you'd have the Baron set up that, hey, Oscar Innen's gone too far, or Isma's gone too far, and there isn't that backup to follow. And there seems to be this consistent disconnect on Giant X between the front and back. So I don't know exactly how that fight's going to plan out now, but it's definitely, if it plays out as it has, SK are in a fantastic spot afterwards.
And already from the draft, they're just set up for having the burden of execution on themselves, because this draft is really not easy to navigate, and we already saw it in this previous team fight. If it all goes through, it's really hard because there's a lot of anti-synergy. You have them, Besen, Darakan, the LEC, who really want to dive past everything and assassinate the Zeri, but at the same time you have Wukong, Galio being able to play counter-engage. So honestly, pleasantly surprised from everything that the SK has shown me in this game. The amount of control that they have had has been surprising, because when I was looking at them leading into the split, I would really not see them as one of the teams who are able to pull off slow, controlled games, especially after the slugfest that we had in the previous two games.
Well, I mean, they've got slow Q now, so it does make a lot of sense, right? And honestly, I think he's been a player that's really impressed me today. I think he's been exceptional on a lot of the picks, and he's been in the right positions. The Silas was really good. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get it across the line in that game too, but game one, also the impact in this one now as well. Key on the Galio, like setting the lock to 0-2 coming out of the laning phase, and then he's also getting in towards some of these fights and performing well. For a first time, I think it's been great.
Yeah, I agree. And we take a look back at the fight that kind of led us into this pause, seeing these key moments here. And you can see, like, now that the Galio's had a good early game, it is so hard to play the composition, as you highlighted, Odo.
Yeah, now there's the LEC on the side who's constantly trying to find something, and he won't even get to join this fight. He's just sitting over that wall just because once the formation is broken, there is just no way for him to find any way in. We saw Dambessa trying to do this sort of pincer move from both sides, but there's just no setup from anyone else. The moment SK's team comp is standing there like a ball, 5v3, there is no way for the 3-man from GX to manage to make any sort of space, because what you want to do is you want to lure them in. The pincer comes from both sides, but by that point, they already attacked one of the flanks, and it was just impossible to play.
And I mean, look, there is obviously going to be some growing pains as he churn out two different members of your roster, right? But unfortunately, like, that disconnect on Oscar Innen has really cost him in this moment, and I think that's where I want to try and see that short up, because I expected with Oscar Innen and John both coming in from Fnatic that there would already be a bit of that innate synergy and they would be able to find those links, but that actually seems to be something that is missing a bit. And you can see there as well, as you say, like, Jackie's just wasn't in a position on the lock to go in. Like, you kind of need a moment where you can go in, lead with the ultimate, have this big burst damage, follow up with the rest of the team so you can kind of finish out some of these members nice and early. But that just isn't possible with the composition that they're against.
And GX are a team where the big splits, the big moments for them are often in those first weeks against opponents at the top of the table, right? We see them, they're talking, G2's not going to make Worlds, big statements, blah, 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 right? This feels like a very different start for the team, and now the pressure is on them to ramp up because it's a short season, right?
Exactly.
You only get a single round robin. Yes, it is best of 3, but losing to SK, a team that is fighting for the bottom of playoffs when you were so clearly 4th in the previous split, is a really, really rough start for a roster that was, yes, a gamble, but one with very high ambitions.
Exactly. Reminder for everyone, most of the time, we would have GX rocking up to those last 2 weeks of the split with a good record, with wins against the lower place teams, and then they have to face the top dogs, and that's where our criticism was coming from. But yes, this would mean a lot because the gamble already, it's very bizarre because I expected this sort of level that SK is showing from GX, being able to slow down the game and have June and Oscar be able to take over games. And we saw it in game 2. There were a lot of threats, but at the same time, I don't know, so far there's not a lot of promising stuff.
Especially when you think back to like Giant's last split, right? Like it was, hey, we have solid early games revolving around Isma and Jackie, and we're going to then spread that into looking for invades, looking for these picks in the jungle. And oftentimes it was kind of like in that setup, the 1-3-1 there, they'd overextend a little bit into the jungle, get caught. But they were improving on that as that split went on, and we're kind of starting to crest that corner. Personally, it felt like as they were getting towards the end of the split. Now, though, it feels like a complete reset. Like we're not seeing a solid 1-3-1 foundation. We're not seeing Isma and Jackie's kind of link up in the same way that we had in the past. And obviously, massive meta shifts that kind of caused that. But one of the big things we were talking about at the start of the day was Jun now being enabled to just add to the Isma and Jackie's show, like start to run around the map, try and dictate and control the pace of the game through this jungle and support. But even that synergy's gone. Like it doesn't feel like any of the parts are quite working well together for them.
I completely agree. And you know what all these pauses remind me of?
What?
A simpler era of League of Legends. So while we wait for more updates from this issue to be resolved, let's learn a bit more about League Classic. Back when the servers didn't work at all.
And you
on
had
top
7
of the
hours
pause.
Your alarm rings. No class today. You could sleep in, but then you wouldn't be able to play as much League of Legends with your friends. Your PC is getting so hot you could probably cook an egg on it. But it hasn't failed you yet. You've got pretty stable ping. Okay, there might be some spikes. But it's playable. You bought some rune pages with your allowance and spent all your IP on crit runes. Solid investment. You don't know what the meta is, but it does seem to involve buying a lot of black cleavers. You could probably do that. Your Skype group chat is arguing about who's the best EU mid.
He's just sitting on mid lane wave clearing.
Why not?
You saw the back door?
Surely we know I'm way better. Did you seriously not see my wall?
That's a perfect wall, by the way. Oh, he pressed on one button. Wow.
Today, you will steal a Baron, escape with a sliver of HP, and scream,
Nice! Not even close, baby.
You'll win some, you'll lose some, and you'll love every single game where you don't play against Darius. You're pretty sure Darius is broken. EU LCS is about to start. It's El Clasico. Fnatic versus SK.
We're about to see SK Gaming take on Fnatic.
Fnatic? They won Worlds.
Who's gonna go in there first? It's gonna be Emirates. Space change, and there's the pulverize.
Life is good.
Is he gonna go down?
Woo! Fnatic Brush. These so classic, by the way.
Sorry, was that a Gragas Zoe bot lane at the end of that, or what the hell was that?
I don't know, man.
I saw the Gragas and was so confused as to what the other champion was.
Oh, there's some dancing on stage. We're getting more. You want to dance? I can't pull. I actually don't know if I'm supposed to talk to you, Mickey. I'm sorry. I'm gesturing. No. Can we, I'll ask. I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, what I was. I mean, I think it's cool to see the.
I'm checking with the league officials if I can just pull a player off stage in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, dude, maybe.
No, I've been informed that is very much against the rules. Again, reminder that I am not cut out for any kind of league official position.
Yeah,
but
we're just supposed to just wander through life and talk about crap. Right? We don't actually have to think through what the rules are. We just tell people what they are.
Okay, but quick update in case you just came back into a random League Classic trailer. League Classic is out. It's hype. It's sick. But we're waiting to continue Game 3 here between GX and SK. There were performance issues reported right around a pretty crucial team fight. League officials are investigating. Still don't have any major updates for you. Someone's in there looking at the VAR, trying to figure out if it's a red card, yellow card. Again, not entirely sure. But in the meantime, we've hit the point in the pause where we're going to just talk about random stuff.
Yeah.
So if you want us to talk about anything in the audience, feel free to shout a topic out. Please don't shout how handsome Duffman is. You guys have already tried too many times. That's not on the approved list of topics.
I mean, he does have a great Scottish accent, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were about to like check in and tell us it's actually on the list of approved topics.
No, yeah, the like Mr. President.
Actually, sorry, VARs.
We've received word. Yeah. Classic. Have you played it?
Well, I was going to ask you because Maokai hasn't been in. I don't know you got him on your arm, so it's like
I do. I got plenty of those, but honestly, none of the champions that I have there are in League Classic.
So what are you playing? Are you playing top lane?
Okay, I played Ryze because it was extremely toxic.
That thing is broken.
Yes, it reminds me of the good old times where 0-0 was clapping my cheeks and it was hard to lane against them. And my second game was Sion, and I was completely useless.
AP or AD?
AD, because my 14-year-old brain thought it was a lot more fun back then, but then I played it, and my 31-year-old brain was like, yeah, you were quite stupid when you were young, and it was really bad. So it wasn't as fun. It was the classic League experience, you know, where you try stuff, and most of the time you just suck.
Yeah, I played with Finn, who tried Ryze for the first time. I was up against like some poor guy playing like Nasus, who was, I think, silver. And Finn just absolutely destroyed him on Ryze. And we were just kind of like faffing about, not really doing much elsewhere on the map. And we look up, it's like 11-0 Ryze in the top lane. And we're like, all right, this game's over. Because it's the old one that bounces off you. And then you got the Omnivamp on your ult as well. Like, it is obnoxious how much that guy can tank.
So Finn is a bully, is what we've learned.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
Which is especially great because he can't defend himself.
Finn, yeah, you right there is a bully.
He was silver. You can't give him a break, dude.
I mean, that's the only people Finn can beat nowadays, to be honest.
It's on matchmaking. You can be merciful. If someone queues you up into a UFC match versus a child, you cannot hit the child, Finn. That's a choice, dude.
Yeah.
It's out of control.
You know, like Finn is massively power tripping because probably the child or the man or whatever he beat.
The silver player.
Silver player. Let's say silver player.
Could be, yeah.
Freshly came from school or like from a 14-hour work shift. I'm going to enjoy some
He's
League of
grown.
Legends.
He probably has kids. He's like, I'm looking back to my nostalgia days.
Yeah, might be a grandpa at this
see what
point,
it's like.
You know?
It'd be fun.
And then Finn is just sitting there at his PC, you know, 40 degrees in his room, sweating from everyone. He's just sitting like,
900 APM machines.
I also
got
know Finn has been like theory crafting for the last like 2 weeks on every single thing.
Bro, he's probably writing MOBA Fire guides as we speak.
Yeah, he's got his phone out.
Any MOBA Fire users? Wait, how many people were around for League Classic era in the audience? Show of hands. Like, who actually played Season 3 and before? Oh, that's
God,
not very many people. Oh, God, we're old.
This side makes us feel better.
Yes, shout out to you guys. I'm sorry, you're old, but you're amongst good company. Thank you. If anyone else is like, wow, this game is not as good as Modern League, I understand. Maybe it's just nostalgia. Maybe it's just us old heads who are super excited about it. I wonder if we can. I just want to ask Mickey what he's playing.
In the Classic?
So I tried to do the Mickey in Classic, which was I played the TF support because the E is his ult, so you can TP all over the map from level 1. And then I accidentally ran it down on Medic for 2 games.
Which, not to disparage our boy on stage, is the Mickey Classic. Yes, is to pick something new and run your teammate down on stage.
Yes, so that does make sense.
Shout out Mickey.
But
please talk amongst yourself. I just
updates.
received a small update
You got
in
an
my
update.
ear. Oh, there it is. All right, League officials can confirm there was an impact on the performance of the PC towards the end of the team fight. So after review, League officials officially deemed that this had no outcome on the team fight. So we're going to continue to play. We're going back in. No more pauses. Casters, take it away.
Okay, guys, calm it down for a second.
What is Odo doing?
He's, I don't know, pressing a button. He likes to be involved.
He's like 35, by the way. Like,
man, he's younger than me. Okay? You can't do that to me, Finn. Okay. Ready checks are happening, but we're not actually into the game yet. So we do have a. Oh, never mind. I see that play is about to resume.
We're back, baby.
And that will be GiantX getting. Okay, so recap of where we are. GiantX just lost the team fight because of a great battle held, which is now just standing still, and it disappeared.
Wow,
that's the thing with pauses. Sometimes weird stuff happens.
He did his ninjutsu and disappeared out of there.
Disappeared entirely. So SK have 3 Drakes, a 2,500 gold lead, have 3 tanks, and Blackhead is no longer ahead.
Yeah, I think you did a good job there, but I just wanted to like get a scope because we've been out of the game for quite some time. Droppa is a problem. Droppa right now has a massive front line. He has a Volibear, a Wukong, that's a whole menagerie, and a Galio, plus the Ludo to peel for him, and he's very fed. GX, they kind of bet everything on this lock, and he hasn't really found the impact he wanted just yet. Flacket was really strong, but after that fight, he is now falling a little bit behind. Now SK is just one dragon away from Saltport, so GX needs to find some way to break the mold right now. They need to stop SK. They need to attack them in the setup, I think. They need to make sure they can't get their dragon set up. They can't just sit there on the dragon when it spawns, because if that happens, they're in checkmate. It's a complete Zugzwang, and they cannot do anything about it.
Great word. You've been playing some chess?
Zugzwang?
Yeah, Zugzwang. People don't use that often, but great word. SK have set up top side. They've got the waves crashing in, and Ginex had to give up the minions that died to that tower. Now we're going to see Wonder TP down towards the bottom side as Slowku and Skeen steal away this blue. Wonder just answering any pressure that Oscar Winning could have. And Ginex left wanting a little bit in their defenses as Slowku goes up towards top. He'll be able to take more plates off that tower. So overall, just big leads developing for SK. About a 500 gold lead developed just off that last sequence.
Now, I want to say, we've been talking about Wunder being a part of the tank gang this game. He's not really buying tank. That's a scout, slinger shot, and an Eber. He's going that static shift, right?
Static shift, Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah.
We did say like he could go tank, or he could do a little Wonder stuff.
Lightning Bear. And Droppa stepping up.
And he'll be okay for the moment with the charm coming out. There's a wild growth, and he dashes out, flashes away from the Feather Storm, and though it was close, it was not close enough as Flacket is forced to flash away from Wonder, who came in with the thundering blows.
I wonder if that was his confidence in Mickey, because he can do that if Mickey wild growth the grand entrance by Rakan.
Yeah.
But I think Mickey messed up the timing, and now it just looked a little bit silly. He just stepped up at the flash out. Still trade flash with Flacket, not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's the good part of it, right? Like, yes, you've used wild growth, you've used transcend oneself.
Well, it wasn't a net negative in the end, so it was good.
And you still have 2.5 minutes before the next Drake, so you've got time to get at least your ultimates back up, if not those Summoner Spell cooldowns. Wonder did also use his flash, so that will be down for the next fight as the minions that could. Oh,
are they gonna do it?
One more.
Oh.
Yeah, well done.
Kudos.
Yeah, great job,
Kudos to those minions, man.
Hey,
God, they stepped up.
Minions have taken down one tower, Ginex have taken down one tower. It's basically a 50-50 split in terms of work priorities.
Yeah. Nice job by the minions. Droppa now has no flash on midwave. Has to be a little bit more careful. Oscarinian looking for public execute. Might have to follow up on Jun.
There he goes. Oh, here it goes wide. Isma tries to come in with these styles. In fact, but he's torn it up immediately, and then Droppa begins to open up. Skeens gets the Cyclone into an Impale, but unfortunately for Ginex, the Xayah is plucked right out of midair as SK find 2 more kills. And now can actually just start up the Baron. There's no jungler on the enemy team.
I mean, it's just 7-1 in kills. Looking very dominating here for SK Gaming, and it just looks easy. You know, Medic, why does it look so easy? Yeah, because of draft gap.
Yeah.
SK's draft is just better. And GX has to do so much to win this game. Wunder gets the mid tower. He doesn't even need to help on the Baron. That Baron is just falling. Droppa stepping up. Really good peel here by Slowku on Isma. The moment he uses the X-Stars impact, can't get out anymore. And it's an easy chase, and Skeens, just finalizes the play with the Cyclone.
Really nicely done all round from SK. It's these the multiple prongs of both defense and attack for SK, working incredibly well. The Abyssal Mask and Riftmaker now complete on Slowku, so he has a bit of damage at his back as well. There's the Sunder Sky for Skeens. He's got 2 items, Static Shift for Wonder, and the Hex Optics as well for Yoppa. Alongside that, Runans and the Kraken Slayer. For Ginex, it is a very difficult road to walk back. And if you are going to do that, I feel like Jackie's needs all 5 members of SK to sit inside a Purgatory and just die for him to be back in this game.
I mean, my answer is Jun next fight.
Yeah.
He has the flash coming right up, has the grand entrance and the quickness. And I really think he needs to make something happen, because right now Oscarinian is walking up this thing.
Public Execution has just come back off cooldown, but he's flashed away and he's polymorphed, and Wonder brings down the Fists of Fury. And SK find another pick before a major objective. Should be sold for them.
I mean, Wonder just brings down the Storm there.
Yeah.
I mean, Oscar just walks up, doesn't have anything really in the tank. And that's a Volibear with 2 items. You can't just walk into him. And what do GX do? Medic, they look lost.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lose.
I mean, maybe, what did Blackett say? They were going to make them puke?
Yeah, well, I think game 2 made them puke.
Oh.
And now game 3, they've made them puke in one way.
Yeah.
Perhaps not by beating them up too much, but you know, sometimes when people see disgusting things, they also puke. So.
I mean, GX just look lost this
Yeah.
game. They look a little bit identityless. I think they really thought this lockpick would pan out more from draft. But Jackie's has had a very quiet game, and it's the second time we see the lock into the Galio, and it's not really working out.
Yeah, it's often why we see late swaps when you're running a lock. You run, we saw lock Aatrox earlier on in the LCK, and there was a late swap to try and get the lock out of the Galio lane. It didn't work there because the enemy team didn't swap the Galio away from it, but overall, you don't want to be playing into this Galio at all. Okay, well, Jackie's. Oh. Unfortunately, there's a big bear on your face, and this is not that sort of fun bear that you often find in Berlin. No, this is one of those angry ones that will chase you down.
Sometimes the Berlin bears are angry as well.
Well, I was talking about the statues.
Oh.
You know, they have a bunch of bears scattered all over Berlin.
I thought it was the football fans. That's all
yeah,
good.
also true.
Volibear didn't have the ult there to chase, get the Cloud Soul buff, and run them down.
And what happened, like, here's the problem, right? And that wasn't really words, that was just whatever came out of my mouth for a second. But for casting, what you want to do is present an argument that either team can win with the margin of odds that a team is going to win, right? I see no avenue, apart from 5-player disconnection, that Giant X win this game. I just don't see it. It's like Infinity War, but instead of holding up one finger, Doctor Strange just has no fingers left. And Splackett is forced to use the Featherstorm as the tower goes down. He has no threat on the enemy backline.
Yeah, I'm trying to Fearcraft right now, win conditions for GX, and I'm thinking maybe a Mickey X stomachache.
Okay,
could
sure.
be a play you can play
a little
for.
ouchie tummy.
Yeah.
Yoppa just gets opened up on his... This was an impale that you took. Yoppa just steps forward. Jackie's going to die as well. Yoppa, the assassin here. Purgatory used, I think, for the first time hitting an enemy player. But Yoppa is still too healthy to be executed by it at all. 2 dead, Giant X. And it's all done, but that Nexus going down.
I mean, I will say this game is a palate cleanser after the last game.
Clean from SK.
Yeah,
all
SK
credit to them.
has done a fantastic job of playing towards the win conditions.
Yeah.
Their win condition was get Yunara ahead, let her flick enemy champions, let her not die. Easy. They are snowballing this game fantastically.
Quickness public execution onto the backline, but there's a hero's entrance to the follow-up. Blackhead has no way out of the backline, and Oscar in and dived in and died for it. SK in very clean fashion, sub 27 minutes will clean this one up. And for Giant X, it's back to the drawing board because this was not it at all. SK with their first win of summer as things have gone well here in week 2.
And it's a nice new look for SK. Bringing in slow Q seems to be not a band-aid, I was going to say, but he's a catalyst for the team. You can see how different the team plays with him. He's not the center of attention, but he fills the gap. That Galio play where he was mid, covering Yoppa from the Skarner, peeling him off, setting that kill up. Or in the Silas game, it wasn't the best game, of course, but the Cancer game, he did great as well. I think it's a solid debut for the young Swedish rookie.
Agreed, he's unfortunately not in your player of the series vote. Those are Wonder, Yoppa, and Mickey. And you can vote at LEC on X for your options. I think Yoppa had the most consistent of the 3 performances. I think Mickey had a couple of very good games.
Yeah, I would give it to Yoppa for sure. I think he had a fantastic series. Every single game found a lot of impact. And still one of, I think, the coolest developing players in our league right now. Yoppa is the AD carry for me to watch the coming years. And let's see where SK can go this split, because right now they're looking a lot better.
They are, but tomorrow they face G2. And that often is a very quick crash down to earth after your Icarus wings melt off, getting too close to the sun.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's going to be super interesting to see. But now we're going to throw it to AD, where Mickey X is standing together with Wunder.
Mickey, tell us about the Riftbound cards. What did you pull?
No, guys, we're focusing on Yoppa looking sweet
Wrong Riot product. League of Legends here.
League
no
of Legends
Riftbound.
first. Then we talk about Riftbound. Gentlemen, that was a series. How do you feel about it? Flackett said mega puke when I interviewed him after Game 2 about the general series. Do you agree with the sentiment of mega puke?
Game 2 for sure, yeah. But I think the rest were like not that bad. I think we made them sweat a bit to Game 2. It was looking a bit rough from early. And then, yeah, after Game 3, Game 3 was kind of not even close, though.
Yeah. It's a little bit deflating because of the long pause, I guess. But once that got resolved, it was pretty easy, I think, after the Drake fight we had. We got to marinate on it a bit, and then I think it was pretty easy after that, yeah.
Yeah, sit and simmer on it. Game 3 for you, pretty good. Volibear, I'm liking it. How'd you feel about that matchup? Was it always destined to be so wonder favored?
It's a good matchup. It does swing a little bit, especially because they level 3 ganked it, and I had to like soak XP and like drop like 10 CS. But yeah, I mean, once I guess Ambassador gets Eclipse, he can start playing a little bit more, but it's kind of nice for Volibear still.
Any all chats in the pause? Did you do any chats in the pause?
We were told very firmly that we are not allowed to use the chat, so we...
Okay, now, they said that, but did you still chat?
No. I felt like it was very serious what was going on the other side, because we were not allowed to know what was happening in the pause, so we didn't actually know...
oh, you want to know? I can tell you.
What was happening?
They had FPS drops.
You should have made him guess, bro.
I mean, that is very tilting, so, I mean... I guess I wouldn't have taunted them if they actually had laggy anything. That sucks for them now.
Wonder, fun fact, you are the winner of a completely random accolade, which is you took the most amount of damage in a single game in LEC history in Game 2.
Big.
170k, bro.
I mean, that one team fight where I was just standing still, CC'd for like 50 seconds.
You were just looking at him, you're letting him die.
Yeah, of course. I didn't want to give him a free kill.
But you still went in later and you still died.
I definitely did away from him, because I thought it was not looking rough. I mean, it was looking rough.
To be fair, we thought it was going to be a very good Mundo game. I think, though, some of the things we were lacking was like damage when I was taking damage.
Yeah.
I kind of had like a Silas or a Nocturne just like looking at me, or like an Alistar.
Oh, you're off the screen.
I'm looking. Look, I'm gonna double him away now.
No, but you're off the screen. You're like you're looking. Look, where are you? You're just like a cheerleader. He's still tanking, man.
I am cheerleading.
I mean, to be fair, I am saying here, like, I mean, we are like all calling. I don't know if they run in, they kind of just like change target to them, and they probably just die. So it's like a little bit of an awkward situation.
Boom.
That's all you got.
I did also tell him to buy mercs. I didn't have mercs.
No,
they talked about that in the cast too. There was a notable lack of mercs.
No, but Swifties was kind of nice early game, especially on my champ. And then I just got full build. And we should have just waited a little bit more. I would have had mercs. I swear I would have voted.
You would have been close. Tomorrow, G2. Tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow. G2.
Yeah. Yes.
Look, it's a reunion, basically. We're short Yankos. He's co-streaming. Didn't want to be a coach for some reason. But is this one extra special at all, now that Luca is back in the picture as well?
Yeah, we'll be hype. Looking forward to it, and I think now we're also in a bit better form, I guess, than before. So
yeah, I mean, I did see his drafts recently, though, so I mean, I'm pretty happy that he's on that side, I guess. But I mean, besides that, I mean, I guess like they have had the better of us, at least in this G2 SK reunion. We haven't really. I don't know if we have won a game yet against them, so we are looking to do that tomorrow.
Yet.
I mean, to be honest, it's the same as when you guys were on G2, because Grabs was drafting for you, and the drafts were just as bad. So I guess you learned from him.
It is true, yeah. I mean, he definitely has like a lot of unrust. I guess he had like he joined G2, and all of a sudden he's like back in the old ways. I guess drafting some garbage. But I mean, as long as he sticks to it for this week and doesn't scale too hard right now, then I think we'll at least put up a fight there.
All right. Key player of the series was Yopa. Talk to me a little bit about his performance today. I feel like Game 1 was really good. Everything else in the series is a blur. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I kind of disassociated in Game 2, and then Game 3 there was a pause. But how do you feel about his performance? Because I think people are going to really tunnel on mid lane, right? But do you feel like he's been progressing well over the year, improving?
I mean, he is wasting a lot of his time in solo queue playing mages, and today he played 3 AD carry games. So, I mean, I'm surprised that he played so well with so little practice on the AD carries. But yeah, it's nice to have someone that also is very adaptable and can pull them off whenever he wants.
Okay. Well, now we can talk about Rift. We talk about League of Legends. What's the story? Did you just open $1 million for the cards? What happened here?
I don't actually know the rules of Riftbound yet, because I mean, I used to play a little bit of Magic with Mickey, and like also back in the G2 days, like with the Perks and all of those people, Caps as well. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of fun. But I hadn't really cared too much to get myself into like a new game right now. But they're still playing it, and apparently a new set was coming out, and then they said, hey, you guys want to go, someone wants to go to the card store? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Let me buy some packs. So I bought 3 boxes, but I haven't played the game yet. So I guess it is like a prerequisite if you want to play in person, you kind of need to buy cards, unless I borrow from those guys. So yeah, I unpacked the signature Kennen thing. Apparently it's worked.
Mickey, scale of 1 to 10, how mad were you when he opened it?
I was pretty mad.
He was even,
I bought a lot of boxes.
He was even mad before that. He was mad before that because I unboxed like some seals and like some hooks.
In
and
the Origins
like,
box, he also got Victor overnumbered just for fun.
Yeah.
And all the good like rares, good epics like Aurora, Bait the Hook, and I got nothing basically.
Hey Mickey, like if you just get one more box, it's your turn now.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah,
but my 15th one is the one.
Surely, just one more box. Final thing, big series for us tomorrow, partly because Odo's here, MKoi versus Fnatic. I know the next one coming up, KC versus Navi, but I want to know who you think comes out on top. We already talked about Grabs. Is he bringing it home against MKoi?
Yeah, I would say Fnatic probably looks a bit better.
All right.
MKOi's looking rough, but we'll see.
Fnatic looking better? Based on scrims?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, there's some criminal stuff happening in our scrims over there.
Oh, yeah, true, actually. This guy is Fnatic is going to get stumped, actually, now that I think about it.
Fair enough. Gentlemen, congratulations on incredibly crazy first best of 3, but you got there in the end. We're going to be taking a quick break, but afterwards we're back with more League of Legends, Navi versus Karmine Corp.
Look on the Xay, okay? Look on the Xay. Look on Bessa. 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 Look on
No ult on Bessa.
Yeah.
No ult, this guy.
Look at Xay.
No ult, okay?
Yeah.
I'm killing Skarner.
It's good.
Good.
As polymorph.
Good job. Get the Drake and push out waves.
I really think he needs to make something happen because right now Screen is walking up this thing.
Public Execution has just come back off cooldown, but he's flashed away and he's polymorphed. A wonder brings down the fists of Fury.
I'm flashing. I'm on
Bessa
fire.
on me.
Is that dead? Yeah.
We're killing on Bessa.
Yeah. Nice that. Nice one, guys. Went.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, that he does.
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close.
And welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. It's still summer, week 2, day 2. I'm still Dracos, Dagda, Otawamne, and look, we're getting ready for our second series of the day, Karmine Corps versus Navi. And Karmine Corps looking incredible.
Yeah.
I had to stop myself from swearing there. Effing incredible, some would say. But they're back in Berlin now for the first time in quite some time. They're still gonna have some strong KC supporters here in house. It won't be quite as, I think, KC dominated as it was at EWC and at the Paris Roadshow, though.
Yeah, 10,000 Frenchmen yelling for KC for 12 hours a day. Yeah, we're back in the studio. They did their spiel again. They went 10-0 at the Roadtrips, but now Whiplash back to the studio. How will they do?
I do think, though, for them that, like, I think KC has really shown, like, kind of as, you know, last bit and, like, at the internationals that, like, the gap between the Korea and the West is really closing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, like, genuinely, I really think they have. Like, I've been really, really impressed because I really think that Yahoo has caught up with JoJo and Caps.
Okay.
There was a clear denomination between, like, top 2 and then it was kind of Yahoo. But I really do think that this gap has started to close. I think this guy's been insane. And especially with JoJo being on a bit of a slump, I think it might be who's the second best mid laner at the moment. Like, this guy has been incredible across the board.
I mean, he beat Caps, bro. He's the best mid laner right now. I'm not saying all time, but like we have the tape from last weekend. I think it's still relevant for at least another week.
But that's the thing, right? Like when you think about when he came into the league, it was kind of like, oh yeah, Yahoo gets his ear and he looks kind of okay. But like the rest of the champions were kind of a little bit wonky. You weren't sure how he was integrating with the team. This time around, he's got a ton of picks that he's bringing to the front line. Like he's looked absolutely fantastic on like the Silas's and these kind of things that he's been able to bring out. And now at this stage, it's just kind of a case of, well, Yahoo is very clearly catching up and now outperforming, as you say, the top 2 mid laners that we have.
Yeah, look, well, there's a sign for it. People are excited for Yahoo. Doesn't matter where we are, Paris or Berlin. Yahoo is the guy that we're all so excited about. But I want to talk a little bit about the team on the other side. This is the first time we're seeing Navi this split, right? This is a team that kind of hit the ground running. And this is going to be a big task. This is probably the strongest opponent you possibly could have had. Some people would argue G2, but KC right now certainly in peak form. And Navi are going to need to figure out how to dismantle them, try to make this work, because they've kept the same lineup. But what are we expecting today?
It's a huge David versus Goliath, but it's with a twist because Goliath has the Infinity Gauntlet on his arm. Because I feel like KC's form is just incredible. And if we think of Navi, but not Navi of Versus, because that was the good Navi. That was the Navi that had Rilich and Parus doing crazy things. And now Rilich was the star for me. But we need to think of the Navi of Spring because they came in and I felt like they had troubles adapting, and it came a lot from what they were doing in the jungle and the support pool. Because I feel like they transitioned from this one-man team with Rilich being an absolute superstar, finding the off-meta picks, playing this, forcing enemy junglers in this uncomfortable position where you have to play against the unknown, you have to play against the champions that you don't know how to play against. In Spring, okay, this graphic, just to explain, these are all the champions that have been played by anyone in Versus and Spring, and the colored ones are the ones that Rilich have been playing.
And I think this is where, like, I get a little bit of hope for Rilich, though, right? Because my eyes start to drift towards, like, the Nocturne and these kind of things and go, okay, if you have this in your back pocket, maybe that's the key to success. Because if you can try and play around Rilich with Paris being able to support him in the way KC have, maybe that's your opportunity.
It is, and I like that you say it, but at the same time, now everyone knows how to play against the champions because these champions are the meta, and Rilich was the best when he was not playing meta. He was dragging you in that uncomfort zone, but now everyone knows the counters to these champions. Everyone knows that if you pick Nocturne, he's going to invade you. Everyone knows that Jarvan's going to try to jump over the wall. There's no Jace, there's no Aatrox anymore. So now that edge is gone, but I really want them to empower Parus as well, because Parus, if you think about it, 2 years ago when Skewmond went to G2, he was supposed to be the package deal that never happened. Parus, at that BDSA roster, at Youth Masters, he was insane. He was playing Camille, he was playing Pantheon, he was playing Pyke, he was playing all of these champions that create chaos. And this is what I need to see, because in Spring, Parus was not bringing any of those champions. He was only playing enchanters.
So as much as it sounds like that some of the secret sauce that Rilich was bringing to the table might be gone, it does feel like we've stumbled into a meta where Paris really should be set up to take over. No more Seraphines on the bottom side of the map, no more enchanters, room to play these supports that can single-handedly make plays.
And I hope that then you have the rest of the supporting cast able to enable that, right? Because it's not just one piece of the puzzle, it's can Sam D bring out mages in the bottom lane, because even back when he was in the LPL, this man was very much kind of like, I am only playing AD carries, and even then a select group of AD carries. So coming into this, I want to see if we can get the mages that then do enable things like the Camille, the Pantheon, the Pike here that you're seeing on your screen, because these, for me, are such a cornerstone of how you can impact the map, set up Paris to work with Relech, try and follow up on these invades if you have a Nocturne, like just take over in the early stage.
Exactly, and he already, you can see Paris is already taking the first steps to identifying, and I'm really hoping that he brings even more than this out today, because the Camille, honestly, we haven't seen Camille in pretty much the whole week because everyone knows how OP she is. But now I just want him to bring a little bit more of that spice, about that sauce, so that Relech is finally unleashed again.
And also, I think you need to. Like, if you're going up against Busio, like, that man gets his hands on Camille, it's lights out. Like, this guy is so insanely good on the pick. The way he's able to sneak experience, to get these little leads, that then turn into big advantages of team fights is incredibly impressive. Paris needs to be able to not only take those picks out of his hands, but also being able to match on the roams, get ahead of him. And honestly, I think Camille may just be a through ban throughout this entire series with just how good Busio is on it alone.
And for me, it's extremely important that they show it in this game 1, because they went out in spring early. They were dejected from that playoffs run. They haven't made a single roster change, a single change in the coaching staff as well. So now they have been cooking, and they need to show it against KC, because we all saw how important it is to start the split off with a confidence boost and a big win, especially against Goliath of the league.
But that's the thing, it's just KC are so clean. Like, especially in the regular season. All right, I know there's been some moments,
just
but
so
like, yeah.
earnest. It was so earnest, right? They're so clean.
They're just great.
They're just, I'm just a big fan.
I just am, though. Like, honestly, it's just, yeah. Like, when I watch the team, it's like the way that they're able to interact on the map is really great. Like, the ability for Yike to try and, hey, my camps are spawning on bottom side. So actually, Busio is now going to play on Camille into top side to cover any sort of top plays. Like, there's a huge amount of innate synergy that's in the team, and let alone that's also included, like, great team fighting and everything. Like, they are as close to a complete package as you can get, and I think that's why we're seeing them rise to it's them versus G2 for so much of this battle at the top of the table. So when you come in now as Na'Vi, you need to kind of have to match in so many different aspects of your game plan. It's not like, oh, we have to have Paris match Busio in the early stage. That's just to get to the team fights in which they're exceptional. Like, I think the only way that you can probably contend against KC is when they fumble in that 1-3-1, where they try to overextend it a little bit too far, or they try to hard force an issue. That's kind of where they have some weaknesses, but it is very difficult to take these guys down. And I think for Na'Vi, it's more about them showing today the improvements they have made from spring into summer, and then give us something to latch onto for the upcoming games as well. Because against KC, it is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, you're not the expected favorites here, but if you're able to find this upset also, it just makes the race for playoffs teams so much easier for you. A position where you can afford to maybe drop a game. I'm sorry, I just noticed how the corner is this person painted blue? Are the KC fans here painted blue? There might, you know what? I don't even know if you listen to me. I don't speak any French. I'm not going to be able to interact there. I'm just fascinated. You are painted blue. That's awesome. Yeah, the thumbs up transcends language barriers. Look, respect to KC, and this is one thing. Like, I really love this. I know that people are mixed on these kind of like super intense, passionate fandoms, but I really do appreciate the KC fans are literally everywhere. Whether it's 10,000 of them in Paris, at EWC, at our road show, or here in the Berlin studio, it's a cool thing to see, and it's a tough thing for Na'Vi to go up against. You know, there's some Na'Vi fans here too, sure, but there's a lot less wolf calls, practice chants, jersey bouncing, French.
Maybe that's what we need to do, though. We need to come up with these things.
That's true.
Because we need to get backstage with Na'Vi and be like, all right, like, what do we have for Relech? You know, what can we make that's an answer call? I don't really know.
Na'Vi fans, we need your help. Twitter, wherever you are. These are the things that we need, because the Rift is stacked against them. The fan chants are stacked against them.
Apparently, I'm stacked against them as well. I didn't know I was until you called me out, but sure.
I mean,
I wouldn't even mind. They delivered me a jersey like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, they're great.
I feel really bad.
Hey, that was the first step.
Yeah.
They're great. I love Na'Vi, the organization. But right now, when we talk about players on stage, look, KC are super heavily favored. Percentages. What are the odds for the upset today?
I think it's like an 80-20.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. I feel like even Relech with all of the glazing and all of the stuff that I want them to bring out, I still feel like at best it's a 30% chance for Na'Vi.
Yeah, because it's also like I'm still waiting to see Poby really hit that upper echelon. Like, I think he has had some good flashes in the pan. But if I think about, hey, you know, we're going to play around, like, getting out of bot lane to try and play around mid, having Relech there alongside Paris, like, I haven't seen Poby been able to shine on many of those hard carries. I think he's been great on picks like Talia, where he can be a little bit more impactful on the map. But when it comes into, I'm going to hard carry a fight, that's not quite where he's been able to shine.
All right. Fair enough, gentlemen. Feels like we're going to need to see that Super Saiyan level up, the incredible moment. Maybe Na'Vi can do it, but regardless, we're going to send it over to casters to bring us into this series and to meet the players.
We are casters. We are here to bring you into this series and to meet the players. Cast. We've had a little bit of a break, and so we need to get back into the zone. Anyway, KC versus Na'Vi should be a good series. KC, though, definitely firm favorites, at least in my
Some would
estimations.
say. There's a strong argument to be made that KC might be the favorite team coming into this game.
Do you want to make that argument?
Yeah, I mean, I made that argument right now. But I do want to say, KC is now in Berlin.
That's
they
true.
don't have their home buff that they had in Paris. And I want to say that there are things I want to look out for in Navi's team.
Okay.
I think Na'Vi, we haven't seen them in quite some time. Very young team, very young roster still.
It's true.
Paris in Engage meta, in a Raw meta, I think is a player to look out for. Because I want to bring you back a little bit to when G2 was scouting a jungle support. They looked to BDS Academy.
They did.
And they saw two players they really wanted. Skumond in the jungle, and next to him Paris as they support. These two together tore up the ERLs.
That they did.
And Paris hasn't really had that impact just yet in the LEC that Skumond has. But I think this meta will fit him like a hand in a glove. And I want to see what he can do now together with Relech against such a strong team that is KC.
And that, I think, is part of the problem as well. KC have some practice this split, right? They've been playing, they played MSI, left relatively early. They played EWC, left quite late on that one. And now they've already played a week in front of their home crowd in Paris.
Yeah.
So they're not out of practice in stage games. Na'Vi have not played since week 2 of playoffs, I want to say. They
was a while ago, wasn't
They dropped out in 6th place. So it has been a while for them. Has given them more time to practice, obviously, scrims and such, but does mean that they may be a little rusty.
Well, I've seen a lot of Twitter clips from Relech. Whenever he makes a good play in solo queue, he uploads it on Twitter, gets an MP4 going there.
That's
Whether
great.
It's Graves,
Advertisers, great social
Lee Sin.
branding.
So I've been in touch with Relech. Checking his solo queue the other day, a lot of Graves, a lot of Lee Sin.
Okay.
So I'm excited to see if he's gonna go back to the Shinshao vibe merchant he was in spring, or if he's gonna go back to his roots in Versus, like Odo said, with his stylistic preferences in the jungle department.
Yeah, it does like those aggressive AD junglers, things like the Pantheon, as you say, the Shinshao, the Vi, Aatrox as well, something we saw him bring out quite a lot.
Zahen, Kiana, there are so many options. I want to see what he will do, because he's still a player we're watching very closely in this league.
That he is. KC picked blue side with their right of first selection. Na'Vi picked second pick. So we'll have a normal draft to kick things off. KC are going to remove the Poppy and the Akali. And on the other side, we already have a Jace ban from Na'Vi.
I mean, I understand banning Jace away from Kana. One of the strongest champions, one of the deepest Jace players. And that is kind of the problem you have against KC when you're going up against them in draft, because there's so many champions that are so many players are good at.
Yes.
So you gotta really... It's the lesser evil when you go up against a team like KC as Na'Vi. You take away the Orianna, the Jace. Up and available still are the Casio, the champion I'm looking at. Still Camille for Lucio.
Yeah.
Super prevalent pick.
Ezreal as well available if you want to play that. List obviously very comfy, as is Samdi on that pick. And we will have a lock as the final ban here from Na'Vi. So, KC with first pick, it's just a Vi. It's a Vi, it's a Vi, it's a Vi. And even though, I mean, the storyline of Yike struggles on Vi is very old now. It has been disproven many times
A little bit
across the last
obsolete,
couple of
isn't it?
years.
But we love to bring it back.
Yeah, you know, crack.
Because it shows where it came from.
We brought back 2019 for 7 years, dude,
Yeah.
okay? We can bring back the Vi last year wasn't great for Yike. General storyline every time we want.
Yeah. So there is a potential Casio lock-in here. I would understand that if it's locked in, it will probably be a flex pick for Na'Vi. Can go into the AD carry position as a very strong lane bully bot, or just send it mid, where it wins pretty much any matchup early game and has you that guaranteed push. And that guaranteed push we saw was super strong in our last series.
That we did.
And I really want Relech to be unleashed. And for Relech to be unleashed, he needs strong laners. Think Casio, think Ziggs bot lane, think Renekton top, laners that can push those lanes and give him options so he can do what he wants.
But all things that we haven't seen Sam D on in the past.
No.
He has not, as far as I can tell, played a single mage professionally. The closest he got was like a Senna, and that's definitely not very magey. No Ziggs, no Syndras, no Seraphine, so it would be something new, and he has had the time to prepare and practice that. Cassio Jarvan, the first 2 picks for Na'Vi. Those are going to be answered by KC, likely looking towards a possible flex in the mid lane, with the Victor can go towards a bot lane as well. Unfortunately for KC, they've run out of champions that start with VI, and so now they need to look further afield in terms of their drafting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good pivot from KC, because you pick the Vi, and she's an engaged champion. And then they pick Cassio, which loves people going into her. So they picked the Victor to create a little bit of a more dynamic team comp. Victor now can play from the range, can play poke, can play follow-up, and is a good lane champion into Cassio. So I like that pick a lot. Whether it's going to be on Kalist or Yehu, we will see later. They cannot really choose. Still Na'Vi, because their last pick, can choose where they put the Cassio. But it's going to be a Shen blind, just like SK did in game 1. This kind of blocks the Camille. And it kind of like tells you, okay, sure, I'm banning Shen. What are you going to play into it? Camille? Probably not.
Yeah,
so
Camille doesn't really work well here at all. Bard, though, if you see someone getting stand united, you can just put the Temper Fate down and try and mitigate some of that potential engage. It's something we do see also with the Camille. Is like, well, Camille jumps in, Temper Fate, sweet, reset the fight, go from there.
Did see this matchup over in Paris the other week, and it actually, I thought Bard was really good in lane against Shen.
Sure.
But turns out Shen's level 1, level 2 trades are super good if he gets the taunt onto Bard. So you really have to be very mindful on that level 1 wave so you don't get chunked by the Shen, because suddenly the second Shadow Dash will just be a kill.
Yeah, especially when a lot of Bard's early damage relies on his auto attacks. And so you dash in and then you put down Spirit's Refuge. It's like, well, your auto attacks don't hurt me anymore. Good luck, you know? So it can be very devastating for the Bard if you misposition in the early game. Kai'Sa taken away from Kalist. The dive composition that KC were beginning to arrange here has been, you know, stymied a tiny bit by this Kai'Sa ban, but there's still a lot of different options for Kalist if he wants it. Vayne removed, and we often see this as a pick, a ban when you have to blind pick your top laner.
Yeah, I always say this. It's the trinity of top laners.
Yeah.
K'Sante, Renekton, Gnar. They all hate Vayne. And usually you blind one of them. So setting Kana up. When it comes to Kana, I usually lean more towards it's probably going to go Renekton or Gnar. I'm not really the biggest K'Sante player so far in our league. But it is still putting respect on Mainter's Gnar, because not all top laners can pull the Vayne out, but still banning it shows that, okay, we don't want to take that risk.
And there's no point taking that risk at all. Galio with the second ban, again, mitigating some of the dive from KC here. Na'Vi trying to make sure that they can't be fully impacted by that in team fights. And now KC looking towards their final ban. Something that could run down your AD carry would make sense here. Is going to be the Olaf.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that will do it.
Will do it. Thinking more towards the Gnar blind then here for KC later on, as the Ezreal, as talked about before, is picked away for Na'Vi, and I like it, because I think Bard needs a pushing bot lane. You need an AD carry or a mage that can just push, so you can roam around. And I think Ezreal there is not sufficient, is very strong on level 1, should be able to get pushed no matter what champion they send down there together with the Shen.
We'll see where KC decide to go. They have good physical damage from the Vi and the Gnar, so they could go for the Victor bot or a mage in mid. Could also just look towards something more traditional. They want to try and get into some fisticuffs in that bottom lane, but wouldn't be surprised if they do decide mage is the way to go.
Ooh. Will be the Syndra lock-in for KC, and now the Olaf ban just makes so much more sense. Now I will say Olaf is not the only champion that can do stuff like that, but he's definitely the most annoying to play against. Not CCable, has that vamp. As long as he keeps refreshing those Ragnarok with his auto attacks, just can't get CC'd. Will be the Rumble last pick here. Not sure if I love it. We saw this matchup earlier today between SK and GX. Rumble does work really well when it has a lot of setup for his equalizer. Now, right now, that is only the Jarvan ult, pretty much.
Tempered Fate could initially set it up, I guess.
Now, when I look across these comps, I think about Navi's comp, and I'm thinking, where do we play? What lane do we play for? And I'm a little bit unsure. Probably gonna be around bot, making sure that Samdi and Paris can push that wave. While KC, yeah, they just need to scale up and get their one item. Victor really wants to push the Ezreal in. Syndra versus Cassio. After a while, when Syndra gets some levels, gets some of those chapter spokes, that's when the matchup really starts twisting, but early game will be hard for Syndra.
Yeah, because Cassio just has more consistent DPS. The fact those Twin Fangs can be spammed out a lot in the early game makes it much harder for the Syndra to match into him. But for now, we get to see this early game between KC and Na'Vi. Yike on his Vi 12-2 so far this year in Riot competitions. Has had a pretty good time, as most of KC have had, let's be honest. They have lost only a couple of series across the entirety of the year. And for Na'Vi, it's a mammoth task for their first step onto the stage here in Summer Split.
It is Na'Vi comp. It eludes me, Medic. It eludes me.
I kind of get, like, you've got a bit of poke.
It's a little bit of everything.
Engaged,
you know,
got equalizer.
I'm trying to think, what do they want to do? Now, the thing that springs to mind is they want Real Edge to invade. Because they have pushing top, they have pushing mid, they might even have pushing bot if the Bard versus Shen matchup goes as we have anticipated.
Sure.
And it kind of relies on Real Edge being the engine for this team right now.
Which it often does for Na'Vi.
Which it often does for Na'Vi. Absolutely. And I want to see what they can make of this game, because I think if Yike gets to level 6, completely even, I do favor KC coming into those dragon fights. If Vi gets those engages, I have so much faith into Yike and Busio to make these snap engages with the Stand United, with the cease and desist, and just get onto the carries.
It's also partly because we have seen KC already do that this split.
Yeah.
Right? We have faith in them because recent evidence points to
look
the
who
fact
it
they
is.
can do this.
Look who it is.
Relech
Going
invading.
for the invade.
Yeah, Yike is going to lose his Razor Beaks too. Relech put that vision down as Yike did start on his red. It's just going to be a single camp stolen away. Relech, he could look towards the Krugs, but he knows Yike's on this side of the map, so there's no point really going for it. Now he wants to go to his top side to make sure that he gets his Razor Beaks, his red, his Krugs, starts that cycle going, because otherwise you have to rely on then re-invading for the second Razor Beaks.
He just shoplifted some chicken right there. That was just in and out there so fast. No one even saw it. Now he's
I mean,
back
there
on
are
his
some
own.
pings coming out towards where he was. I feel like it is known.
I mean, it's known he might do
they've
that
done
thing.
inventory afterwards, and they said, hey, we're missing a big chicken and 4 thighs. What's going on here? It's Yehu with a good scout of the week onto Popey. I do want to echo as well what Dagda said on the analyst desk. Yehu, ever since probably playoffs of spring, has really leveled up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This player has just evolved. Because we didn't have many expectations on him coming into the league. We're like, okay, Yehu, this Korean import, we don't really know how he's going to do. Split 1 looked okay. Split 2 looked a little bit better. Still lost in the finals against Caps. And we're like, okay, sure, you're good. But in the end, are you better than Caps? Which is the threshold you need to reach if you want to win in Europe. And now you can really start making a case for Yehu being the best mid in the league, and that is so exciting.
On current form, I think he is. Obviously, we still have a few weeks left of the regular season, and G2 known to level up across it. Yike now looking for this invade. There's nothing here for you, dude. It is all gone, as Relech did a good path to take that top side and then work his way back down towards bot. So Relech will end up being about 2 camps ahead in totality. They should be able to get this bot side Scuttle Crab as well.
Now, always in these situations, now the junglers are like, please, 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 don't give the enemy jungle a play. Because Yike's only play right now is to find a gank, to find a dive, to find something. And I would have these moments where my jungler is saying, okay, I'm winning super hard, please don't give him a play. And I would take a really good trade. And I would be like, God, I want to go right now. And then enemy jungler is there and I die, and I'm just griefing my team. So it's very important to have discipline. Yike takes the base, doesn't really see any openings in either top or mid where he was. And Na'Vi is here once again. Look at Bard moving up here as well.
I mean, we talked about the re-invade on the second Razor Beaks. As you say, Paris already moving. Relech is going to start them up. Yike spotted on vision. 3 members of Na'Vi are here, and Poby's going to walk around the corner. Miasma down. TP as well. Oh, it's Samdi. Okay, that's less exciting.
We're sending everything down here.
Manta was coming across, but Samdi will TP, and he can just walk back towards bot. That's going to be another camp stolen away by Na'Vi. Great invade. And you said this is what you wanted to see them do.
Yeah, I mean, we said, what is Na'Vi's comp's identity? It's the champions are a little bit all over the place. You have main turn Relech that wants a team fight, you have Poby that wants them to go into you, and you have Samdi that wants to pull from range, and Paris that is barding. But what they all want to do together is push their waves and invade.
Yep.
And right now they are doing exactly that. Snowballing Reledge, making sure Reledge is going to get a Thunder Sky Spike before Yike. Because that's when they can really start accelerating the pace.
Yeah, and trying to get to that level 6 first as well. Let's see what the fight over the first scuttle is. Mainta has pushed Kana underneath his tower in that top side, and there's some vision for KC in the top side jungle as well, meaning that they do know that Relech has gone back to do these Krugs. Relech has a window if he wanted to try and invade the Gromp, but you can see Kana realizing, well, I could also be dived, so I'm going to put a ward just around the corner here to make sure that that is not too easy, or at least if it happens, I'm not unsuspecting of it.
Yeah, Relech is coming up here looking for something. If Yike is here to cover, I don't think there's a dive, but Kana has been getting chunked.
Halfway to Mega Knight, has the level 6, Vault Breaker across the wall, hits onto Relech. Kana begins to open up, Mainta trying to walk across. There's the Equalizer flag and drag onto Yike, and Yike just went for it, but Na'Vi immediately pounced.
What a nice play. What a good play. Relech walks in there. Yike a little bit overeager. I do not know if he knew that Rumble would hit level 6 on that wave, because if he knows there's an Equalizer coming on his forehead,
yeah, you're
the moment
much
he
more
Vault Breakers
cautious.
forward,
Yeah.
I think he would think twice about that. But now, really nice play by Relech, and keeping the pace now. We talked about KC, we praised KC, but it's Na'Vi who's really coming out swinging today.
I mean, they're the ones that have got these set plays set up from the minute 1 of this game. Importantly as well for Na'Vi, it's Relech using his advantage to translate into other advantages.
Yes.
It's not only about the Jarvan now. Mainta is at 500 gold ahead in that 1v1. And Kana will come back with the Merc Treads, but Mainta is going to be accelerated towards those first item spikes.
I mean, it's not just Relech as well. Mainta chunked Kana to half HP.
Yeah.
He was really far from Mega and had a wave crash. That's just excellent wave management and lane management from Mainta. I think a lot of that play is not only from Relech, but also Mainta's fantastic lane setup for that play. So, great tandem and a good look.
Relech flashes forward, gets the Smite Miasma down with the Cataclysm as well as Yike can't escape.
What a
Perfectly
combo.
played from Na'Vi. Mwah! Beautiful.
Britney Spears agrees, that's toxic. What a combo by Bovi and Relech. The flash Miasma in the Cataclysm spells D-O-O-M for Yike, who's falling further and further behind. A 600 gold lead now for Relech as he's taking that first dragon off the game.
Yeah, you can see as well, the force of will to pull the Scuttle Crab out was the idea for KC. It's like, hey, we drag it out, you can get the Smite, but Yike's Smite wasn't upgraded. So it went down to 900 HP, and Relech was like, I'm having that. Tasty bit of crab for myself. Good play from KC to force Na'Vi away from this dragon, as the patience does reset. But again, this is all defined by the fact Yike does not have the upgraded Smite, and Relech does.
I mean, Relech can do this and Tian can't. That is the difference.
There's no tower here, that's the difference.
I mean, just a good punish. Cheeky attempt by KC, but we were wondering what Na'Vi had been doing in the break.
Yeah.
We were wondering what kind of form they would be in, and so far I like what I'm seeing. I see a Na'Vi that's proactive, drafting strong lanes and playing for Relech and giving him the tools he needs to succeed, and I want to see how much further they can take this. Didn't get the dragon, still just a 800 gold lead.
Yeah, importantly for KC is they have managed to slow down that dragon stacking, which is a key point of these, hey, let's find pushing lanes and invade comps where you want to be taking as many neutrals off the map as quickly as possible to force KC then to have to fight at when they're at 1.5 items and you're at 2, when they're at 2 items and you're at 3, when you're just that little bit more accelerated.
Yeah.
As the game goes on, the leads you've developed in this early game matter less and less because the total sum of gold in the game is so much greater.
I mean, the soul is really how you tie the knots. That is really how you win the game at the end of the day when you're playing for a jungle. So right now, Paris and Busio grouping up for mid lane. I think when Paris gets level 6, he has a lot of options to look to do temper trade on. You have the Syndra and the Victor.
Yeah, the two low mobility mages are the main options, really.
Yeah, and they also have a Jarvan. So the good thing is that Paris can possibly force their flash for them to Relech, Cataclysm, then lock them down. I think that's a really cool combo they have. And it makes me wonder a little bit why they went into this double mage combo when they saw the Jarvan and the Bard.
You have to ask them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be. I can't read Reaper's mind. There was a while where he was saying, "Hey, we just I stopped drafting for a bit and then realized that wasn't working, so I came back to drafting."
Yeah.
There's also an interview recently saying in KC, we relied too much on communication between our players. So we did scrims with less communication to make them self-reliant a little bit more.
That's
which
classic.
It's a strategy you don't think about too much. I'm sure you've experienced it, having been in pro teams.
I've done a lot of silent scrims.
Yeah.
I really liked it because it
you didn't
removes
like
a lot
your
of
teammates?
Yes, no, of course I did. But it removes a lot of clutter from the comps,
True.
and it makes you have to think about everything. It's so easy when you play top lane, and you kind of rely on your jungler to tracking the enemy jungle for you.
Yeah.
But when you don't have comps, you really have to think more about him, where he is, what he's thinking about, and it kind of just forces you, like almost hard forces you to flow state. Paris
gets Boscombe back.
Points
Now,
out.
Yike and Busio both have their ultimates. The Drake down to 2k. Cosmic finally going wide. Bot breaker away from Yike, and that will be first dragon of the game alongside the Thirst 3 Grubs going over to Na'Vi.
Yeah, and we said it, the early Sundered Sky Spike for Reledge has that item over Yike, just means you can do whatever you want. Now I want to see, I'm not just sated with one dragon at 10 minutes, I want to see Reledge do more, because I think you have to. You're playing Jarvan against Syndra and Victor, you need to start forcing some flashes to put pressure on KC. Put some pressure on them, make them second think when they go for vision, make them second think when they go push a wave.
Yeah. And the question is, where are you putting that pressure? Because Mainter still has that 500 gold lead. Paris is all around the map. But I think putting pressure on Yehu and Kalist makes the most sense.
Yes.
They've developed individual leads in their lanes.
Wow. I don't know what he did to you, Kalist, but you don't have the ultimate on stage like that.
Good pressure from Na'Vi. You can tell it's getting to Kalist in this moment as he pops the ultimate for...
It is ultimate boost, your man!
No godly reason, man. It's like, hey, no, just get out of my lane, okay? Please, just leave. But Kalist has developed an individual lead. 10 CS up, about 200 gold. Yehu was similar and will be again when this wave crashes into him. So then the question is, are you using Reletch to try and punish Yehu and Kalist, or are you using Reletch and Paris to push through mid and then unlock Poby on the map to go and punish other lanes?
Well, the thing is, you have this choice, right? You want mid push. Now, if the enemy team is contesting your mid push, you fight them.
Sure.
I'm gonna hold that top a little bit while Kana is running down. Yeah, it's all good. You want mid push, you can play into side waves. But to get mid push, you need to push the wave, and
Temper Fate down, Miasma down, yeah, trying to dodge to the side of it, flashes away from Kalist, good cosmic binding, but with the Stand United coming in, Paris has to flash away. Kalist here for the chase as well, if only he had an ultimate to chase down Paris, who's going to begin to walk away, caught out in the gravity field, flag and drag from Reletch, does not collect onto Kalist. A magical journey out will get Na'Vi to safety.
yeah, will be the flash out from Yehu, team from Kalist as well, kinda salvages the play, but now Yehu in a lot of risk. And Na'Vi doesn't get, I think, what they wanted, but still is quite happy with that.
Looks like Kana had to flash in top lane as well.
Yeah,
this is on CD right now.
Is it Samdi that forced this flash?
Well, Samdi and Mainter were up there together,
Yeah.
so I think perhaps it was an equalizer into chase, and the Kana was just... he didn't want to risk the possibility of getting chased down by an Ezreal
Very possible.
and a Rumble. But yeah, the play... it didn't go completely wrong for Na'Vi. It didn't go as right as it could do. You did get Yehu's flash and the TP out.
But it depends. Is Yehu going to get punished for this flash or not?
That is the question.
The coming 4 minutes will decide if that was a good play or a mediocre play. Because if Yehu is going to die or is going to sit under his tower for 4 minutes, then that play achieved everything they wanted. But right now, Yehu has Busio next to him, probably waiting for the next Tempered Fate and the next Cataclysm rotation. You see that the cooldown's ticking over about 25% left.
And importantly, up before the Stand United is back.
Yeah.
So Busio can't really immediately come into the defense of Yehu. Paris magical journeying away here.
It's a weird lane assignment here from Na'Vi. They're matching the Ezreal into the Gnar now completely. Making sure some days he's playing solo lane against Kana pretty much. As Poby is the main attention. Mainter just catching waves now. Has to play the steel caps against the Victor, which isn't a really fun time to be in.
I guess the risk is for KC that Mainter puts down a good equalizer and they just chase Kalist, right? Burn his flash, he's low mobility. They can just chase him down. The Nars should be able to survive pretty effectively into the Ezreal, but doesn't really have too much threat on the Ezreal because of Arcane Shift and Flash, and it has a lot of ways to get out of that. Should never really be in range to get chased down by a Mega Gnar.
They're going 5-man here though.
Na'Vi looks for the invade. Reletch has to flash over the wall as KC have invested 5 towards this top side. Poby the new target. Miasma down, scatter the weak. Busio flash torn, and Poby unleashed power. The Chainmail Mace is not enough as Kana finds a house over the wall to get the kill.
It's a miscommunication, I think, from Na'Vi. Victor is rotating all the way from bot lane up to that fight. And Na'Vi doesn't back in time. Poby takes a greedy pathing towards that river. Doesn't respect with the early flash. I don't know if it's because Mainter didn't call it or if they got too tunnel vision on that invade. But either way, good punish by KC. And getting Cassio's flash and a kill. Definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do, right?
Yeah.
These little picks just slow the game down, get to scaling. You've got Blackfire Torch on both your carries now. If KC can just delay this game, it works out really well for them. They'll have enough damage later on to get through Na'Vi. The only problem, I guess, is getting onto the backline, but you have some tools to do that as well. Yike with the cease and desist, you've got the Stand United follow-up, you've got the Gnar. If you can force Na'Vi into fights, you do have enough tools to get on towards this Ezreal.
Yeah, we talked about Yehu's flash. It's now a third way back. Hasn't really been punished for having to blow it earlier. And I think KC has really done a good job at hindering the snowball of Na'Vi. They haven't really gotten anything since that early game. Now Kana jumps in.
It's about to go Mega Gnar. Mainter here gets overheated, slammed into the wall by the Gnar. There's a Stand United for the follow-up. Mainter puts down an equalizer. Can just begin to walk away now, and Kana and Busio burn. Meanwhile, on the bot side, it's Yehu the target for Na'Vi, but he keeps him at bay as well. Second Drake of the game will go over to Na'Vi, and Rifthold will be exchanged.
A nice play by Mainter there, getting out of it very sketchy with the Stand United and the Kana Gnar. But I do not know how Yehu survived. He has the Swifties upgraded, so I think he sidestepped the Tempered Fate.
Yeah, he must have done. He must have been able to walk to the side of it with those swift marches. For Na'Vi, though, getting the second Drake is good. It's a Mountain Soul. I mean, it's helpful. I wouldn't say it's the best Mountain Soul game in the world for Na'Vi.
But it's pretty good against mages, to be honest, because their damage is so front-loaded. It's so like initially heavy that blocking that first part might help you get the shield back up.
Whoa. Flashes for the Arcane Storm. Looking
ravenous with it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get the kill, and True Shot Barrage and a dash away from Samdi means that he holds on to his summoner. And we'll just be able to clear up the wave and then recall, building up towards that Manamune.
I will say, that might bite him in the butt.
Kalist, yeah.
Flashing forward as a Victor in a game like this, when there's a Bard and a Jarvan,
it's a choice.
You need to value your flash more, because you chose that. You chose that play. And you might end up dying to a Jarvan or a Bard for this play.
You might, but we also didn't see Yehu punished when his flash was down.
We didn't. I mean, they tried to, but he tried to hit the Bard ult on bot there.
He was able to walk away. And now with the Rifthold going down, KC trying to get the first brick of the game if they can. Actually should be pretty simple for them. Still 2 plates on that top side. Rifthold charges in. And there we are. KC with first brick will even out the goal between them and Na'Vi, at least in the short term.
Yeah, Tana respecting on the top side as Mainter is pushing there as well for the cross snap.
I mean, this is one of the easier drives. They've opened up a gap for you, but the Tempered Fate in time. Well done from Paris to avoid that second charge in, and eventually Na'Vi take the tower in the top side.
Oh, that's not Tempered Fate on Kalist at least.
That's
so,
true.
That is
one less tool.
Slight minute of solace for him. Somebody stepping up. Casey is not finished with this play. They want to extend it. They're all rotating up here.
What are you extending for, though?
Yeah, I was just going to say, they're all rotating up here for what? Is it top tier 1? I don't think they can take it when Mainter's there. I guess Crab is basically a small Nexus at this point, so some joiners would
gives
say
you more gold than the Nexus.
That is
must be worth more.
Nice
Poby with a Petrifying Gaze here. Miasma down as well. Yeah, who forced low, does still have the flash. Paris on his way across. Cosmic Binding going to be imported, and the Cosmic Binding still hits, and Paris just gets the kill. Yahoo decides against flashing away. Kana now joins the fray with that TP. A Cosmic Binding doesn't hit this time, and Paris will fall for it. Kana gets an answering kill.
Still, I think you take those. Yehu, good on him, saved this flash. I think it was dead no matter what. Maybe you could have flashed a Cosmic Binding and bought a little bit more time. But Kana TP's down and trade kills. What does this transition into though? Because Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Okay, let's rewatch this.
I mean, it's not...
Look at his step forward step probably was really nice. He just walks forward because Yehu thinks he's gonna step back to dodge the Scatter the Weak, but he just steps right forward into him. Doesn't get stunned and gets a really big chunk, and now Paris just cleans it up.
And it's good TP around, and the Magical Journey was used to get across this wall to make sure that Yehu couldn't walk away. And missing that second Cosmic Binding means that Paris has no escape path.
So Dragon is spawning now 130. No flash on Kalist. Might be up towards the later half of that respawn time. Yes. I really think Na'Vi needs to force the fight right now. I don't think they can allow this KC team to scale anymore.
I mean, you can just wait, right? You just go for the Drake. Don't have to force a fight before the Dragon.
Yeah.
You should have 2 items on your Ezreal, or at least close to it, with the Caulfield's Warhammer close with the double long sword. Samdi looking for Yike. Valetch going forward.
Yike is very deep here.
Yeah, Samdi's low on mana. Callista's here. Yike flashes, Volt Breaker, flag and drag for the follow-up. Grabbing field down, but Samdi's already got him. And the Tempered Fate as well onto Kalist.
Oh, where's your flash, buddy?
No flash.
Oh, where's your flash, buddy?
A cataclysmic event for KC as you say Na'Vi need to force a fight, and from your mouth to Na'Vi's ears, immediately they find 2 kills.
And I will say, I think Yike forced that flash, but there you really see the punishment of Kalist flashing forward on mid later. You cannot step up against Jarvan in these moments. You cannot just walk up and Yike goes way too deep, and it's going to be a Dragon most likely for Na'Vi. Maybe they can respawn and get there in time, but position will definitely favor Na'Vi.
And likely to be a mid-tier 1 as well. The TP in the end will stop that. Yahoo coming to make sure they can defend it.
Tempo's a little bit awkward here for KC, for Na'Vi.
Because somebody stayed around to try and take down that tower.
I think that might have been a mistake. It's now going to be them who has to
I think he has
Mana
Manamune though. I think that's why he stayed for it.
Kalist can't be back in. Cataclysm not up just yet.
TP in from Sam D does speed up that tempo play a little bit. There's a Scuttle Crab here. Yike's going to be able to secure that as Valetch looks for a flank position, but Kana keeps him at bay. Kana about to go Mega Gnar. Na'Vi have flashes aplenty, only Valetch lacking his. Cataclysm up in 5 seconds. The Drake the target, 5k on it. Na'Vi forced back, gated away by KC, and it looks like they might be giving up the ghost on this one. Kana with an R only onto Valetch's Mikaels. The equalizer down as well as they look for Kalist and Yahoo. Valetch goes in with the Cataclysm, but he can't get close enough to the Drake to take it. Kalist gets the shutdown on Valetch, and now Na'Vi all trying to retreat, but Samdi has to Arcane Shift away. The Tempered Fate dodged by KC. In the end, it's just going to be a Drake and a single kill for Carmine Corp.
And KC plays so fast. They instantly open up, they instantly realize Na'Vi has overstayed on the map, take control over the river. Busio is there first and holds the line. Kana already has the Gnar bar stacked when they want to walk in, and completely blocks them in this fight. Really like this from KC. Look at Kana here, coming from the side, already has the Mega Gnar active while they're on the Dragon. Starts this fight, and Valetch goes a little bit too deep. He's a little bit too chunked. Went for the Cleaver second instead of the Sterak's, so doesn't have that anti-burst itemization. As now it's just an easy pay for Yike. Goes in, no more kills than that, but still, a Dragon for KC will deny the soul point for Na'Vi.
And I think that's the important thing here, right? Like, Na'Vi do have some scaling on their side, but I look at it and I think, you know, Yahoo already at 2 items, Kalista at 2 items. You got Yike who can dive in, and Kana who's so good at this now at finding good positions in team fights. Maybe that delay of the game is enough for KC to be in a strong enough position to be able to win out on fights. So from here on out, so it's going to be difficult for Na'Vi. They do still have the tools. They still have good damage, but the early game pressure they had developed still only sits at a 600 gold lead and 1 extra Drake.
But it's still frustrating for Na'Vi, right? Because they got those 2 picks. They got the 2 kills onto the AD carry and jungle of NMT, but still they were later for the objective.
It shows how much it costs you staying around for these things, right? Like, it was Samdi staying around to finish his Manamune. And I understand that. You're like, hey, I could be 2 items for this next fight. That's huge for the Drake. But against good teams, they will punish you for those misplays.
Yes, a lot of the times after you get a few kills, unless there's a clear objective you can take, the best play is for your whole team to base.
Insta reset.
Insta reset with all 5 players, open up on the map, and now it's yours. It's your oyster, you can do whatever you want. And the Dragon would probably go into Na'Vi, but still, no flash on Kalist. Still has to respect the Tempered Fate. Has to respect the Cataclysm and the Equalizer.
But there's no flash on Poby, there's no flash on Samdi, there's no flash on Valetch. The ability to actually follow up on a Valetch engage or on a Tempered Fate is muted.
It's limited, It's mostly an Equalizer and an Ezreal, but sometimes that's enough if you're squishing them.
It's true with the Shadow Flame Leandri's build as well from main, so not going for something like the Bloodletter's Curse, which you often see into more magic resist stacking. Here, just looking for the damage, you can see how much damage that Victor has been able to put out through this game.
It's also a tier-less Cassiopeia. I just saw his build. He went for Rocket Belt and Roa, which is a little bit unconventional. Usually you see the Seraph Embrace on Cassio with the Roa to get rid of tank, but now
It just clips onto the wall, but there's the Equalizer, there's the Cataclysm with everyone. Oh, devastation for Carmine Corp!
as they are absolutely routed by Na'Vi. And Na'Vi with a cataclysmic team fight destroys KC there. They're all grouped up together into the meat grinder of Mainzer, Relage and Proby, and that's most likely will be the Baron for Na'Vi.
And that is the problem. When you stand united onto an engage, you're going in no matter what. Busio lands amidst the fires of hell itself. And Na'Vi will take a 2.5k lead and the Baron.
Yeah, Busio got into Yike's weird van here. Kana gets engaged on. Maybe they can fight this, but the Vault Breaker misses because of the Gnar, and now they're just all stuck. What are you gonna do? Even a Tempered Fate to force out Yehu's flash on the other side of that. And now suddenly KC is looking down at a Na'Vi that suddenly is looking to finish out this game with his Baron.
Yeah, should be able to at least take tier 2s. It will be hard to finish the game entirely because you do have good wave play still from Yehu and
you will need to dive them right now with the next Cataclysm.
You have to go for a full-in dive. 50 seconds on the next Drake as well. Na'Vi are playing mid-bot. They are giving up top lane for now as Kana gets to push that one out for a little bit.
Yeah, no flash on Yehu. Look at that. That is the target, but it's Busio that's caught for now.
Busio first. Oh,
God, a damage.
He had flash and heal that whole time. He had flash and heal that whole time. Perhaps staving them for another possible fight, but...
Maybe there's some cool ninja move where he respawns suddenly and then saves the day, I don't know.
I mean, TP Revive is not in this version of League of Legends. Yike is looking for a flank here onto Samdi. Samdi has the flash. It's an Arcane Shift. He'll use that first. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Poby pushing in the tier 2. And I'm afraid to say, guys, we are going to have another pause.
Kana has left the game.
Kana has left the game. He's at a red buff. Yeah, we'll see what this is about.
Yeah.
Like, it's not post a team fight or anything. It's probably just a settings issue or someone having slight connectivity issues. Happens from time to time. But,
absolutely.
Na'Vi, that play towards bot side. I will say, KC kind of hard sent it, and Na'Vi just caught it very well.
Yeah.
But when you put down the miasma and you're in a cataclysm, you don't get out of that.
Still,
you can't even use cease and desist.
Yeah, I mean, you're stuck. But going head-to-head with this KC roster is still very promising for this Na'Vi lineup. We came into winter and we saw this Na'Vi team and we thought, wow, this team, classic European rookie team, they're going to go far. But then in spring, we didn't really see any development from them. We saw them be quite one-dimensional. We saw them trying to play different play styles with Relage. But now, in summer, they look, so far at least, I know I'm sounding like a Game 1 Andy, but it's looking really good so far.
We only have like half of Game 1 to go off. You have to be a Game 1 Andy at this point. So there's no other things to analyze. We're not watching scrims. We're not behind the scenes seeing exactly how Na'Vi do. The pause is due to Kana's PC crashing. So we are currently restarting Kana's PC, as you would expect. Turn it off, turn it on again, and then see if it works.
That'll do it. That will absolutely do it.
You know, we don't have a name. You know how people, it's like, oh, just turn it off, turn it on again, or unplug it and then plug it back in. We don't have a name for that action as a singular action.
Singular word.
Yeah.
So,
it's like a replug.
Yeah, I was thinking like factory reset, but that's not right. Like reset.
Yeah, because factory, like I like reset, but it's like reset can also imply going back to the state that you got the thing in.
It's a very vague term, isn't
Yeah.
it? Replug.
Replug could work. Oh, it reminds me, I was helping my dad with some tech issues, right? And that's where the replug thing, because we had this conversation. But he also was telling me about his dog, Minton.
Minton.
Right, yeah. My dad's recently taking up some racket sports, and his dog ate his shuttlecock.
It is what?
His shuttlecock. It's badminton.
So mad. I always think you're telling a genuine story.
Right into it, dude.
I always think you're telling a genuine story.
A merry path of jokes.
So funny British man with your accent. You think you're so eloquent, huh?
Sure, no. I think I'm eloquent because I worked for 10 years to try and be okay at my job. We're still in this pause where Kana's PC has successfully been restarted. He's loading into the game right now, and he'll make sure all the settings are correct. And then afterwards, we will resume the game. For KC, how'd you get back in? How'd you do it? You're 4,000 gold behind. Dragon is, Baron is on Na'Vi, right? They just got Baron, am I remembering correctly? Yeah.
Yes, they got
They're
Baron.
pushing in with the Baron, so...
So I think you need the big flank from Kana. Kana has the side push. He can still push in the rumble on the side wave.
Okay.
That is a winning avenue for KC. You can use Kana's side lane push to come with a flank. If Na'Vi gets went on, the Casio can't really escape if there's a Gnar behind there that's stacking up Mega. That is really what they need so they can actually send it. Because every single time Yike has sent it, he's kind of been alone. Hasn't been a lot of follow-up. And I know engaging on a Casio is very difficult, especially when there's a Tempered Fate going there to Peeler. But you don't really have another choice right now. Maybe you need a good Scatter the Weak. Maybe you need a good flash shot by Busio. But you need to break the mold somehow. Find the snap engage where you can layer the CC. It's super important you layer the CC against these champions, because otherwise they're just going to flash out and suddenly you have committed way too deep and they're all piling onto you.
That makes sense, makes sense. We are back into the action as will appear on your screens in just a moment's time. Drake up in 2. And that seems to be what Na'Vi is setting up around. The bot lane tier 2 is at 1 plate remaining as Poby steals away the Krugs. Got a little bit of time on his hands. Big goal leads for somebody who's at 3 items with the Spear of Sojourn being his 3rd. Felice building up towards a Shadow Flame, it seems, with the Alternator, and there he does get his 3rd as well. In case he had given up this Drake, it will be soul point now for Na'Vi. And Baron expiring relatively soon. And then Baron's as well.
And the more I think about it, I love Protobelt and Casio into Syndra. Because the only problem with Casio into Syndra is that you're so telegraphed when you're running into her. You're running up to hit your Noxious Blast and then just run her down with your Twin Fangs, right?
Sure.
So she's always going to try to scatter the weak your way when you're clicking into her.
Yeah.
But if you can then diagonally Protobelt forward, dodge that stun ball,
dodge the stun.
suddenly Syndra has no way to peel you off of her, and it's really easy to get onto her. So I think it's quite clever against Poby, because this is a counter matchup. Syndra is good and picked historically into Casio just because of that interaction.
Maybe Chovy was right all along, and Rocket Belt just entirely changes the game in mid-lane.
Might be a genius.
All you need is a small dash to totally negate the majority of mid-laners' kits.
Yeah.
And Na'Vi continue to push in with their Baron buff here. They will take another tier 2 on the top side. Mainta is forcing Kana back underneath his turret as well.
Yeah,
but Na'Vi move across.
Yehu is rage splitting right now. That's what I do in solo queue when my team is losing. I go to the side and then I pray.
Guys, I'm 1,500 gold ahead. Can we not just play around me as the miasma comes down to Kana, who gets out with a hop and a skip and a jump away from the Cataclysm, but
it's still going.
Tower, it's still going to be the target. Yehu continues to push in, does have TP, now begins his recall as Busio on a bit of a flank. Inhibitor down. Oh, Poby flashes Headvine Gaze. Khalees grounded on the miasma. The Rocket Belt will get you out of this. Poby finds his opposite number as the Victor falls in the base. Na'Vi don't get too much more out of it as Yehu continues to split on the top side. Yike's going to push the wave in mid. Might even be able to get the tower there. Yehu answering with an inhib tower of his own. Kana trying to stop the ports, but he doesn't get either of them. Samdi, Relech, and Paris will, well, should be able just to walk out as a threesome. And they will do exactly that.
Yeah, and I think it's very lucky that Bard's base got cancelled. Otherwise, the portal into the Tempered Fate might have caught him there. Actually, that's a Protobelt. I think he can dodge it. He was completely fine. Still, Khalees ends up going down, but it will just be the flash from Poby. It's just a flash for a kill at the end of the day.
One of those plays where you're like, oh, if I catch him, we can turn and win.
Yeah.
And then you realize, actually, we can't quite turn.
And we're getting to that point of the game where flash on your main carry might be more worth than just a kill when soul point is coming up.
Yeah, worth of gold. It's true. Soul point 2.5 minutes away for Na'Vi. Baron 2. So it's a small overlap, and we'll have to see how those two interact with each other later on. True Shot Barrage out, does still clip Yehu. He's forced down by about 1/3 of his HP. Na'Vi trying to suffocate KC out of the game by stealing away every single camp that they can.
Yeah, I always think about this when I think about flashing on someone before a dragon fight. If you was able to buy a free flash from the store, how much would you be willing to pay for it? Don't address that.
In real life?
No, like in game.
Oh, I mean, Blink Dagger exists in Dota, right?
Yeah.
So you can buy a flash there. I would probably. Does it count as an item slot?
Yes, it's like a Seeker's Arm Guard, but for flash.
Does it give me any other stats?
No.
Then probably about 800 gold.
800, I think that's valid.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty valid number. I would say around 1k.
Yeah, I was thinking a K if it gave me a little bit of something else.
Yeah.
But just it's like the older timeless stopwatch.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
That was 600 gold, I want to say.
But I would say that Flash
is more important than stopwatch. I agree with that.
Especially if you're an AD carry in a late game fight. So flashing just for a kill at the enemy inhib when Dragon Sword is spawning, usually not a good idea.
Agreed, but the problem is if you're an AD carry in that space, you're now giving up an item slot for a flash, which is why I think it has to be a little bit cheaper. Because if I'm 6-item AD carry, and I have to give up my Runans so I can have a flash, I don't want to spend $2 grand on the flash that is just a flash.
I mean, if it's late game, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, 4 items now on Samdi. He is approaching late game with the Endless Hunger complete. Na'Vi still on the front foot, about 5,000 gold ahead. They're setting up around this Baron, denying vision from KC. KC don't have any wards behind them at all. Yika's on a ward himself and doesn't realize it as Poby tries to step forward. Temper Fate goes wide. Kalist forced away with the rocket belt. TP's coming out from KC.
That was Paris' flash. Nothing really used by KC so far. Still poking and prodding.
And
around
still flashes up for their carries as Kana steps forward, trying to build up that Mega Gnar bar. The problem for KC is walking into darkness when there is a Cassio on the other side. Oh my god! Oh my god, Relech! The never-before-seen Dragon Flag combo that just doesn't work. A Stand United on the back line with the Cataclysm coming out. Somebody trying to survive, but Yike is able to get out. Busio tanks a tower shot. He walks away, and now Mainta pulled back by the Gnar. Oh, Na'Vi, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone entirely wrong. Busio's going to use his time just to walk towards the fountain. Chased out by Paris, should be able to execute.
Wow. Wow. That really just happened. Right?
Yeah, a Dragon Flag.
That really just happened.
Does he get out? He doesn't get out. There's a tower here. Continues to walk. And then he's dead. But Drake, Relech could look for the steal.
And he really wants to, but here, Poby has arrived. Doesn't have flash quite yet. Will just be the Dragon picked up here for KC. But yeah, that fight was a disaster for Na'Vi. Not what you want to see is if you're a Na'Vi fan. They had almost full control of that area, but the engage became a little bit sloppy, and I think Samdi... Let's just watch it. Let's just watch it. It starts with the Dragon Flag here.
Yeah.
But here Samdi doesn't E over to the Raptor Pit. He E's away from his entire team, which forces Relech to flash ult to try to save him, but then it just locks him in with a Vi. And suddenly Mater steps completely alone by himself, because everyone is trying to peel for Samdi. It's just a very split fight, and it's frustration on the faces of the Na'Vi coach.
Get the pen out, go to one. Right in, don't do that again. Tempered Fate onto Yike. Miasma down as well. Gravity Field will get the stun onto Relech. Cataclysm, Vault Breaker, they'll turn it back onto this Jarvan who has his own Guardian Angel. An Equalizer down, only clicking onto the heels of Yehu. A Vault Breaker out. Still Yike goes down. Mainta trying to chase Busio and Kana towards the bottom side. Scatter the weak on Samdi. And the Unleashed Power finds the kill, and now Kana is bouncing on the heads of his opposition. Bouncing on the graves of his enemies as KC clean up the fight. Their team fighting continues to impress as Na'Vi just can't stand up to the test.
It's like watching G2 back in the days. I don't know what happens early game, but KC somehow manages to come back in the game every single time. Just pure team fighting execution right now. Kana, you have to be a little bit careful.
It's the Hunter Baron. This could kill him. This could kill him. Kana tries to jump away. Busio, so Kalist now has to
It's a raid boss.
It's a good... Okay.
Can they do this?
I think they can. I think Kalist with Siphon Power should have enough shielding to survive through it. Yehu will get a target a couple of times, but they'll kill it.
Okay, they had DBM ready. That was good.
Yeah. They had to wait for Yike to respawn.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, so let's watch it this. Yike gets caught up by the Miasma and the Jarvan here. But I think Relech's combo didn't go through there.
Because he was stunned by the gravity field.
Yes, the Relech just ended up going down here. And I think this Equalizer could have been a little bit better placed. Went down through the avenue, make it a little bit more difficult for Kalist and Yehu to play. And look at Kana here. He just walks up with all this confidence. He knows he's getting Mega. Somebody gets caught out on the left end of that fight. And yeah, when the fight starts with you using everything to kill the Vi, committing so deep into the enemy jungle, you don't really have anything left for when the team comes. You have to make it a clean pick or it's not a good play.
And yeah, Yike is 1-5-1. Like, he's going to continue his winning ways on this Vi. He'll be 13-2 most likely with how KC have now begun to control the game. But it has not been the performance of a lifetime from Yike. And his Guardian Angel still about half the way off its cooldown. Same with Relech. as Na'Vi do group up around the mid lane. The Baron not giving KC too much right now. Don't really want to split up as Busio Hex flashes over the wall. Relech goes on to Kana. Nard back. Relech just went straight into the Mega Nard, then Cataclysms. He's a mile away from his team. He puts down the Equalizer. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Paris gets chased out with the Unleashed Power. The Spooky Ghost coming out from that Syndra enough. And they do get damage down, Na'Vi, but they don't get enough to actually kill off anyone of KC.
It's cracks showing in the Na'Vi team fight execution right now. They look a little bit disjointed, they look a little bit startled. They don't really know how to approach the fights anymore when they've fallen a little bit behind. Compare that to KC, who always plays together no matter what happens. I think it's clear why this game shows why KC is seen or deemed to be one of the favorites.
And it shows why we've been praising Yehu as well. 14 stacks now on his Medjay. He's 4,500 gold ahead in the 1v1 matchup, where everyone on his team is struggling to get more than 100 in advantage over his opponents. Yehu's had some really good scat of the weeks. Unleashed Power on Samdi in the fight around the Baron, now on Paris to just entirely execute a member of the enemy team.
Paris and Relech is just not on the same page.
Oh,
they are not finding engages together at all. This entire game, you have the Jarvan and the Bard tandem, and you need to play around enemy flashes. But we haven't really seen them do that well towards the later half of this game. They are looking very disjointed, and they don't really know when they want to fight together.
Yeah.
Relech want to fight. Paris is looking to get bot side control there. It's just very disjointed from Na'Vi right now, and it is a young team, but you see where they need to do a lot of work.
Importantly as well, Yehu sold his Medjays, man. Come on, you had 14 stacks. What are we doing? Seeker's Arm Guard, really. Anyway, I will say, on the converse, we always praise KC's team fighting. Yes. It's one of their main strengths, and they're showing it here. Like, Kano is distracting half the team, distracting Paris in that last fight, meaning that when Relech goes in, Paris isn't there to pounce and to follow up on it. And so, here again, we'll see a similar situation. Busio likes to be spotted on vision, but look at Busio from the top, Kana from the bottom, Kaliss from the middle, Yehu from the side, Yike from the other side.
It's the angles.
It's a 5-man pincer. Kana steps forward. Paris is already almost dead. Kana still has the GA. Here comes Yike. Deal with another. Deal with another. Stand united. There's the Gnar from Kana. Temper Fate going a mile behind. And now KC really begin to put their foot down. Really begin to step forward. There's too many ways that you can die as Na'Vi, and KC are very willing to shuffle you off this mortal coil.
Yeah, and that's going to be the dragon picked up here for KC eventually after another fantastic team. But we talked about it, Medic, all the different angles. No one is walking in by themselves. Look at it. Boom, 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 boom. So many different angles right now. Scar of the Week comes out on Paris from Fog of War, and Kana just steps up 1 versus 5 with full faith that if Na'Vi uses resources on him, his team will win the fight. Yeah. That's what it's about. It's about trust. It's about faith in your teammates, knowing they will step up if you are the target.
And because Na'Vi are also aware of that, they're holding off on their resources. Like, well, we can't commit a full Cataclysm to a Gnar, especially he's got GA. But then by the time you think about it, Paris is 0 HP, and you've already lost one of your players to only a Gnar walking in. Good taunt in from Busio as Paris takes a magical journey out. Cosmic Binding only hits one as Kaliss delays taking at that portal himself. KC now absolutely routing Na'Vi.
Yeah.
It is no longer close.
I mean, that's the thing. Those moments are so clutch. You have to make a decision as a 5-man so fast. Some people would say you snooze, you lose. And it's actually really true in these situations because you need to make a call and you need to commit to it. Not just as 1, not as 2, but as 5 people every single time.
And that is confidence in your teammates that only comes from a great degree of trust and work. Like, those two go hand in hand as Yike looks to see if he can steal away any of this jungle. Baron up in a minute. That's really what KC are waiting for here. And for Na'Vi, man, you're looking for another miracle. You're looking for another fight like the one we saw towards that bot side tier 2, where you get the Cataclysm, the Miasma, Petrifying Gaze, everything layered on top of each other.
I mean, just look at the side lanes here. They're so scared. Rumble is playing all the way back. Doesn't even really walk up to the wave. Cassio trying to push out. They are so scared. They don't know where KC is sitting.
You've got no vision.
Yes.
Like, if we looked at the Fog of War right now, everything past the blue and the red buff are just dark.
Yeah, just walking past your base gates is already a risk at this point.
Great job from the observers to show us the Fog of War there. Kaliss actually flashless. Tries to trade onto mid. He just kills it with the Arcade Storm! Doesn't quite take it. Sandy Knight coming out. Kaliss in the end does get the kill. And they thought he had no flash, but because of it, they have no lives. Kaliss almost survives as Paris takes him out in the end, but KC collapse on the rest of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi collapse around them. KC. Incredible stuff. Kalist left out in the top lane, but he was purely bait at the end of the hook.
It was a bumpy start from KC, but slowly but surely they clawed their way back. Yikes, Vi didn't have the best game so far, but the rest of the team stepped up and helped him across the finish line. They're pushing down the inhibs. This will most likely be the game and in favor of KC.
It was a very bumpy road to get here, and it's only game one of the best of three, but KC showed why they must be feared here in the LEC as they continue their winning ways against Na'Vi.
It's not a game to be despaired about if you are Na'Vi. Still showed a lot of really good things in the early game. But still, when it comes to Na'Vi, the thing we're looking at is development. And now we're going to develop it to a side-on interview with Dracos and Busio.
Developing.
Great developing, Finn. I am joined by Busio. Busio, real quick, I'll try to ask these questions as fast as possible to get you back to your team. Early game seemed a little bit rough. Why, kind of from your perspective, what went wrong to put them in such a favorable position? And then what was the focus? How did you come back in the game?
In the game, we were blaming coach gap, you know. The real reason will be reviewed soon. And what was the second question?
I don't remember. We're going to flame Reaper now. Reaper said he doesn't want to draft. He does want to draft. Can this guy make up his mind?
No, I mean, Reaper's great. He was just trying to be introspective and like realize like how the situation changed the way he was thinking, and he's just making sure he's doing what's best for him. Yeah.
Damn, right back to protecting your boys. I like it. I like it. Respectable. All right, you can get back there, focus on it, figure it out. Thank you so much, Busio. Good luck in game 2. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, game 2, KC versus Na'Vi.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
If I was a student, would you be my teacher? If I was a sinner, would you be my preacher? Would you be mine?
You guys good at singing, good job.
Oh shit. Once again. Are you gonna play? Or not? I'm coming as well. Don't go deep. They don't play. I have W. It's good. Good. Looks in the razor. It's not a flash. Go on.
Oh my god, relax! The never-before-seen dragon flag combo that just doesn't work.
Good comeback, Yike. Good comeback, Yike. When you 0-4, good comeback, bro. Good comeback, bro.
Bro, I love you. He sounds so positive and also like he's flaming his teammate at the same time. Yeah. Woo! Well earned. Well, that was a monster performance. Look, Casey are getting flowers. We'll give them their flowers in a second, but I do want to turn attention to Na'Vi because a lot of the things we said we wanted to see from them did manifest in this game and did put them in a good position. But before we do that, a reminder, if you're at home, if you want to watch the summer finals in Nice, not Nice, how I keep mispronouncing it, Nice, go to lec.gg/nice, that's how you spell it, and maybe Karmine Corps will be there. It's looking pretty likely. It's looking pretty likely. But let's shift focus back over to the side of Na'Vi. Early game looked really good.
I mean, it looked fantastic. I love the way we got all these invades from LEC. He was syncing up with Paris. Like, it felt like everything we wanted was there.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it was the meta pace, it set up such a beautiful snowball that ultimately failed. But this Raptor invade will set the tone for the whole early and mid game because it's not just one camp. We will see later as this replay goes, it will lead to 1K Smite, it will lead to Tempo lead, but I just really like how they all converge here. Ezreal doesn't TP to the bot lane, he's ready to drop one wave because Na'Vi did their homework, they know how important it is. And now even though Syndra takes this crab, Flash Smite is not Blabber Flash Smite, it's Real Edge Flash Smite. He gets the kill on Yike and he's setting himself up and his whole team to have such a good game, but something went wrong, Rob.
Yeah, it was... the same thing that we just praised went a little bit wonky for them when they got to the mid-game with LEC having an unfortunate combo. But I do think, like, I do want to kind of look and continue to praise what was that early game for Na'Vi, because across the board, I think it was incredibly successful. Like, at 25 minutes, I was pointing to the screen at you, Drake. I was like, it's beautiful. Paris, 1-1-6. LEC, 1-1-6. And even LEC as well. I mean, we'll bring it up at your Onyx play of the day. Na'Vi had that clean wombo combo that was the epitome of everything that we wanted to see.
We were printing narrative. We were spinning scripts on the combo here, but as you took a look back on this play, Odo.
It was beautiful because Casey is pushing this top wave, and normally what would they expect to happen if we can keep on playing it? Soon we will see a ping on the top lane, and Casey knows that this is normally the timer for Na'Vi to go, but you see Rumble sneaks in, dodges all of the vision. KC thinks that they can start this fight because they're engaging. Yike is going in, but little did they know there's a 5-man Na'Vi hot pot happening in this jungle. It was absolutely beautiful. I haven't seen this sort of wombo combo in a really long time, but still, it was just not enough because KC, time and time again, they showed this resilience. They showed it at their road trip. They showed it here today. And even though their early games are not good, the ability to come back is something that sets them apart.
Yeah, it really is. And I love the way, like, oftentimes we will see things like Kana push the side lane, use those 20 seconds he has to hover mid to see if he can get a play. But honestly, we can see as we get in towards these plays, like, the problem was this immediate engage from LEC goes sideways. And Yike just all did, like, yeah, who said good comeback? I mean, there was a chase down here from Yike. He saw blood in the water and knew that this was the moment to try and come back. Gets the kill on the AD carry. Immediately get the follow-up onto the Rumble. And it's just from this position where Na'Vi continue to keep throwing.
Okay, if we can pause it right here. Here's what's going on. There is this choke. This is a choke. There is one rule in League of Legends Pro Play, which is don't go in the choke point. If we can roll it out. There is this fight is happening in the choke. Even though KC is not even close to being here, they smell blood in the water and they feel like they can get more. Sam D does the critical mistake of, what did he do, Rob?
He went into the choke like a maniac.
He didn't even go. He jumped in that choke because he felt like he needs to do something. They need to get this game back under control, and they just broke the one rule of pro play. Do not fight in choke points, because even if you have numbers advantage, even if you're there first, it's never going to be good, because for the enemy team, it's just so much easier to play with range.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, the second I saw Sam D go into that, I was like, oh no, it's happening. Like, it felt like Na'Vi collectively had gotten mania, and we're just like, okay, we're all just going and throwing things at the wall, and it's all falling apart. And I mean, good on KC to find those moments, but I do agree with Odo there, like, jumping into that choke point, like, over-investing into the play after let you cross the line. Those were the mistakes that gave KC their window back in.
And this is one of the reasons why the teams we look at as top teams are top teams, is because even if you build a significant early lead, if you're not knocking down the Nexus, it's not enough. And you can see the pressure that Na'Vi felt to push, to try to regain control of the game.
It's literally what we said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're so good. Like, Na'Vi can have a great early game, but that only gets you to riding the ride.
But I feel like consistency of another man that we brought up and we'll continue to bring up, woo! It's Yahoo. Look, like, ultimately, this guy is a demon, even when his jungler is 0-4. Him and Kana also, the Gnar performance was nasty, really doing so much work, and the backbone for a lot of those comeback team fights.
Exactly. He was just so stable. It felt like time and time again when this game was going wrong, he was there. Having someone on your team that he's starting to perform so damn well, that he's always consistently ahead and he's always someone to rely on, makes these sort of comebacks so much easier.
Yeah, especially when you're getting that early lead, like consistently being able to keep track of Poby, make sure that he's not getting the CSC leads, coming out with 250 from the laning phase, 4.4k gold lead at one stage throughout the game as well. Like, it just felt like so much gold had been funneled into him thanks to these plays and thanks to the kills that he picked up. And again, it's not just on one single champion. Like, you look good on the Syndra this game, but we've seen it consistently from Yao across a plethora of different champions that this man can perform. And especially when we kind of had the caveat for so long in the LEC of, can you take on Caps to win a title? Yahoo is not only like performing to that level, but is now starting to outperform when push comes to shove.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that we're going to need to keep a track of as we get ready for Champion Select.
Yeah.
Now, of course, as we get in, I think we have to still focus on how do Na'Vi set themselves up for success in this draft. KC still the big terror. As much as David did look for a second there like he was going to crip walk all over Goliath, Goliath still beat the hell out of him. So how do you set up this success? How do you bring it home? Now, they do have second pick, so they will have last pick, counter pick. Have to see how they use it. What is the setup? What is the angle for Na'Vi?
Yeah, going for the second pick, it really feels like they want to secure more agency in the lanes, because when you go into this second game, there's already a bunch of OP picks are out. The Ezreal, the Victor are out. Shen and Bard, the big roaming champions, are also out. It feels like they want to go for this reactive pick where they secure counter picks for as many lanes as possible.
Yeah, that's where my eyes are going as well. Because, you know, if you end up leaving the Camille open here, you can still go towards the Leona. You still have some answers and things like the Rel as well you can go for. I also think giving that answer to main turn that top lane is incredibly important. Did look decent on the Rumble, to give him his due. I just think that Kana has so many different styles that he's able to play now between tanks and between carries that if you end up giving him counter, he's going to run away with the game.
There's also kind of Gnar, right? You're kind of you're walking into peak comfort for a man who's certainly flexible. Now it's the Anivia locked in. See how Na'Vi responds.
Yeah, there's this Anivia can go in many places. I feel like I've seen the bird. The only place I haven't seen the bird is in the ADC role, but I'm not surprised if that would happen. Still, regardless, a very good pick because it just counters so many of the staples in the top lane in the middle.
I'm sorry, you've seen picking jungle and Nivea?
That's where my brain went to as well. I was like, I'm not going to
listen. In our solo queue games, there's a lot of weird stuff happening. The Camille.
Okay. I mean, still has the flex, right? But this is what we're talking about. I think there are still answers. Shen has kind of been the traditional one, but Leona, still a good answer. We've seen Rel in situations as well, because that crash down basically guarantees you're going to connect at some stage across the Camille too, which denies some of that play in lane. But we'll have to see what the game plan is. And now, with the Lee Sin coming out, traditionally we've seen as a Jarvan answer, but still very strong in the early skirmish.
Now, Lee Sin is probably the best jungler in the game because of his early game dominance, I would say, especially paired with Camille. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of picking Camille this early because you invite a very easy counter pick in the likes of Leona, given that Shen is banned. I would have liked to see it on 3, but at the same time, it secures a lot of tools on Na'Vi and it puts the burden of execution on them. Are you able to outmaneuver this Leona support? Are you able to drag this Leona around the map? Because the Leona will win those 2v2s every single place you go, but the Camille is just so damn fast on the map.
I think it's also what is Samdi going to play, right? Because like I've seen a lot of matchups where it's not paired with a mage, the Camille isn't able to roam around, doesn't have the same level of impact, and then kind of just becomes a little bit useless towards those later game team fights and gets outperformed by a pick like Leona. But we haven't seen it. Or there it is. I was going to say the Ziggs. Nicely picked up for Samdi. It's so good.
It is the most traditional, I would say, from the mages when it comes to the Camille pairing, because Ziggs rose to prominence with this Camille matchup, with this Camille pairing rather, where it struggles without Camille support, but Camille is the one that sets Ziggs up for a big success because you have Hextech Ultimatum with Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Man, I know all of this.
Look at you, bro. Are you a play-by-play guy?
Yeah. But
you could just say R. I think people. It's
R.
fine.
Okay, Ziggs R and Camille R.
But either way, like I do agree with you. I think it sets up incredibly well. It gives you a lot of team fight presence. The only thing I'm concerned about though is that like traditionally where I've seen this, we oftentimes, at least coming from the MSI meta, was try and pair with something like the Jace. Try and get something strong in that top lane that's a bit more of that AD focus. And Mainter traditionally has been more on that tank play. We've seen him bring out the Invest in the past and try and facilitate that style a little bit more, but it hasn't always gone the way for Na'Vi. So are we just doubling down on that now? Because it would be nice to see that new page turned over for Mainter there.
Exactly. This draft on the side of Na'Vi is do or die, as you said, by the top lane pick. And if we want to see it succeed, we need to find an AD source of damage in that top lane. And as you said, tanks have been what Mainter has been playing. With the Gnar being out as well, I do feel like there's going to be a big focus on this Renekton or on the Ambessa. We saw the Vayne already out, which signals that Renekton is rising into Prio, and Ambessa is rising into Prio as well.
Final ban. A brief debate here, taking away some of those safe blind lane counter picks, and there it is, as predicted, Odawamne.
I would say that Ambessa just, even though you sacrifice this top lane counter pick, you have to pick it now just because there's no counter. So how do you counter something that you already took the counters out? The Nafiri is also an interesting direction, but there's the Lee Sin, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think you do just slam the Ambessa. I agree with Joe, though. I think there's just not really answers to it in that top side of the map, unless Kana wants to go for something funky, like we have seen from him in the past. I mean, even maybe you are just worried about the Anivia being rotated up towards that top side, but...
So there's a threat. Even though the Ambessa, we say that the biggest counter is there, there's still the Aatrox in the midst. It's not picked so often, but you have seen it rise in popularity. It makes sense with KC's.
We saw Diablo played AD carry today, so...
we have seen him, but we have not really seen him. Let's be real.
Poor Diablo. He's catching strays. Completely different broadcast.
Anyway, back to it. Na'Vi, still, even though they've forgone this Ambessa pick, the Talia still makes sense. You're just dumping all of that power into Rilich and into as much playmaking as possible, because Camille and Lee Sin do want a lot of options so they can roam around everywhere.
It's also like you get to split the fight so effectively. Like your two melee champions so far have a ton of mobility to get over that wall, and on the flip side, like Ziggs and Talia, happy to huddle inside the castle and just throw rocks out at whoever's trying to get inside, right? So you don't have a huge amount of members on KC's side who can kind of break that. So I do like the way that we're kind of seeing this going, and looks like, yeah, AD caster, not the end of the world here for Kalist, just to try and match some of that push into the Ziggs.
It's a mage disguised as an AD carry.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's kind of
close enough.
Just the wrong ratios of being AD. KC's team comp rounds up pretty nicely. You have a little bit of flexibility. Normally, I would be a little bit critical of Ambessa wanting to go in and Anivia wanting to peel, but you don't really need to go all in on this one style, because you have the Scanner, you have the Anivia, you have the Jhin, you can go anywhere. Now, the dangerous part about it is that the Zahin comes in, and I really, really like this from the part of Navi, and I feel like it set up a beautiful trap on the side of KC. You took out all of the blind picks, and Bessa had to be picked up on top, but you have the Camille in the game. This top lane matchup will shape up to be incredibly volatile. Even though that Nivea will neutralize the Talia can go anywhere and influence this top matchup incredibly hard.
There was the tiniest bit of PTSD where I was like, Zahen jungle, Lisa in top from professional back in versus. But no, I do agree. Like, I think it's such a good matchup. Now that you've got that flexibility in the roam coming through from the Camille, easy to try and put your eggs into the main turn basket with this one. Huge amount of roam potential. I really like what Navi have drafted here.
Keeping it on the Navi perspective, is it just all about the early game and how they can snowball using these proactive picks?
I would say so. There's a huge degree of snowball because the bot lane will always be pushing. You have enough prime in the early game to go for the grabs and pretty much any neutral objective.
Let's see if they can bring that dream to life, if Navi can take us to a game 3 as we send it over to our casters to bring us in to game 2.
We are your casters. We're here to bring you into game 2. As
why is she
Navi
here?
Okay, look, man. What? She follows me everywhere. I've decided to start ignoring it. We're also not on camera, so no one knows what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to keep talking about it though? We can.
I don't want to talk. Let's not address her. I don't know why she's. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of in the middle here. It's like some weird triangle drama.
I assumed she was your girlfriend or something. We're still not on camera. I assume we're going to be picture in picture because the producers have set up a shot here. And we're just standing here like with a Camille off towards the side.
Very tall Camille. I mean,
She's quite tall.
I'm pretty tall. I'm like 6 feet, but she's even taller than me.
She follows me everywhere.
Okay, we're in game. There's a Camille support medic.
You can give her a hug. No? Okay. Let's go back to
This is
Camille support. Paris looking for Kana. So he forces him out of the jungle. Yike's going to have to path down towards his bottom side as well, as he's not going to be able to contest the Lee Sin Zahen early game. Oh, or is he?
Something is
This is not good for Navi, because currently they're separated into a 2v4. Flash away from Electricity, dashes away with the safeguard. Main two on the front line using the Dark Enclave Q2 to get the knocker, but he has to flash as well. As, yeah, KC won that one. They burnt an exhaust and a flash for double flash, triple flashes, in fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, League of Legends. This is the game right now. We are fighting for the alcove in the bot side jungle of blue side.
Yeah, it's so doomed for Navi. Mains is going to be in top lane with 0 CS, behind an XP and no summoners.
Yeah, and I was interested to talk about this top lane matchup because we have seen this in LEC as well. The good thing about Zahen into Ambessa is that it's kind of a both for scaling matchup, both are just having a good time. And Zahen can always kind of deny the Ambessa public execution with his own ult, the Grim Deliverance, I think. And he can't really go on Ambessa, and Ambessa can't really go into him, because whoever engages with ult is losing that trade, just because how those interact. And yeah, he's chilling, he's farming. And I think what Navi needed was a strong AD booster in the top side, and there aren't that many you can pick into Ambessa. You can go like Irelia, maybe Aatrox, but Zahen I think fits that mold, or fixes their draft a little bit.
Nice seismic shove.
Not a very nice
well.
WE.
I mean, Yahoo, he has egg, so he doesn't actually mind too much being low HP as long as he's trading his health with Pobies effectively. Obviously not the easiest positioning for him because he kind of wants to be under tower when he dies, so he doesn't get seismically shoved back into Poby, but he should be okay.
That's why he put the E the other direction, so he didn't want to proc the egg.
That's exactly why. Probably not, but Callista's mid. Oh! He gets the route onto Poby, but it doesn't matter too much because Yahoo is in egg.
I was very excited. That excitement just died as fast as it came.
Waiting. Are we just playing full roam? Anyone goes anywhere. Just do whatever the hell you want. League of Legends. Is that what's happening now, Finn? Kalist was mid. Busia was holding bot wave to make sure that Kalist gets it.
Gold is a social contract, medic. I don't know if it matters.
I don't think we need to regale the audience as to how capitalism is a flawed system, although we could.
Let's regale.
Oh, you want to? Okay. I'm not going to go on my full Brennan Lee Mulligan monologue here, man. Like, you can watch Dropout if you want to see that. Paris is soloing Scuttle.
Is this 2018 Worlds? Is this 2018 Worlds? Level 2 Camille on Crab?
Okay. So, Yahoo now in mid lane does need to be careful because Relech is around and Yahoo does still have flash but has no egg. On the top side, Yike is going to be able to get a Scuttle Crab for himself to even out the crab distribution system.
Yes, very important.
CDS, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
Now they're going to meet.
And now they will kiss.
Finn, I know it's almost 10 p.m., but, you know, I mean, they could.
You never know. Yike will take the Raptors, pushing him away, but Paris has rotated up here.
Yeah.
Busio is very strong in this fight,
It does impact back. Smite comes out. It's Yike that gets the Razor Beak. Oh, good Zenith played away from Busio. Yike is low. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, follow-up from Relech, but he doesn't land the Tempest Cripple. Then he has to dash away. Flash Shield of Daybreak. Who gets the kill with the Crystallize. He has no egg, and because of that, he has to flash away, and now Busio needs some help to survive this. A Flash Frost from Yehu into the Frostbite, not enough to freeze out Paris.
But it's a bold play by KC. They wanted that fight. They went super deep for it, but this is the strong thing about Camille. Her range of engage. Also, Poby was right there. They were walking into his area. Let's rewatch this. So Busio is here first, and it feels like this is what you really want to for KC. You have the Leona, which is super strong in these skirmishes, but look at Poby, he's completely untouched. Flashes forward onto Yike, and I mean, they're just overcommitting to killing Relech. They sent everything in there. Yehu has to flash out for that kill. Busio ends up going down, and it's just overzealous.
Oh, Zenith played onto Poby again. He's got no flash shield. A Daybreak downside makes shove, knocks back Busio, but the orders from Yehu are enough. Paris now exhausted as Yehu steals away the double buffs.
Well, okay, scrap all I said before.
I mean, it was true at the time.
It was a genius play by KC, transferring the buffs to Yehu, who is now very ahead on this Anivia, 2-0
Mega
by
Inferno
him.
Bomb just stops the recall. I think if the...
I'm surprised he kept basing in it.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably in the shop or something, you know? Or he just, you know, he thought, well, I can just survive this, you know? I'll just base in it, Arcane Comet's not going to hit me. As, yeah. Early game, okay for Na'Vi. Even in gold, but they have got a Cloud Drake.
Considering how it started in the enemy jungle.
Yes, it's gone much better than it could have gone.
Yes.
Relech is quite far behind when it comes to camps.
Yeah, it's not very usual that we see Relech being the one struggling.
Oh, they're looking for Poby again. As Busio Hex flashes in, gets the Zenith played, and Poby walks it off with the help of Paris.
Yeah. And top as well after level 1. Main threat to obviously TP back level 1. Kana already building up quite a nice lead. 300 gold up, 10 CS ahead in the isolated matchup. And this support matchup is really a cat and mouse game.
Okay.
Because Camille is the mouse, and she's running around trying to catch people off guard in the river, in the lanes. Yeah, as a very aggressive
I'm
mouse.
pretty sure that's the plot of Ratatouille, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Leona is more like the cat that wants to nibble him up and stop him from making plays.
Also in Ratatouille.
Yeah. So if Paris goes to a play and the Leona is there, she's blocking it.
Okay. But if the Leona isn't there,
yeah, then
the mouse gets to do whatever they want.
The mouse has eluded the cat and gets
they've
a play.
made a Mickey of the Camille in that, of the Leona in that situation, haven't they?
Made a Mickey?
Yeah.
What's that?
A Michael.
A Michael.
It's, if you take the Mickey out of me, it's like you're mocking me, right? So it's haha, you've been made a Mickey of. Yeah. Anyway, there's another fight. Flash Frost coming out. As Relech is caught with the Frostbite as well. Good impale. And pulls back Paris. Relech dives back in with a kickback, and the spawns are exchanged. Now Relech needs to get out because Yehu's on the chase. Glacial Storm crystallize, and Yike trying to get in range will be close enough for the auto. It's a double from Skana. And in a cat and mouse game, the Scorpion always wins.
Yeah, and Busio just made a Mickey out of Paris right there. You see, this is exactly what we're talking about.
There we go.
Paris was there going for the play, but as long as Busio is there to deny it, this is what Leona wants to do.
Sam just satcheled on the
dead? No, okay, he has to flash. That's fine, I get it. Sometimes I jump into the wall as well and boop my nose. It's fine, man.
Okay, so
Paris 0, 1, and 3 right now. Still has to be ahead of the Leona. Again, Paris is here. Leona is not here. This is his opportunity to make a play. But Kana is respecting, doesn't really give the angle.
Also has the public execution and Yikes on this side of the map, and who's moving up from mid lane. Paris staying around. The problem for Na'Vi is that Paris is falling behind on XP as he stays around the top side. He pokes his head out, then goes back. Now Kana needs to be careful because he isn't a 2v1, but Yike and Busio are on their way across.
Execution here.
He can. Public execution, they dodge it, but the hook shot wall dive doesn't hit. And now Busio's on the chase. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Kalist getting caught out with that Weaver's Wall, tries to walk it out. The seismic shove doesn't connect, and nor does the threaded volley. Kalist
He's insane for holding flash there. It's insane he held flash throughout that segment. That's crazy by Kalist. The confidence to just walk it off. As Paris, yeah, that play didn't really work out. The moment that Leona shows up, it's made a Michael out of you once again. So many Michaels made this game.
I mean, the problem for Na'Vi with this Camille pick is that KC, they just always win in Paris.
Yeah.
Right? We were on the road trip last week. They managed to win all 3 series there. They've yet to lose at one of their home road shows.
Which is an insane stat, by the way.
They did lose EWC, but that wasn't one of their home road shows. And now, Paris on the Camille. He's struggling into KC because KC always win in Paris.
What you're doing, Medic. I see what
you
you're
didn't
doing.
get it the first time, so I had to repeat the joke.
Thank you for repeating it.
Lucio
it's been a long
back
day.
with the Dread returned. Mainter looking for the trade here into the Leona. Shield of Daybreak there for the Sun. The Cultivation of War stacking up on Mainter, but the Ike is now on the flank. Mainter's trying to trade into Kana. Kalist walks through the tower range. There's the Impale. They'll pull back. This is Hen. Locked against the wall. He will respawn. The ledge on his way across has the Dragon's Rage. Grim Deliverance, flash away from Kalist. Mainter flashes for him on the chase. Kana chasing in as well as Paris lands the stun. Mainter falling low, he'll go down as will Kalist. And now KC TPing in assistance. Bird is the word for Yehu as he flies in from the fountain and makes sure that Paris and Roulette can't go any deeper.
Yeah, I thought Casey was trying to kind of CC lock him so he couldn't reapply his passive, waiting for it to run out, but he did end up getting the respawn there. Really showing how annoying it can be to kill us ahead when you have a lot of melee champions. Like, look, you have Mbessa, you have a Skarner, a Leona. It's very easy for him to stack his passive. And all of them try to flash out of the Grim Deliverance, still got the passive off, and it's just a deep, deep play from KC.
And as a result of that play, Samdi is 1.4 thousand gold ahead.
It's very loaded.
Because Kalist was in the top lane, and Samdi just took an entire tower. So now he can move to mid lane. He's got a Blackfire Torch already complete. The first, or one of the first completed items in the game. Roulette can get their second Drake. And although, like, it's scrappy and it's fun from KC, and Na'Vi are willingly taking the fights that KC are giving them, but Na'Vi are getting more out of the fact that they're usually undermanned in the fight.
That play was definitely overzealous by KC. They went way too deep there, especially with the TP coming out so late. I think they thought they had Mainter, really overestimating how strong they actually were. That's the same Medic, just a great punish by Na'Vi, and just leaving Samdi alone there in the bot lane was a huge mistake. As now, Paris, the cat and mouse, looking at each other. Who will Michael who?
That is the question. Who will Michael who? Well, Paris jumps onto Yike. Takes the gold and made him down as well as Yike tries to get on the right side of the wall. Lands the double impale, but he is low, and Samdi can just take him out. Another kill over to the Ziggs. This time
to Yike.
The Yike?
They got Michael.
Oh.
This is your fault, Medic.
No,
I've been casting it with you all day. If I make a bad pun, it's because of you. Okay, we're going in here.
My puns are perfect. The Weaver's Wall coming out from Pobies. They look for Kalist.
Oh,
kick back into the seismic shove. What? Beautiful from Roulette.
That was nice.
Beautiful from Na'Vi. They're now 2K ahead.
I mean, I'm going to hold my horses for 1 second because Na'Vi was in this position last game as well.
That is true.
Have they learned from their mistakes? Can they now easily get this third dragon? It's 3 minutes and 45 seconds. What is relevant right now? Samdi is massively ahead on the 6. Meanwhile, Kana has been brewing here in the top lane. 800 gold up in isolation against Mainter. Mainter is really struggling in the 1v1. He really wants to get out of this matchup. And leading up to this dragon fight, it's gonna come down to Samdi's bombs. If he's hitting them, it's super difficult for KC to play.
A lot of the struggle for Mainter is the fact that Kana has the Eclipse, right? Like the extra shield you get on the Mbessa when you're hitting those spells, so difficult for Mainter to deal with. Alongside that, KC have invested a lot of resources towards the top side to make sure that Kana's in a good spot.
Mainter's really struggling
for the stun. Kana does have the public execution, probably doesn't want to dive into Paris. Lucio was walking towards the red buff area, but won't go any further. Drake up in 2.5 minutes, so we've still got a while before that one is our focus. Yehu will clear out the wave and farm himself up that a little bit of extra gold. But while this was happening, Kobe was pushing through bot, gets a couple of plates.
That's the
out
thing,
of that
right?
tier 2.
You would love to dive him there and just send out the public execution, but you are losing farm every single second it's happening in the bot lane, so you really can't overplay top there. You gotta recall, get your way back into the bot lane, set up for this next dragon. 2.5 minutes for this dragon. Item spikes coming out. 1 item completed across the board, except for Camille.
Yes, well.
And that makes Medic very happy.
Yep, she can take her time getting there, that's fine. Importantly, I do like the players, I just don't like Camille. She does way too much as a pick. And she'll get to her Thunder Sky pretty soon. She is ahead of Busio in terms of gold. It's just the fact that Protoplasm Harness is a cheaper item overall than the Thunder Sky. Na'Vi, after moving Samdi out of the bot lane, haven't really been able to do too much damage to this mid lane tower. It's at about 2 plates as Poby looks for Kana. Could be a 2v1 with Relech coming in from the side. Kana still has the flash, has the public execution, smite out. Relech trying to get the chase down. There's the public execution, turning it back onto the Lee Sin. Seismic shove for the knockback. Mega Inferno Bomb coming in as well. And in the end, Kana falls. Great play from Na'Vi. Capitalize on that weakness, but a good long-range ultimate here. In the end, Kalist couldn't lock Paris up for long enough. Busio, though, looking to lock up Mainta. Mainta needs to stack that passive up as quickly as possible. Exhaust dodges his end. Plays on Flare. Deliverance goes in to try and dodge away on that stun. Yehu and Busio running. The Dread return pulls back the Leona, and Relech is here to try and make this mouse feel some pain. Weaver's Wall across. No escape for Busio. The Protoplasm Harness will heal him up, but all that does is delay the inevitable. Na'Vi with their 8th kill of the game.
Well, we saw Yehu's wall, and he said, my wall is bigger. And shuts down that play from Busio. I was a bit surprised that Mainta went in with a Grim Deliverance, but just baited him in. Hits that W.
Dodging the solar flare there as well, so he wasn't stunned.
Yeah, absolutely. Buffering it. Now Yike wants to try to find a smite back
just
here.
walks in. It does impact. Knocked back onto Relech, who jumps out of the back of the pit. The Impel coming down as well. This Mega Inferno Bomb. Relech able to get the Ripto. Mainta falling low as Kana forces him to flash out of the back of the pit. Kana flashing in. Yehu there for the follow-up. Dash away with the safeguard out of Relech, who might just have to try and execute. Busio's going to try and stop him from doing it. Relech will die. Shutdown goes over to the Skana. Yehu chasing Poby alongside Kana. Another shutdown to KC.
Na'Vi once again biting off a little too much more than they can chew on this Herald fight. So we're going to rewatch it in just a bit, but Kana is so strong on this Ambessa. 1.2k gold up now, and he's dictating these fights. Look, Yike wants to walk up here and go for the smite from 50, and Yehu just puts out so much pressure with the Glacial Storm. Relech jumps out, but then goes back in to smite the Herald, but now you've flashed into the pit, and Kana is completely untouched. Sees the angle here, follows with the flash. And now they're just running them down. I think maybe you had to play for the fight. It was once again a Na'Vi that was very split. Do we finish the Herald? Do we play for the fight? There wasn't a clear call being made.
And the problem for Na'Vi is it means they are late to this Drake. KC have started up, but now Na'Vi have control over the river. Yike does have flash. Dragon's Rage available as well, and Yike gets the smite. Na'Vi needed to keep him at bay. Dragon's Rage back onto Kana as they look for the chase here. Kana gets slowed by that Tempest. Cripple Seismic Shove dogs him back as well. Yike looks at the flank position. No impale for him, but Kana's already dead. Now Yike has to flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to connect. A Deadly Flourish from Kalist does a lock Paris up for a second.
Yeah, Kana gets caught there in the end, but really good smite from Yike. We know how clutch he is with the smites. He always manages to find them at the perfect moment in these 50-50 objective fights. And Na'Vi, you don't want to do the same thing as last game. You had a firm grasp of the game, and you're slowly but surely giving away more and more to KC, and at one point it's going to overflow, and you can't contain it anymore.
Yeah, because the important thing is not the gold or the kills in this moment. It's the fact they give up the third Drake, because that just delays the game for 10 minutes, and we've seen from game one and from KC in the past that the more time you give them, more likely they are to be able to pull something out of the hat. This time, it's the Scorpion that's splattered down by Na'Vi. They do go 3k ahead with the Ripto charge into mid as well. They're able to take that tower. They are still extending this gold lead piece by piece. The question is, can they keep up the momentum, or will KC find a trap to catch this mouse in?
Well, it does look like Paris has had some good plays this game. Busio, Relech does get it, but Samdi on this is so ahead. Coming on with Blackfire Torch and now building towards a Shadow Flame, getting towards his third item. It's just Jhin. I'm a Jhin hater, Medic.
Allowed.
I don't like Jhin into mages. I feel like Jhin is a mage, but just a worse mage that does physical damage. I would rather see like a Jace bot or something than Jhin.
And how is Jace not a worse mage? You're just a longer range physical damage.
Jace can go multiple modes. He can go melee range and fight.
I mean, I've seen plenty of Jins go melee mode.
Yeah, I mean, I have too, but it's not very as proficient as Jace doing that. I feel like Jin is just follow-up purely. You're playing follow-up, Deadly Flourish into the curtain call, but you don't do that much more than that. I don't think his laning is strong enough to warrant picking him. And Kalist is struggling this game into the Ziggs. These bombs are hurting. And he needs to try to follow up on, I think, Yehu's Glacial Storm into Deadly Flourish. That is really your pick potential. That is what Jin can do. Make picks happen. Follow up on slows with that root.
I think Kalist has added another emote to his emote wheel, by the way.
Is that Smolder in jail?
It's Smolder in jail. It always used to be the KC emote, the Jinx holding up an FF sign.
Yeah.
You know, the surrender thing. But it seems like we have a Smolder in jail added in. And you were saying, I think you think Kalista struggled a little bit this game into Sunday. I think all of KC, apart from Kana, have struggled a little bit this game. It has not felt like a very clean game from them at all. And credit to Na'Vi for constantly taking the skirmishes, finding leads, finding the ways to push these side lanes while KC are over-investing, overloading certain points of the map. For now, we have about a 2-minute pause before the expected next fight, because there's an Ocean Drake coming up then. There is a Baron on the map, but neither team is too proficient at taking it with their current lineups and current builds, as the LEC does get the Dragon's Rage kicked back. Paris doesn't hit with a hookshot wall dive because of that. Red buff will be stolen away, and it looks like that's all for that fight.
Yeah, just gonna be the red buff invade. The player for me to watch is Yehu right now. Still 3-0-4 on the Nivea. Navi's comp is a little bit different. They have the Zahen, the Lee Sin, and the Camille that really wants to go in. And you have the Tala that wants to follow up from that, and then you have the Ziggs.
Yeah, who wants
He's
to stand
kind of completely
away.
left alone on the back. So I think if a Nivea can catch the Navi front line as it's going in and kind of split it up with a good wall, that could be something that can propel KC into a better position this game. Because it comes down to Yehu and Kana. I think they are right now the stars of KC. The Jin is just going to be follow-up. And Lucio and Yike obviously have to set them up with their CC.
Yike looking for the steal, but Relech actually holding off and taking this blue. Ishtar's impact coming out. Solar Flare there for the follow-up and the Impale. Relech tries to dash away to Paris, will manage to walk out. Paris exhausted, hookshot wall dives out himself. Mainter trying to fight towards the bottom side as the curtain's open. Kobe looking for Kalist. Paris escapes towards the top side, but Mainter is not going to escape. Cultivation of War brings him back up in a moment. There's the Glacial Storm as well. Mainter flashes. Yeah, who's still looking for that chase, but in the end, KC just have to settle for the Scuttlecraft. Na'Vi able to hold them at bay.
Yeah, 25 seconds until the Dragon. No flash on Mainter and Relech. While all of KC still keep their flashes, ults up and available for almost no one in KC except for Kana and Yehu. Meanwhile, the kick, Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Hextech Ultimatum still available for Na'Vi. If they fight for this Dragon, the ultimate advantage goes for to Na'Vi, but the summoner spells are in favor of KC.
Lucio's Solar Flare about to come off cooldown though, so he does have more tool in that arsenal. Yike jumps on. Hextech Ultimatum coming down. Yike forced away and just dies to Sandy. Yeah, who has to flash the seismic shove as well. And that's all done for that fight. Na'Vi will take their third Drake and go to Ocean Soul Point.
I mean, he's walking into the enemy jungle while Kana is on the midway.
Yeah.
It's just very desynced from KC.
This has been a really bad series overall for Yike.
Yeah, it hasn't been
really struggled.
Hasn't been a great series so far. And what we saw game one from Na'Vi, that was just this desync in teamfights. We're kind of seeing this game from KC. Yike wants to go for bot side and secure this tri-bush here that we're seeing right here. But in the end, Kana is just pushing mid. He has TP, sure, but he's not there with the team. And he's just walking in by himself against the 6 Camille that just locks him down.
Mainter caught out. Public execution coming down as well. The Lech is in the area, but I think he's given up the ghost on his top laner.
Nice
Yehu now on a rampage, 4-0-4.
Yeah, very important for Yehu and Kana. And it was, as we highlighted, the solo laners for KC are the people that need to step up this game and kind of carry it for them. Yehu now 4-0-4 is found. And Kana on the Ambessa, really free core is where she's going online. And level 16, she gets 30% flat armor pen.
Yeah.
Or percentage armor pen in her kit. So she becomes a monster when she reaches that point. And when she's gonna get her third item, she will definitely be a problem in this team fight. Looks like she's going for either a Maw or that's the Mercs.
Na'Vi don't have great vision control towards the top side. KC currently have control of the area. Looks like Relech needs to go back and pick himself out a little bit more in terms of his arsenal. building up towards that Death's Dance. KC still controlling Baron side. 3.5 minutes before the next Drake, so it's a long time before Soul. And for KC, they are just trying to force Na'Vi to face check in a way that allows them a little avenue back into the game. Because they are 4K in the hole. And most of that gold sitting on Samdi, who's 3-core complete. Paris, not crystallized, but he can jump across that wall. Doesn't mind too much. Nag tries to chuck a rock into his back, another one towards the red buff. Na'Vi still waiting, the ledge outside of the bush. Isn't the best way to hide your intentions.
Yeah, look at Kama. He's really looking for this fight right now.
Oh, Impale's like the shot. Solar Flare, curtains open. They're looking for Relech. There's a TP out for Mainta. So he's going to join the fray just to dissuade KC. Kana continues to push in the mid lane as Na'Vi invested all 5 in the defense of that red.
Yeah, Kana now has the Mercs and the Hex Drinker. Really, really, really optimizing for MR this game.
And he needs to, right? Most of the damage from Na'Vi is coming out of that Tilia and of that Ziggs. As KC have wrested control away from Na'Vi over these last
there's
couple
not
of
really
minutes.
much to play for here. KC just wants to defend the vision they have. They don't want to give it up for anything because they are really comfortable taking 5v5s. We know how good KC are in team fights. And that's why they're just standing around here. Side lane is completely dead. No one is going there from KC. They just want to control this area and set up a potential Baron sneak later, or make sure that when Na'Vi is taking back topside vision, they can get bot side vision for Dragon.
Yeah.
So they are just kind of, look, already, Mega Inferno Bomb goes
2
out
in a
on
row.
Nash. They do not know right now. Na'Vi are scared.
2 in a row used on the Nash. Now Paris can step forward. Has the wards in his inventory, puts a control ward in the back, puts another one just outside of the pit to spot KC if they do begin to walk in, but the vision control still there for Carmine Corp. Now we're down to 90 seconds on the Drake. Expect to see resets happening at the 40-second mark. Public execution on Phoebe. Phoebe caught out a little bit. Relech is here to try and save his mid as the sliding shove doesn't connect. Dragon's Rage kick will get Kana under tower range, and now somebody's coming across as well. And Kana has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. And Na'Vi are very willing to make him choke on it.
They build up way too much there from him. Really, really greedy by Kana. Feels the pressure, I think, to make a side lane play. Ends up getting punished by Na'Vi, and there's no real cross map here for KC. Kana made a complete solo play and just got punished. So what do you do here? It's very important you don't die right now. You cannot stagger your death timers or the game is just impossible to play. The worst thing to do is when someone dies.
Reaver's wall flash, yikes, smites!
Boom! Donuts.
Yeah, it's not great. That's yikes flash down for the next fight.
Yeah, I think he had to flash smite before she was out of
On the
combat,
wall, yeah,
so she can ult out.
Agreed.
But was a very thin margin.
And for Na'Vi, they're very willing just to let KC make these mistakes.
Yeah.
Right. If your enemy is telling you their battle plan and making mistakes, there's no reason to stop them. You don't have to hard force. You can play around this soul point now, and this soul. Somebody's 16 and has 3 and a bit items complete. Callisto at 3 as well with the Infinity Edge Rapid Fire Cannon and the Hex Optics. Scuttlecraft secured for Na'Vi.
Tough place to be for KC, walking in through all this poke, the minefields, the bouncing bombs. The Talia work ground queues. Have to be diligent.
Mainta has a flank position as well. Callisto having to deal with that for now.
Good poke by
Deadly
Callisto.
Slowish. Good poke onto Mainta, takes him down to half HP. The Drake at 5k. Somebody trying to land some poke of his own, and Busio falls to half himself.
He's in an awkward position here. He
Yeah,
cannot
he's
really
in
get
no
out of
man's
there.
land. Gets the stun, solar play onto Relech as well. Callisto begins to open up with the Curtain Call. Meanwhile on the backline, Poke flashes away from the Impale. Paris puts Yehu in the Hexagon and made him. Kana trying to chase Samdi out, flashes out from that Mega Inferno Bomb. Relech still sitting in the back of the pit, and Yehu is going to try and chase him down. Relech looked for the Sonic Wave, but couldn't land it. The shutdown goes to Callisto, and the Drake will go to KC. They'll try and chase Paris out of it as well. He's forced to hook shot wall dive to safety. That's the jungler down. KC might just turn their eyes straight towards the Baron.
Na'Vi just took a straight up 4v5. Mainta recalled there after getting chunked on mid. And Na'Vi did not mind at all taking that fight 4v5, getting punished.
They should have minded.
They should have left. If Mainta is leaving, you are not taking that fight.
Mainta now trying to get into the Baron fight. As somebody tries to join
What
as
can you
well.
do? But you don't have a jungler. What is your end game here? You cannot walk through the Nivea to contest this.
Kill them all. I guess
Okay, but that is an end game, yeah. Mainta
He looks for the dreaded return, still doesn't get it. It did fall down to 4 HP.
That was close.
But then Jin took it, obviously, as is his right. And Samdi caught out now by Yehu, making a photo down as well. Samdi has no mana. Why are you here with no mana? What?
And that is your...
Yehu has egg. Paris is going to hookshot wall dive away, and we'll get the passive out of the inhibitor. Like, there is something with Na'Vi, when it gets to like 25 minutes onwards, they just make some mistakes that you should not be making.
It's not just mistakes, they're making solo plays. They are not playing together. Mainter takes a massive chunky from Kalist, or just a 50%, it's not a massive one. But he recalls, and I don't know
TP.
I don't know if he forgot he had no TP, but he can't get in here again. Busio looks caught, but he sends everything onto Reledge. And now Reledge has no choice. Is he going to stay in the pit and give over the dragon, or is he going to try to hold his ground and go for the 50-50 steal? He goes for the former one and just gets absolutely marred.
Oh, great dodge with public execution there from Kana from the seismic shove. Mainter's still going to be able to chase him down for now. Gets the knock up. Kana trying to dash out, still taken out while KC look for Paris. Busio gets in range for the shield of Daybreak. Fourth shot.
We're just getting caught everywhere this game.
Paris. And now the mid lane, the wave is getting pushed in. Poby's on his way back. Samdi has the Mega Inferno Bomb. He'll try and clear out bot side. A couple of the minions avoid it, which means Yehu can continue to wail away at this tower. Kalist has a mid lane wave as well to take down this tier 2. Mainter continues to push in the top side. And KC with this Baron just shred through Na'Vi's gold lead. It's just a cacophony of errors, to be honest.
Kana gets caught on top. Busio gets caught in the jungle. Someone dies on mid. Samdi on enemy raptors. It's just so many people making individual mistakes this game. They're just going way too deep, trying to bite off like way too much. And I do not know how the communication looks, but from the gameplay, it looks very messy as Busio goes in onto Zahen.
Yeah, Mentor just stayed around. Shield of Daybreak, 6-second cooldown on that one. It's going to be back up in a second. There's another shield. And in 2 seconds, he's got another one, but he doesn't want to go too much further. Just stops Mainter's back from coming through.
You heard about Camille solo killing Jarvan. Let's see Leona
if
solo
Leona solo kills
laner.
anyone, that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, doesn't end up happening. Now, Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Let's look at the game state. Samdi 4 items on the 6. But now, Kalist has matched that. 4 items on the Jhin. Super, super strong. Now, I think this is where Jhin really starts doing damage again. The early game didn't go very well. Kana has been caught time and time again this game. And really, really important to be first. Because how are you walking in as Na'Vi? If Case has control of the area, who's face checking?
Yeah, I mean, you're face checking into a wall, a glacial storm. It's so impossible.
Zahen?
Yeah.
Who's face checking this Leona?
Paris.
Paris? Yeah, I mean...
Chuck the mouse in. While the cat gobbles it up, we can try and get the fight.
Throw the mouse in, pray. Classic.
A minute before it comes up. Velech looking for a flank position himself. Will be spotted on vision as he walks around the corner.
Checking.
Paris is face checking. There's a solo player. Dodges it with the Hexagon Maiden. Busio going in. Mainter exhausted as well as Yehu looks for the flank. Grim Deliverance coming out from Mainter. He's locked up and stunned into the wall, and Busio heals up with that Protoplasm harness. Meanwhile, a Crystallize on Samdi means that Yehu gets to open up with the Frostbite, but Yehu has to use the stopwatch to avoid the dreaded body. Curtains open. Kalist trying to close this game up, and he finds the snipe on Samdi. Poby follows suit into an early grave as Kana takes him out. And now Na'Vi only have 2 left, and KC have all 5 members to chase them down. Yite's going to get the stun onto Paris. Velech trying to get back to his fountain. The Impale goes wide. Busio trying to get across the wall with a Hex Flash. Paris also escaping with the hookshot wall dive, but KC, their intentions are not for the kills, they're for inhibitors instead.
I mean, the mouse got sent in, and Leona went on the mouse and created his absolutely winning fight for KC. They just have more items. They're 1.1k gold ahead only, but it feels like it's way more. They just look like
they're just going to win the game. They're just going to win the game. Mainter's up in 6 seconds. Paris is there trying to defend, but he's locked in his own fountain as KC once again from the jaws of defeat grasp victory here against Na'Vi. And Na'Vi will be kicking themselves. Both games were in their hands, and KC just ripped them right out.
And there's something so cinematic about Yehu locking them in their own base with a massive blue wall as they cannot escape the glacial storm and just dying in their own fountain. Fantastic game. Not really gameplay-wise, but it was very entertaining.
It was fun.
KC's team fighting is beautiful, though.
That is
Their
true.
ability to come back into every single game, no matter how bad it is, it's giving old G2 a little bit.
Yeah, it is. That it is. You can vote for one of those KC players in your player of the game votes. It's Kana, Yehu, and Kalist. as your options. Yeah, I think Yahoo probably had the best series overall of those three. It was a weird series, man.
It's a weird game for Navi because they seem so synchronized
The first
in the early
25
game.
minutes are really good.
In the early game, they seem so devoted to the cause of just getting Village ahead. But the moment 20 minutes hit, it's like they all are playing their own game again. How
very
can a
much
team
agree.
be so synchronized early and so unsynchronized later?
It's a great question. We're going to find out perhaps from Dracos, Odo, and Bucio, who are here for the post-game lobby.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fantastic cast on the day. Damn. Gold leads are fake, is what I've learned. You can't see a gold chart in the game, but they were like ahead of you the entire game, and you guys were just dancing on them in team fights. You guys are
Danced on them,
yeah. You guys are nasty at team fighting. It's always been solid, but it feels like it's just been leveling up even since like from Versus into spring and now into summer. Is this something you guys deliberately focus on, or has it just been kind of coming together naturally over time?
I think for us, team fighting is pretty natural. Like even when we first joined as a team in winter, we're always like losing early game and whatnot, and we're only good because we just have a natural eye for team fighting.
Is there one thing that you think separates you from the rest of the teams when you play those team fights? Is it just the inherent we know that we're on the same page, or is there a specific thing that you think you do different?
I would say just people are not afraid. You know, I see a lot of teams, they're too clumped, they're not taking enough space. Like when somebody CCs someone, they like yell out the champ and everybody goes on that champ and then they're over clumped. But for us, everybody's just kind of doing their own thing in the team fight, and usually that yields better results.
I think as you guys continue to be dominant, we're just going to keep talking to you, and we're going to keep praising you. So we're going to shift things over to a different topic, just so this isn't the 9th time that we've invited you on to be like, really good job. But really good job. You've earned the really good job. Let's talk a little bit about bot lane meta. We brought it up with you before, but now we kind of have the answer from the Riot side in terms of the changes that they're positioning that maybe we'll put a leash on some of these crazy supports roaming the entire time. If we can get the graphic up whenever we have it ready. But Rob, you understand it pretty well. Maybe you can explain it.
Yeah, so basically what we're seeing is that they want to try and hit the supports by coming through. You'll see it on the screen just there in front of you. And what they want to try and do is upping the out-of-lane support gold and experience penalty from 25% until level 3 to 33% until level 5. And then buffs to some of the underpowered AD carry tools. We've already kind of seen that start as well with Untells and stuff. I wanted to get your take on it though, because like the way I've understood this, right? The reason the meta has kind of developed the way it is that mages are super strong bot lane because you get to 7 items, you get a ton of gold, you can get towards Rabadons, you peak super high, you're able to take over the entire game, right? You're also very good into the AD carries in the bottom lane, right? So it feels like supports roaming is a function of mages in the bot lane because you want to let them get their levels and in their ability points and stuff, right? So hitting the support quest doesn't, in my eyes, fully feel like it's going to fix the problem, right? Because I think you kind of wait until 8 minutes into the game, minions hit level 6, supports get all that catch-up experience in like a wave and a half to 2 waves. You've kind of gone from level 3 to your level 5 to your level 6, right? So do you think this nerf is actually going to kind of fix the problem, or do you think that there's still more levers that have to be tuned to try and get mages away from the bot lane all the time or get that support roam change?
I mean, I think if they're trying to reduce it, that's a good change because, yeah, what you said about mages is true, but especially, you know, in pro play, a big strength of the mage is hard to punish in a 1v2 situation. So then, you know, the support can even be top, or the support can go 1v1 the jungler, and all those possibilities make it so the enemy team has to play very differently and always keep the fact that the support, you know, the Camille with the Halo Blades and the Ignite can do anything level 1, and that is a big part of the strength. But of course, it's not going to remove mages because like mages still have spots in draft. Like, I mean, previously, you know, when you had an AD mid, then it's a pretty good time for a mage or something like that. And yeah, mages still will have their spot, but it won't be every single game, you know, game 1, game 2, no matter what, you see mages.
Based on your experience in scrims, and again, always trying to avoid leaks, so you know, if you want to keep it close to the chest, I totally understand. We've seen, even in LCK, mages kind of already falling by the wayside, a lot more traditional AD carries. Do you still feel like they should be looked at as like the omnipresent #1 threat, the way that people talk about them in solo queue, or is it just another option that you can pull out?
I mean, it's the meta. It's very strong. and it will be high prio, you know, games 1 and 2, always. And then once like the super strong mages start dropping and the support pairings with them, then of course you see the ADCs. But no, I think it's very real and strong.
Yeah, because it's super interesting. Because in LCK, it's like, hey, we're gonna go like AD casters. We're gonna go like Lucian, and we're gonna go the Corki, and we're gonna try and match the mage through that. Whereas LPL has just gone, no, we're diving down this rabbit hole, and they're bringing out like the Zerets and the Mels and all these kind of things. We're just like we're doubling like Locke and Vladimir's and all these kind of things, right? So I think it's been super interesting to see like how each individual region has taken it and how far they're kind of going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I would love to see a little bit more of the arms race before it's nerfed into oblivion.
Cool. Yeah.
Maybe that's not how teams want to spend their practice time. Shifting ahead, keeping our focus now on the schedule kind of ahead of you guys, right? You're in a super comfortable position. You're undefeated. When we talk about you, we talk about Worlds, and it becomes so easy to overlook the domestic season. How do you guys stay focused on some of the matchups ahead of you, on taking every opponent so seriously when, like, look, you've been to the top, you've tasted international competition. How do you keep that motivation going in these remaining weeks of the regular season and playoffs?
I mean, it should be pretty simple. You know, we just played 2 games, and neither game felt very good for most of it. So probably that like is a cause for concern. So everybody's going to go back, watch the games, what went wrong, and then yeah, improve from there. You know, like
without reviewing, is there like anything that stuck out to you? Because this wasn't nearly as dominant as what we saw from you in Paris last weekend. This felt a little bit loose early game. It was the team fighting that's like, that's a strength, but it felt like you guys really had to rely on that today. What was it that was maybe difficult in the early game?
You know, I haven't like formally reviewed yet, but it looked like draft game 1 would cause some bad situations early game, and then maybe some missing some information and whatnot. But yeah, you know, I haven't watched, so I can't like
yeah, fair enough.
Put blame in one place.
It seemed to me like from like even just the start of the year, you guys have gotten significantly better at like playing from behind and finding these windows back into it. And a lot of that is kind of like the way you use side lanes to like shift Canner, shift Yehu towards mid and overload a certain position. Is this something that's been in your mind where you were like, oh, this is something we want to work towards? Because you are a team that tends to win your games, so you don't always get practice in those positions that are behind? Or is it just something that kind of, as you've grown as a team, you found you've gotten stronger at?
Honestly, I feel like it's another one of our innate strengths. Like we didn't really have to practice that or anything. Again, like in winter, we were winning a lot of games because of team fighting, like crazy comebacks and whatnot. And I think we make the comebacks just because like we're very clear with each other and on the same page. Like we're chilling, and this is when we all get super aggressive and look on this timer. And then also like a lot of our comebacks, for example, is just like people being very proficient on their champion, like Khan and Nar all the time. Like even if we're down, oh, the support's letting me stack for free. I'm hitting. Oh, he's one shot. Oh, I'm Mega. I just killed everyone. You know, I feel like that's happened many times before, and it's just people aren't afraid on the timers that we don't have to be, even though we're behind, and that's how we come back.
Yeah, one man who was definitely not afraid today is our Kia player of the series. It was Yehu. Last words before we look at the schedule ahead of us on Yehu. This is a guy who came in, looked pretty good from the start, but now we're kind of touting him as the mid laner that can contest caps, which is always kind of the important benchmark, I think, for us domestically in the region. Have you seen that growth from him as well? What is the biggest change kind of you've seen in him over the course of this season, from winter to where we are now?
Probably just viewing the game more big picture and connecting with his teammates, because he's always been a very, very strong individual laner and whatnot. And yeah, it just takes time to obviously have better English understanding, and then also just getting to know his teammates and making sure everything's well connected.
It felt very well connected. I like when he was like, look, yikes, 0-4, you're winning, you're having such a great game. I always look forward to the next Yehu performance or quote, but tomorrow, of course, we've got SK versus G2 and Fnatic versus MKOI. Any quick predictions before we go, Busio? Anything that's like stand out to you? Is there going to be an SK upset? Or Fnatic a bigger threat? See, you have scrims. We don't have scrims, so we're kind of always just going off of the most recent performance.
So SKG2?
2019 reunion,
yeah.
narrative.
Yeah,
you know?
that's cute. I mean, probably G2 is going to win, you know, but like, SK has been cooking. Like, maybe in like 1 week of practice, 2 weeks of practice, they're going to be pretty good. Because like, I see they're doing a lot of good things, but then they're making maybe the same mistake over and over again. And what was the second series?
MKOI versus Fnatic. It's behind us right here.
Oh, cool.
Quick reference.
MKOI Fnatic. Ooh.
Right, it's hard. It shouldn't be hard. But
I'm feeling a Fnatic win.
You're not the first person to say that.
What do you think?
Well, Paris kind of shook my confidence. I never would have said this, and then we saw Paris.
I mean, even yesterday was a little...
Even yesterday was iffy. I'm with you, brother. It feels like it would be the most Fnatic thing in the world to have all these people predicting for them and then to immediately lose. But we've lost the realm of analytical predictions. I think I'm fully into the realm of like copium
It is just
suspicion.
chaos. Everything's chaos. I'm all for it. It's great, but it is just all chaos.
That's true.
Yeah.
We appreciate your consistency,
Yeah.
even if it does rely on your late game team fighting and not complete start to finish dominance.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Busio. That's going to do it for us here today on the LEC. We'll be back tomorrow kicking off with SK versus G2 before we get into MKOI versus Fnatic to find out who can come out on top. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Man, I will give him some credit for it, but I don't know the hands had to be that good. As Skeens comes in with a Cataclysm, and Jackie's is buried in its 4 wall.
I got white here.
They have 1 HP, okay?
Kan Syndra some?
It's okay, just keep the jacket. So on the side. Nice.
Go deep, go Drake, go Drake. Chill out.
Oscar in slicing through them with the Dominus is healing up. Hit with a piercing arrow. Slowq takes the bounty. Oh, it's all gone sideways in that picture that you wanted to paint.
Okay, Silas that.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Kill this King Varus, bro. Oh my fucking god, this game.
Look on the exile, okay? Look on the exile. Look on Bessa. Look on Bessa.
No ult on Bessa.
Yeah.
No ult, this guy. Look at no ult, okay?
Yeah.
I'm coming Skarner.
It's good.
Good. That's polymorph.
Yeah, good job. Get Drake and push out waves.
I really think he needs to make something happen because right now Australian is walking up this thing. Public Execution has just come back off cooldown, but he's flashed away and he's polymorphed at Wonder. Brings down the fists of Fury.
If I was a student, would you be my teacher? If I was a sinner, would you be my preacher? Would you be mine?
You guys good at singing. Good job.
Oh shit.
This again.
Oh my god, relax. The never before seen dragon flag combo that just doesn't work.
Good comeback, guy. Good comeback, guy. When you zero form, good comeback, bro. Good comeback, bro.
If I make a bad pun, it's because of you, okay? We're going in here.
Puns are perfect. The Weavers walking out from Toby's, they look for Kalista. Kick into the seismic shove. What? Beautiful from Relax. Beautiful from Na'Vi. They're now 2K ahead.
Oh. What? That was close. Oh, shit. More. Oh, yeah. Okay, more. Come on. Okay. Come on, more.
Oh, yummy.
More, oh, yummy.